Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of What If Naruto Had Soul Powers? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 40 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 16, Rounds 2 and 3. Flashback. The stands were bustling as civilian, ninja and nobles ran around. Some were buying food, others were placing bets. This is where Iruka stood, looking at the betting stall. Almost all of Konoha's bettors are betting on the final round to be Sasuke versus Neji versus Shikamaru. These people obviously don't know the contestants. Iruka thought. Hey there ninja-san. Iruka looked at the chubby man behind the counter. Would you like to place a bet? The stalls are closing soon, so get your money in quick, he said with a smile. Iruka walked over, ready to politely turn the offer down, when he caught a glimpse of the odds. Does that mean everyone thinks Naruto is going to lose? He asked as he saw the 70,256 to 1 odds against Naruto. The man behind the counter chuckled. That brat wins against a Hyuga clan member? Impossible, he said. Iruka smiled. Well, at least this will show that someone supports Naruto. I would like to place 50 Ryu on Naruto making it to the final round, Sasuke as well. Also I think Sakura will win against Ino easily, he said as he saw Sakura's odds of winning against Ino being 120 to 1. Iruka looked at the odds skeptically. It's as if they think you can only win if you're from a clan? Iruka thought. The man blinked in shock before laughing. Bahaha. Sure man, throw away your money. As if a civilian-bred ninja would be able to contest against our clan ninja. The man laughed as he took Iruka's money. Iruka smiled politely. Well, this is my first time betting, let's see how lucky I'll be, he said as he turned back to his seats. Iruka brought his betting card back to the booth. Hey can I get my share of what was won from Naruto and Sakura making it through? He asked politely. The chubby attendant nodded, a pale look on his face. Sure. Here's your cash. 3,525,000 Ryo for Naruto and 6,000 for Sakura's win, he mumbled as he placed 7 suitcases on the counter and a smaller wad of cash labeled Uzumaki's win and a smaller suitcase labeled Haruno's win. Iruka blinked in shock as he looked at the cases. How much? He asked. The man just closed the betting window, enough to buy the whole stadium and paint it a rainbow, he said. Iruka stared at the suitcases in shock. Oh my, he said as his face slowly smiled widely. Lunch is on me next time Naruto, Iruka said with a chuckle as he sealed all the suitcases in a basic storage scroll. Iruka pocketed the scroll and walked over to Ichiraku's ramen stand. Hey Tucci. Can I get 6 bowls of ramen to go? He called. Tucci looked up from his mini stovetop. Sure thing Iruka. That'll be 66 Ryo, you got it on ya? He asked as he poured the food into 8 separate travel bowls. Iruka placed a 500 Ryo note on the counter. Oh yeah, I sure got it, he said as he waved his wad of cash and picked up the bags Tucci placed the counter. Tucci smirked. Win it big Iruka? He asked. Iruka nodded as he walked away. Yeah, just over 3.5 million. Keep the change Tucci-san, he said as he walked down a hallway. Tucci's eyes dropped open before he laughed. Ha ha ha. You go my boy, he yelled happily. Ayame waved to Iruka yelling, say hi to them for me Iruka-san. And give Sasuke my love. Iruka laughed loudly while nodding as he turned the corner, disappearing into the hallways of the stadium. The contestant box was tense, for 2 patrons at least. Oi, why are you two being so quiet? Naruto yelled far too loudly towards Paikon and Gaara. Gaara just sat with his eyes closed, ignoring the boy. Paikon looked at Naruto before huffing. I am trying to focus my chakra, I have a huge match coming up next and I need to prove myself, he said seriously. Sasuke and Sakura continued to talk to each other as Naruto walked over to Paikon. Well, isn't that technically a waste of your mental energy? Come talk with us, it'll help you relax and take the pressure off of your shoulders, Naruto said as he stood next to Paikon, who was staring out at the arena. Paikon raised a brow. Why would I want to be close to you? Your village killed my teammate. Naruto faltered. Oh, sorry I guess, he said as he felt awkward. Paikon glared for a second before sighing. No, don't be sorry. It ain't your fault he was an arrogant prick. If anything I should be thankful, now I don't have to kill him myself, Paikon said. Naruto tilted his head curiously. Why would you want to kill him? Naruto asked. Paikon took a deep breath. He killed my older sister. The last family I had. They're gone because of him, Paikon said sadly as he stared at the roof. Naruto's eyes widened. You're alone? He asked. Paikon scoffed. Yeah, I am. What's it to you? He said angrily, turning to Naruto. His anger stopped when he saw the look of true understanding on Naruto's face. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto muttered, not really asking the question. Paikon nodded. Yeah, sorry about how I reacted. He muttered, now I'm discovering things I have in common with leaf ninjas. What a weird exam. He thought. Naruto grabbed Paikon's arm and pulled him over to the other two members of Team 7. Hey guys, you met Paikon yet? He asked. Sasuke turned and nodded to Paikon. I hope my Atoto hasn't been annoying you too much? He asked politely. Paikon raised a brow. Atoto? He asked skeptically, seeing the many differences between the two. Sakura nodded and shook Paikon's hand, even thought he didn't offer it. Yeah, Team 7 is a family. Both Sasuke-kun and Naru-ni have lost theirs, so we have each other now. She explained. Paikon smiled at the concept, an adopted family, I wish I could have one. He thought as he imagined himself side by side with Team 7. He shook his head, what the hell am I thinking? I'm a stone nin, these guys aren't my family. Nor will they ever be. He thought the sentiment angrily at the beginning before becoming saddened at his lack of family he felt. Naruto nudged Paikon, you okay? He asked. Paikon was about to answer when his stomach rumbled, yeah, just hungry. I was too nervous to eat this morning but I feel pretty good now, he said with a small smile. Looks like I arrived just in time then. Team 7 and Paikon turned to see Iruka walking out of the hallway from the audience stands. You guys hungry? He asked. Team 7 ran over to him in unison, Naruto pulling Paikon along. Iruka-sensei. Did you see our matches? Naruto yelled. Iruka nodded with a smile. Yeah, I must say you three were amazing. He paused as he saw Paikon standing with them. You were great too, it's a bummer that Shika got you like that. You know why he forfeited? He asked as the five walked over to the edge of the balcony and sat down. Paikon blinked, and now I'm being praised by a local chunin. This day keeps getting weirder. He said it would be too troublesome to continue on and face Gaara. Paikon answered. The four-leaf nin laughed, shocking Paikon. Yeah, that sounds like Shikamaru, Sakura said. Iruka emptied the bags in front of the four genin. I got you guys some ramen, thought you'd need the energy. Naruto and Sakura cheered as Iruka passed them each a bowl, while Sasuke smiled softly at the words written on a piece of paper on his. Ayame says hi. Nice one, lover boy. He read. He looked up to find Iruka smirking at him before he turned to Paikon. Here you go, Iruka said as he held a bowl out. Paikon blinked in surprise and took the bowl. You got some for me? Why? He asked. Iruka raised a brow and said simply, it's the way of the Leaf Village, I can't just come here and feed only our ninja knowing that you all will be in for a great battle soon, he said with a smile. Paikon stared at the bowl in his hands. Thank you, he said quietly as he opened the lid. They don't even know me, and they treat me better than anyone else in my village does. I wish I was born here instead of the stone. Paikon thought as a small tear dripped from his eye unnoticeably. Iruka stood and walked over to Gaara with a bowl. Gaara-san, would you like some food? He asked as he crouched next to the sitting boy. Gaara turned and glared at Iruka. I will not accept you poison. I know you wish for me to die, he said. Iruka faltered in his step. Poison? Why would I do that? If I poisoned you I wouldn't get to watch you show off your skills and you won't be able to prove yourself as a chunin, Iruka said blandly. Gaara saw no deception from Iruka, so he faced him fully. Then why do you want to give me this food? He said. Iruka smiled. It's the right thing to do, I will help all of those I can. I guess I don't have a solid reason for you, if you don't want it I'm sure someone else will, Iruka said as he thought about his basic teaching skills. No matter the person's age or tendencies, they will always want to try something new, especially if it might be taken from them. Iruka thought as Gaara stared at him. Gaara watched Iruka with a furrowed brow. Is he trying to get me to believe he's doing this out of the goodness of his heart? Does he think me a fool? Gaara thought as he came up with a wicked plan to make Iruka kill himself. Prove to me it's not poisoned. Gaara ordered. Iruka blinked in confusion. You mean eat some? Alright, I guess, he said as he lifted the lid and used his own chopsticks to lift out some noodles. He ate a mouthful. Gaara watched in anticipation as he expected Iruka to start coughing and dying. The poison in this soup will kill him any moment now. Gaara thought. Iruka smiled uncomfortably. Why is he looking at me like that? He thought as he held the bowl out to Gaara. See? No poison, I bought this myself with the winnings of my first bet. You still don't trust me? Iruka asked, still holding his polite smile. Gaara frowned as he watched Iruka stay standing, perfectly unpoisoned. I do not. But I will eat, Gaara said as he took the bowl from Iruka. Iruka's smile widened. Good, you'll need all the energy you can have when you fight, Iruka said as he walked back towards the other four. Gaara watched Iruka walk away and turn to his food, watching the noodles float around. What is this? He thought as he used the chopsticks to eat a small amount. His eyes widened as the taste hit his tongue. This is good, Gaara said as he continued to eat in silence. Attention patrons of the Chunin exams. Round 2 will begin soon, please return to your seats. Genma's voice rang through the speakers. Iruka stood, picking up the leftover bowls from the meal. Well, I guess that's my cue to go. Catch you after the exams, he said as he turned away. Good luck all of you. Especially you Paikon, I feel there may be something dangerous about Gaara, Iruka whispered before he left. Team 7 waved as Paikon sat in shocked silence. There they go, being all caring to me again. He thought as Iruka left. Iruka walked up the last set of stairs, past a black hooded Anbu holding a bag. You should hurry Iruka-san, not long until Genma-san starts the match. The Anbu said as he walked past. Iruka turned to thank the Anbu, only to see leaves falling to the ground as the result of a leaf sunshine. What's an Anbu doing down here anyways? Iruka thought as he looked down the opposite hallway which led to the emergency food stores of the village, hidden in the bunkers under the Chunin exam arena. Weird. He thought as he continued onwards. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your break, Genma said as people were finally settling into their seats again. We will now begin the second round of the Chunin exams. He announced to the cheering crowd. Genma waved to the waiting box. Sakura Haruno of the Leaf versus Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf. Please come down. The two jumped down from their place in the box and stood opposite each other. The crowd roared in excitement. Sakura winked. Ready Sasuke-kun? She asked. Sasuke smirked with a nod. This will be a true challenge. He replied. Genma stood tall as the two members of Team 7 had a standoff. Begin, he yelled jumping away. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, revealing 3 Tomoe in his left eye and 2 in the other. At the same time Sakura charged, her weights no longer active. The two clashed in taijutsu, Sakura's speed giving her the edge on attack, but Sasuke's Sharingan nullifying the speed, allowing him to get in a few counters. The crowd looked on in awe as the two teens clashed in a display of pure speed and power. Sasuke ducked under a high kick and tried to deliver a strike to Sakura's unprotected leg. She hopped over the leg sweep and brought her fist down towards Sasuke's head. He smirked and rolled forward, underneath the airborne Sakura. He rolled to his feet and spun with a punch, only for it to connect with a downward kick from Sakura. The kick knocked him off balance and she used the opportunity to kick his unprotected stomach. Sasuke was launched back near 20 meters. With a grunt, he pulled himself to his feet. Sasuke and Sakura had a standoff, before Sakura suddenly skated at him, much faster than before. Sasuke's Sharingan span as it barely kept up with her movements. Sasuke was purely on the defensive, dodging all of her strikes but being unable to maneuver otherwise. Genma watched disbelievingly as the two genin clashed with more speed than most Chunin. These two are more than enough to pass this exam. He thought. Sasuke suddenly dove towards Sakura, taking her punch. She was shocked at the maneuver. She looked at him to see if he was alright. Her eyes met those of the Sharingan. Chameleon technique, Sasuke yelled as he vanished from existence. Sakura stumbled forward and quickly moved away from the area. Not a second too late. Boom! A crater formed in the spot where something impacted, scaring the audience and making Sakura frown. Sakura activated her claws and threw her hands in front of her face. Crash! Sakura was launched backwards, but appeared to be holding something in her hand. She landed and released the jutsu, Kai, she yelled as she pulsed her chakra. The object in her hand was revealed to be the weight of Sasuke's kusarigama. She smirked as she looked at Sasuke. "Almost had me," she said. Sasuke smirked and activated a seal on the chain link he was holding. "Still do," he said as volts of electricity flowed down his weapon. Sakura was hit by the electricity and dropped the weapon, falling to her knees in pain. Sasuke grunted and spun, flinging the weight of his weapon in a wide arc aiming for Sakura. Sakura struggled to her feet as she activated radical good speed and launched a kick at the oncoming weight, shocking first bullet, she yelled as the kick connected. Boom! Sakura's kick launched Sasuke into a spin. She hoped he would be unbalanced, giving her time to recover. She was wrong. Sasuke spun with the momentum of her kick, spinning in a circle and flinging his weapon back at her from the opposite angle. Sakura frowned as the effect of the electric shock worked through her nerves. "My legs won't move. Guess I have no choice," she said as she sent the chakra needed for her 2 claws into only one arm. The weight of Sasuke's weapon slammed into Sakura's position, creating a huge dust cloud. Sasuke frowned. She could have dodged that, and if she didn't, she would have been launched away from the impact like a ragdoll. "I hope I didn't hurt her," he thought. The dust cloud dissipated to show Sakura in the same crouching position, RGS deactivated, but a new upgrade stuck from her arm. A huge double-bladed full-arm guard stuck off of her arm, completely blocking the weight of Sasuke's weapon. She wasn't even moved a bump. Imagine Alex Mercer's executioner's blade from Prototype. Even Sarutobi's eyes widened at Sakura's wicked blade. Sasuke's eyes widened. "What is that, Sakura-chan?" he asked in shock. Sakura smirked. "Just one of my 2 new upgrades," she said as she activated her skating ability and launched at Sasuke. Sasuke slammed a seal from his pouch onto the chain of his weapon. "Sealing art, iron defense," he said, activating the seal that made his weapon pretty much unbreakable. Sakura swung her weapon quickly, not letting Sasuke do anything other than block and dodge for a little over a minute. Sakura leant forward and span at a quick pace, causing her blade to slash at Sasuke 4 times in a second. She stood tall and slashed hard at the now off-balance Sasuke, the force disarming Sasuke from his weapon. TCH. He let out in frustration before dodged her next slash using a substitution to appear in front of the large pond Naruto and Neji's battle made. Sakura panted heavily and deactivated her blade. "That still consumes way too much chakra," she thought as she took a deep breath and focused on Sasuke. Sasuke frowned and breathed heavily as well. "I only got 1 shot at this," he thought as he pulled out a seal and channeled his lightning chakra into it. Sakura stood straight. "My final strike," she thought as she reactivated radical good speed and bounced twice from the energy release. Sasuke frowned. "My chances of success just halved. Time to see just how fast she really is," he thought as he took a defensive stance and shuffled closer to the water. Sakura sent her fire chakra to RGS to give herself another boost. "This is it," she thought as she crouched in a sprinting position. Sasuke's eyes widened as small flame wheels began to move from the back of Sakura's feet. "This may not end well." Sakura grinned. "Last strike," she said as she put the power of her second bullet strike to use. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly as Sakura approached him much faster than he could trace. He jumped while simultaneously throwing down his seal. Sakura appeared in front of Sasuke just as he began his leap. She was mid-kick at his position on the ground, annihilating second bullet, she yelled. Boo-oom. The force of the kick launched Sasuke higher, and caused a crater that drew the water into it. Sakura now stood knee-deep in the water, breathing heavily. Sasuke landed far away and turned to Sakura, who was about to get up and use her final bullet strike. He frowned. "Sorry, Sakura," he said as he sent out a pulse of chakra. She frowned in confusion, before seeing his now activated seal at her feet. "Oh." She managed to let out. The electricity stored in the seal was released, and combined with the water Sakura stood in was too much for her. The volts shot through her, knocking her unconscious and deactivating her weapons. Sasuke let out a huge sigh as Genma raised his arm. "Winner, Sasuke of the Leaf." The crowd erupted into cheers. Sasuke jogged over and pulled Sakura out of the small lake as she came back to consciousness. Sasuke smiled. "Sorry for playing rough, Sakura-chan," he said before kissing her forehead. She smiled weakly. "Soke, Sasuke-kun," she slurred as she puckered her lips. Sasuke smirked and kissed her as he held her bridal style. The two separated as the crowd burst into cheers, wolf whistles and lots of guys hollering congrats. The two blushed as a medic team approached the duo. I will get her medical attention, she will be ready for the upcoming mission, she said quietly, reminding the two genin of their roles in the upcoming invasion. Sasuke nodded and handed Sakura to the medic, who ran off the field quickly. Sasuke then turned to the cheering crowd and bowed in appreciation, then to the cage booth in respect. All three patrons of the cage booth were sitting in stunned silence for more than a minute. The Kazekage thought, my god, he's truly gifted. I can't wait to have his body as my own. Sarutobi thought, was that even real? I could barely follow Sakura's speed at all, and Sasuke's seal work was amazing. I can't believe he managed to write all those seals while in the cover of his chameleon jutsu. Aniki thought, are you fucking kidding me? No one is that fast. And another seal master? Aniki took a deep breath and considered his village's future. No way we could possibly compete with the Leaf in another war. I have to find a way to get on Sarutobi's good graces so that we can form a true alliance. He thought seriously. Sarutobi coughed lightly as Sasuke left the arena. Well, I do hope the match between your village's ninjas is as entertaining as that, he said cockily, rubbing his success into the other cage's faces. The Kazekage humphed, while Aniki chuckled, I know my Paikon will try. Next combatants come down. Genma ordered as we waved grandiosely to the contestant box. Paikon leapt out and performed a flip graciously, landing in front of a swirling storm of sand. Which Gaara appeared from. Paikon bowed, this will be an interesting fight, he said while adding an afterthought, this kid is crazy, I have to be careful here. Gaara unfolded his arms, tilted his head, what does your blood taste like? He asked, creeping the shit out of everyone. Genma raised a brow, okay, well at least it isn't another Leaf Nin against this psycho. He thought before raising his arm, begin, he yelled as he leapt away from the two. Paikon immediately took action, I'm nowhere near as fast as that green guy, so I can't outrun this guy's sand. Time for some science. He thought as he pulled out a sword and ran to Gaara's left. Gaara's eyes tracked Paikon's movement, his sand flailing around him. Paikon stopped and faced Gaara, the small lake now between the two. Now I need him to attack me. The two genin stood in silence for a few minutes, Paikon waiting for Gaara to attack, and Gaara not caring. Well, looks like I have to do something stupid. Paikon thought. Hey, can't help but notice you're one sibling short. Did it hurt when Kankuro was teared into oblivion? Paikon asked with a dark smirk, trying to anger Gaara. Gaara's head rolled slightly, I care little about that fool, he said. The sand continued to swirl. Paikon frowned, think damn it, what has this guy said throughout these exams? Gaara's sand stopped spinning and a kunai formed out of sand. It launched at Paikon, who easily knocked it aside with a swung of his blade. That it? Geez, you must have gotten your throwing arm from your mama. Geez, I sound like such a weirdo. Paikon thought. The next kunai froze in its movement. Mother? Gaara asked in a high voice as he stared at Paikon. Paikon raised a brow, seriously? His mother is his weak point? What's that you want to say to your mummy? Give me the message, I'll tell her tonight when I'm done with her. Gaara's whole demeanor changed, from uninterested and bored, to downright fucking pissed. You do not speak of mother, he yelled as he launched huge spire of sand at Paikon, using all of his offensive sand. Paikon frowned, okay, maybe that was a bad idea, he said to himself as the spire bore down on his position. Let's hope this works. He thought. Paikon ran at the sand spire, a single sword in hand as he held another hand sign in concentration, weapon style, elemental manipulation, water, he yelled as he swung his blade upwards. The water from the lake rose into the path of the sand, the two forces collided. Wet sand was the result, nearly all of Gaara's offensive sand was soaked, turning it to mud. Paikon whipped out his other blade and crossed them, weapon style, fire style, flaming cross, he yelled as he launched the fire attack at Gaara's slow sloppy sand. The result was basic science, the sand went from cold to superheat quick enough to change its state of matter. Gaara's sand was now glass. Gaara looked at the glass in confusion, unsure of what just happened. Mother? He asked, looking towards the sand in his palm. Paikon saw his chance and sheathed his swords, forming hand signs. This one is all me. Earth style, earth spears, he yelled. Long spears of earth launched from behind Paikon towards the seemingly defenseless Gaara, who looked up at the spears and frowned, and a solid sphere of sand surrounded him. The spears managed to embed themselves into the sphere, but none penetrated it. Paikon fell to his knees, too many jutsu, I think I'm done, Paikon said as he pushed himself onto his feet. I'm the last of the stone village in this tournament. I can't give up. He finished with a yell as he pushed himself to his feet. The crowd cheered as Paikon got to his feet. Go rock ninja. Keep it up. Paikon. Paikon panted heavily as he grinned at the audience. I'm not even from their village. Fucking hell, I'm appreciated here more than back at home. That settles it. If I get an opportunity, I'm moving here. He thought sadly before refocusing. Suddenly Gaara-san moved, grasping the spears of earth. It began to spin, creating a spiking death ball. The ball began to open up, revealing Gaara holding one hand up and his finger twirling, seemingly being the only thing needed to manipulate such a large amount power. Hash. Aniki frowned. I'm sorry Hokage Dono, Kazekage Dono. If my genin gets in danger, I will be stepping in. That genin of yours is unstable to say the least Kazekage Dono, Aniki said seriously. Sarutobi nodded. That is perfectly fine Aniki-san, he said with a frown towards the Kazekage. The masked cage chuckled. You say unstable, I say powerful. Hash. Go for it Paikon. Naruto cheered as he jumped up and down, waving enthusiastically. Even Sasuke was grasping the rails in excitement. Hash. Paikon chuckled. Hey, well this is not how I expected today to turn out, he said. Gaara began to walk forward, his sand spinning the earth spears in a deadly sphere. Paikon smirked. I'll give it my all, he said as he charged forward. The two clashed in a display of power. Paikon using pure sword skills to deflect Gaara's attacks. Gaara started to smile as he rolled his wrist, making the spinning increase in speed. Paikon, who had nearly no chakra and was exhausted beyond belief, kept fighting. He gained no ground but many slashes from the earth spears. Paikon ducked under S spear and knocked another skyward, only to be collected in the side and flung across the arena. Gaara smirked as Paikon rolled to his feet, nursing his ribs with one hand. Paikon panted heavily, now armed with only one sword. Okay, I'm done. But I'm not giving up, I will keep going until I can no more. He thought as he groggily stood to his feet. Gaara grinned insanely as his sand lifted. You're dead. He screamed as his sand threw all of Paikon's earth spears back at him. Paikon watched the spears flying at him and stumbled 2 steps forward, before breaking into a sprint. Ha! He yelled as he deflected the first spear. Paikon dodged left and right, stumbling more often than not. He slashed at the last spear. Sending the last of his chakra into his blade, weapon style, lightning style, sharp spear, he yelled as he threw his blade, which lit up a stunning white. Gaara's sand came to defend him automatically, but Paikon's sword easily cut through the defensive wall and continued on to penetrate Gaara's sand armor and stabbing clean through Gaara's right shoulder. Gaara stood in shock, staring at the handle of the blade which was covered in his blood. Then the volt surged. Ah! He screamed, feeling true physical pain for the first time in his life. Gaara started shaking as Paikon fell to his knees. Is this my blood? Gaara screamed. Paikon smirked. Looks like I got in my final shot. If I was a Chunin, at least my team could now take him out much easier. He thought as he raised his arm. Proctor, I'm finished, he said before falling onto his face unconscious. Aniki, the Tsuchikage, flew down to the arena and picked up his genin. I've got him, he said as he lifted Paikon and flew towards the exit tunnel and the medical area. Genma waved his arm. Winner Gaara of the sand. The crowd cheered at the amazing battle. Almost all of them wished for Paikon's victory, but some things seemed to be unstoppable. Gaara stood angrily, nursing his shoulder which was quick to heal thanks to the Baijuu inside of him. Mother, I'm sorry I didn't get his blood. I will take theirs instead. Gaara promised the Shukaku. Genma stepped forward. Would Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki please come down, he yelled so that everyone in the audience heard. The crowd cheered as the 2 genin of the leaf leapt into the arena, landing in a triangle formation with Gaara at point, Sasuke to the left and Naruto to the right. Genma stood in the middle. Final round of the Chunin exams. Naruto vs Sasuke vs Gaara. Battle Royale begin. Genma announced before disappearing in a sunshine. Immediately, Naruto blew hard wind style, great breakthrough. Sasuke sent chakra into the seal on his palm, sealing art, pressure pulse. Gaara gestured grandly, sand tsunami. The 3 attacks collided causing a huge dust cloud to obscure the arena. Hash. Aniki sat down again, holy rolling stone. I've been gone a minute and the explosions have already started? He asked as he sat down. The Kazekage frowned. Kabuto was meant to stall him. This will be much harder now, he thought with malice. Sarutobi smiled at Aniki before turning back to the arena. Keep watch, this'll be fun, he said with a small chuckle. Hash. The dust lifted to show Gaara standing, his sand protecting him, with the chain of Sasuke's weapon wrapped around a shield of sand. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke sent chakra into a seal on his weapon. Activate, he yelled. The chain became charged with electricity, making a burst of energy, throwing the sand away and giving it a clear path towards Gaara. Gaara's sand enveloped him in another sand sphere and the chain was thrown away. Sasuke leapt away and pulled his chain to him. He stood in a defensive stance facing the sphere of sand. I thought Naruto said we'd work together, where is the Dobi? He thought. A sonic boom sounded from above and everyone looked up to see Naruto plummeting towards the sand sphere as a black and orange blur, wind style, upgrade blade. Naruto yelled as a light green hue enveloped his sword. Naruto swung his sword at Gaara's sand shield. Ballistic slaughter, he yelled as he swung his blade at the sphere. Boom! The arena was covered by another cloud of dust from the impact. The only thing heard was a scream. Stop hurting me! Gaara's voice screamed out. The crowd suddenly fell quiet as feathers started to drop on the audience. The civilians fell to sleep while most of the ninja released the genjutsu that fell over them. Hash! Sarutobi stood to his feet in confusion, when the Kazekage appeared behind him holding a kunai to his throat. Now Sarutobi-sensei, don't do anything rash. The Kazekage said. Aniki turned to help when the Rouge Cage's hold tightened. Not so fast, old man, or I'll kill him now. The man said. He raised his hand and ripped off his face to reveal Orochimaru. Let's take this somewhere else, shall we? He said as he leapt up to the roof. Aniki followed Orochimaru and his hostage up to the roof when suddenly, 4 sound ninjas appeared and activated a barrier seal, cutting off anyone else from entering. Aniki turned in a full circle, analyzing the barrier. This ain't good, he said. Sarutobi used Orochimaru's distraction to use a substitution with a roof tile. He stood next to Aniki. Will you help me with this one, old friend? I'd owe the stone village a large favor, Sarutobi said. Aniki levitated so that he was at eye level with Sarutobi. Let's get this show on the road. He turned to yell to all the stone ninja that had accompanied his journey to the Leaf Village. They were outside the barrier next to some leaf onbu. The leaf needs our help. I want you guys to bring me some heads, got it? He yelled. The stone ninja nodded. Hide Tsuchikage-sama, they said before jumping into the battle between leaf, sand and sound. Aniki formed a hand sign and a stone rose next to him. Let's rock Hiruzen, he yelled. Hash. Naruto landed next to Sasuke as Gaara was surrounded by a team of Sand Chunin and Gaara's Jonin-sensei, Baki. Sasuke scoffed. Well, someone needs a protection party, he said, trying to see the point of all these people protecting Gaara. Naruto frowned. I don't get it, there is meant to be some awesome weapon, where is it? He said. Sasuke looked at him. It doesn't matter, our orders are to restrain the Sand Genin. Hokage-sama said to try and get the Kazekage's kids because they'll be the best bargaining chips. Sakura already has Temari in the medical bay. It's up to us to get Gaara, Sasuke said. Genma appeared in front of the two. In that case, I'll take the Jonin off of your hands. You can handle a team of Chunin and Gaara himself, right? He said. Naruto nodded. Sure, when you're done you should try to find this weapon of theirs, he said. Genma smirked. Look at you, trying to order me around. I guess you feel comfortable in a leader's position, he said. Genma chuckled before turning serious as the Chunin squad left, carrying Gaara with them. Stop them, he ordered. Baki jumped in the way. Not so fast. Go. I got this, Genma yelled as he attacked Baki with a senbon. The 2 Leaf Genin nodded and chased after the 3 Genin and Gaara. Got their scent, Naruto? Sasuke asked. Naruto used his enhanced senses from Akamaru to follow the trail. Got it, he yelled. Hash. Sakura stood in front of the doorway to Temari's room, blocking the entrance of 2 Sand Genin. One more step, and you're dead, she said as she swallowed a soldier pill. Hash. Naruto and Sasuke landed in front of 2 Sand Chunin as the third jumped into one of the forests of the village, pulling Gaara along with him. Sasuke activated his curse mark as Naruto levitated in the air. We won't fail. The 2 yelled as they charged. Hash. The 3 cage-level ninja threw off their cloaks and stood in battle positions, ready to end the opposition's leader. the leaf will not fall on this day. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, announced as he summoned his partner Enma. The ninja of Konoha yelled, "We end this now." Chapter 17, Battles of the Invasion Part 1. "We end this now," Sakura yelled as she activated her executioner's blade. The two Sand Genin got into stances, one with a kunai in each hand and the other with two small fans in his grasp. The first Genin smirked, "You're right, this is over." The second nodded, "You're tired from your fight and it's 2 against 1. "We've got this easy," he said as he waved a fan. "Wind style, wind blade," he yelled, launching a single blade of wind at Sakura. His partner threw a handful of kunai behind the wind blade. Sakura spun quickly, while sending fire chakra through her blade. The result set an arc of fire which stopped the wind blade, but the kunai flew through the dispersed attacks uninterrupted. Sakura finished her spin and slashed at the kunai. The majority of them were knocked aside or destroyed. Unfortunately, one got through. Sakura's eyes widened and her blade deactivated as she gasped in pain. The kunai was lodged in Sakura's right shoulder, hindering her movements and stopping her from using her gauntlets efficiently. The Sand Genin quickly took action and swung his fans together, this time, wind style, twin gale slash, he yelled, launching 2 small tornadoes of wind blades at Sakura. Sakura focused her chakra and her mouth bulged before she spat out a glob of mud. It impacted the ground and created a small earth wall which Sakura hid behind, blocking the wind attack. Sakura sighed and activated radical good speed. She turned and kicked the earth wall, shocking first bullet, she yelled as the kick impacted. From the two Genin's point of view, the rock suddenly shot towards them. The rock slammed into the wind user and slammed him through a wall, crushing his chest cavity instantly. "Yuke!" he managed to let out as he died. The first Genin turned red in rage and turned to attack Sakura. He managed to duck under her kick before instantly regretting the maneuver. Sakura used the momentum of her kick to spin quickly. She lifted her knee and slammed it into his face, picking him up into the air and painfully knocking out a few teeth. She placed her foot on the ground and roundhouse kicked at him with the other, annihilating second bullet. She screamed as her kick impacted the side of his head. Her kick was so forceful, his head literally exploded, showering the hallway in blood as his body was flung down the hallway. Sakura stood on her now bloody foot as the other bounced lightly due to the accelerated speed and power of her movements. Sakura took a deep breath and yanked the kunai out of her shoulder, quickly making her way through 2 hand signs. "Medical ninja art, mystic palm jutsu," she stated tiredly as she grasped her bloody shoulder, slowly healing the wound. Sakura was about halfway healed when she took a deep breath and turned back to face the door of Tamari's room, only to see a sound Chunin throw another kunai at her. Naruto's spear tackled his opponent from the air, knocking them into the trunk of a huge tree. "Ugh!" his opponent let out as he impacted heavily. Naruto lifted his fist to punch the guy in the face, but he dodged the punch and head-butted Naruto, knocking him back. Naruto held his bleeding nose as he stared at his opponent from his place in mid-air. This guy might be a challenge by myself. Sunlight glinted off of his opponent's glasses, I'll call him Specky. Naruto thought. Specky formed 3 hand signs and launched a Sand Village basic move, wind style, wind ball, he yelled. Naruto dodged the first 2 balls and took the third on his left forearm. "Damn it," he yelled as his balance was thrown off and he almost fell to the ground. He looked up to see Specky the Sand Chunin falling at him, kunai in hand. "Die leaf scum," he yelled. Naruto took a moment to analyze his opponent. "Fuck it. I don't have the time for this hippie," he thought as he pushed more chakra into his feet, raising him towards the falling Chunin. Naruto swung a hidden bone blade as Specky swung his kunai. Naruto's blade easily cut through the kunai and continued onwards to cut off Specky's right arm. "Ah!" Specky screamed in pain as he twisted in the air and landed on his feet. "I can't succumb to this pain. I have a mission to do," he thought as he threw a handful of shuriken at Naruto. Naruto spun in the air to come face to face with a dozen shuriken. He reacted quickly. Raising his palms he yelled, decapitating air waves. The wind funnel spun towards his opponent, picking up all of the airborne shuriken and carrying them back at twice the velocity. The Chunin substituted at the last second, appearing high in a tree and holding a one-handed seal, "Focus," he thought. Naruto looked around for his opponent. "Where'd you go?" he mumbled, until he heard a noise above him. "Wind style, wind scythe." Naruto looked up to see a visible blade of wind flying at him. It was much larger than Tamari's blades of wind. Naruto stopped focusing chakra to the tubing in his feet so that he began falling. The blade followed him, slowly catching up. Naruto pulled out one of his shuriken and held a hand sign, wind style, upgrade blade, he yelled as a green hue enveloped his shuriken. He threw the shuriken at the oncoming blade of wind. It managed to cut a gap in the jutsu, but lost its sharpening wind when doing so. Naruto sent chakra to his feet tubing and flew upwards, hiding in the shadow of his blade. Speki saw the giant shuriken flying at him. Shit, he yelled as he barely managed to dodge it as it flew past. He turned back to look for Naruto, only to come face to face with a massive sword. Naruto smirked at the Chunnin's shocked face. Rising slash, he yelled as he ended his opponent's life. Speki fell from the high tree branch, blood pouring out of the two halves of his torso. Naruto watched the fall until Speki impacted the ground with a resounding crack. Naruto nodded to himself and turned in the direction Gaara was taken. One down, he said as he shot off after Gaara's scent. Hash. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and quickly analyzed the area and his opponent. Getting enough information, Sasuke started the fight with a kick, which was dodged by the Chunin with a huge scroll on his back. Sasuke kept attacking with taijutsu, trying to lure the guy into a certain area. The Chunin kept dodging and blocking. Sasuke suddenly dummied a high punch and swapped to a leg sweep. The guy fell for the trick and was tripped easily. Sasuke jumped up and threw down 4 kunai. Activate, he yelled as the seals on the kunai lit up. The dude panicked and whipped his huge scroll around, ready to use it somehow. Fire, Sasuke yelled as he slammed his hand into the barrier wall. A stream of fire shot from the corner of the barrier in the dude's blind spot and incinerated his scroll in an instant. He stared at the ashes in fear. No. He yelled. Sasuke saw his opportunity to capture someone to use as a bargaining chip or a prisoner. Too easy, he said as he deactivated the barrier with a pulse of chakra. Using the speed given to him by the curse mark, he charged forward and decked his opponent, knocking a few teeth clear. The guys took a step back as Sasuke deactivated his curse mark and focused his Sharingan. Geez, what a weakling. How are you a Chunin? Sasuke taunted. The Sand Chunin glared at Sasuke, trying to intimidate him. This was his last mistake as a free shinobi. The two made eye contact, visual jutsu, brain freeze, Sasuke yelled. The Sand Chunin froze in his movement and started acting funny, as if his senses suddenly sent blank to his brain. Sasuke smirked and walked closer to his opponent and made 6 hand signs, lightning style, thunder wave, he said calmly. A small jolt jumped from his hand to his opponent's chest, knocking him out of the visual jutsu, but completely unconscious. Sasuke placed a seal on his captive's forehead, keeping him in a permanent state of unconsciousness until the seal is removed. Sasuke dropped a basic chakra holding seal that he could use as a marker to find the body later, the same type Naruto held in his pouch. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and searched for the trail of chakra Naruto left behind. It reached out to Sasuke's right. Guess Naruto's already on the move, he mumbled as he tree-hopped after him. Hash. For Konoha, Sarutobi yelled as he charged Orochimaru with Enma in hand. Orochimaru drew his blade from his mouth and parried the old cage's attacks. You've gotten slow, old man, he said as he kicked Sarutobi away. The third Hokage curled into a ball and rolled with the momentum of the kick, making it under the giant storm of rude tiles that flew over his head. Aniki yelled as he formed the last hand signs, earth style, stone shuriken. Orochimaru dropped his sword and leapt back, forming hand signs along the way, forbidden jutsu, summoning, Edo Tensei, he yelled. A coffin rose from the ground, acting as a shield against Aniki's attack. Moments later a second coffin rose as well. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed as he read first on the first coffin and second on the second. His eyes widened when the third coffin had fourth emblazoned on it. Hiruzen quickly held the ram hand seal, ninja art, jutsu suppression, he yelled. The last of the 3 coffins started to slowly sink back into the ground, the threat of the fourth now gone. Sarutobi stood defensively as the first 2 coffins opened. Aniki landed next to him. Is that you, little monkey? You're so old. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju asked. That's Hiruzen? My, how long has it been? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju added. Sarutobi's eyes teared. Orochimaru, how could you? This is too far, he yelled as he realized his predecessors were torn from their eternal rest to destroy him and the Leaf Village. Aniki frowned. This is gonna be unnecessarily hard, he mumbled as he glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled and slid a kunai into the backs of the heads of his puppets. Enough chatter, time to get to work, he said as the summoned people appeared renewed physically, but they now wore no expression. Attack! Orochimaru ordered. The first two Hokages charged Sarutobi and Aniki, the second forming hand seals. Water style, water drill, he yelled as he thrust a drill of water at Sarutobi. Hiruzen dodged lithely and jumped back, spitting out a glob of mud. Mud flow river, he yelled. A river of mud flew towards the second Hokage, knocking him off balance. Sarutobi then swung Enma and smashed Tobirama at Orochimaru. Orochimaru ducked under the flying cage and chuckled, "Good old man." He taunted. Secret wood-style jutsu, forest genesis. The jutsu used by the first Hokage knocked Aniki back and disrupted his jutsu, while giving birth to a forest inside the barrier. Aniki and Sarutobi regrouped together and were panting. "You know Hiruzen, this is gonna be a bitch to finish," Aniki said as he levitated in mid-air. Sarutobi nodded. "If only there was some way to disrupt this barrier, then we would have some help," he said. Kabuo-oum. The supports of the whole northern side of the Chunin exams were destroyed by a massive explosion from underneath the cage booth, near the medical area. The battlefield shook as it was shifted from its sturdy setting, causing the whole structure to fall towards the stadium's arena. Aniki and Sarutobi were using their chakra to stick to some of the summon trees as the roof collapsed. "Careful what you wish for Hiruzen," Aniki yelled as the roof came falling to the ground. Hash! Sakura barely ducked in time to dodge the kunai as it flew past her head. "Fucking hell!" The sound Chunin yelled as he whipped out a two-sound gauntlets, very similar to the one Dosu used. Sakura saw the gauntlets and stood in a defensive stance. "If I'm hit with either one of them, I'm screwed," she thought as the Chunin ran at her. He lunged, swiping at her with a kunai that Sakura easily dodged since she still had RGS active. "I can keep them active for as long as I want, but if I use my last bullet they'll disperse," she thought as she continued dodging. The sound Chunin got annoyed at Sakura's constant dodging and took a step away, raising his gauntlet. "Ninja art, invading sound," he yelled as he slammed his gauntlets together. Sound waves assaulted Sakura, impeding her hearing and throwing off her inner ear balance temporarily. "Shit. I didn't know he could use them at a distance," she said as she fell to her knees. The Chunin chuckled. "Well, you were fun, maybe I can continue with you. I got some time," he said as he flicked at his belt. Sakura could barely focus on his words and actions, but she got the picture. "No," she thought as she struggled to move properly. The Chunin stomped Sakura's right arm, shattering the bones in her forearm. "Ah!" she yelled in pain as he went to kick her ribs. She rolled and raised her other arm as her gauntlet activated, blocking the strike completely. The sound Chunin smirked. "Oh? My kitty's got claws," he sneered as he took of his belt and struck her with it. Sakura yelled in pain as the buckle smacked into her face. "Only one shot," she thought as her vision began to clear. Sakura went limp and deactivated her claw as she appeared to give up. He, "I knew you couldn't hold out for long," the sound ninja said as he leant forward, leaning over her to grasp her. The Chunin grasped Sakura's shoulder and neck in his hands, then Sakura's eyes snapped open. "Ha!" she yelled as she activated her executioner's blade and tore the man's arms off at the elbow, also leaving a large gash in his stomach. The Chunin stumbled back, staring at the stumps he now had instead of arms. "Ah!" he screamed after a moment of shock. Without his belt, his pants fell to the floor, causing him to fall since he was so focused on losing his arms. Sakura deactivated her blade, saving the last of her replenished chakra as she stood over her opponent who had rolled onto his side, still screaming. "You'll never touch anyone again," she yelled as she channeled fire chakra and raised her leg in a football-like kick. "Exterminating last bullet," she yelled. Her kick impacted the man's stomach and set the man ablaze while launched him down the hallway, out of sight and towards the center of the stadium supports. Boom! The impact of the man's flaming body hitting something in the distance caused Sakura to hear some sizzling, sounds like explosive notes? She thought as she suddenly heard a lot more. Kabuo-oum. Sakura's eyes widened as the flames of a giant explosion flew towards her from the shadows in the hallway's distance. "Holy log," she yelled as she dove into Tamari's doorway and slammed the door shut as her cheeks bulged. "Mud wall," she yelled, creating an earthen barrier to hold the door together. The explosion and the flames barreled past the doorway, raising the temperature in the room and shaking the whole construct. Sakura's eyes were wide in shock. What in the name of the log happened? She thought. Hash. Leave me alone. Gaara screamed as he pushed his fellow sand ninja away from him. The Chunin shallowed hard. She spoke quietly, obviously scared of Gaara. Gaara-san, we have to keep moving, otherwise those ninja will catch up, she said. Gaara screamed and fell to his knees on a branch. Ah! He let out as his sand swirled around him. The girl's eyes widened as the sand threw her off of the tree they stood on. Ah! She gasped in shock as she landed harshly on a lower branch, her spine snapping at the pressure. Gaara heard her yell of pain and turned. The pain, Mother wants you to feel it, she wants to taste it. Mother, wants your blood. Gaara screamed as his sand flew at her, picking her up in a sand coffin. The Chunin girl was scared. No. I don't want to die. She screamed. Gaara smiled. Violent sand burial, Gaara yelled as he clenched his fist. The girl raised her head to the sky. Ah! Crunch. Blood dripped from the floating sand, the Chunin girl's corpse slowly leaking her life essence as her body lived no more. Why did you do that? Naruto yelled as he flew into the area and landed next to the girl's body. Gaara smiled. Mother wanted the girl's blood, so that's what she got, he said as he turned to face Naruto. Naruto shed a tear for the Chunin. How horrible, they were comrades, she was trying to help him. Naruto wiped his tears and stood tall. You killed her due to your insanity? He asked rhetorically. Gaara smirked. It's not insanity, it's clarity. Mother tells me all I need to know of this world. Her sand protects me, and in return, I give her blood. He screamed insanely as sand attached to the right side of his body, forming a giant sand arm that had full mobility, as well as covering half of his face. Naruto jumped back. What the fuck is this guy? He thought as Gaara crossed his arms. Wind style, sand shuriken, Gaara yelled as he swung his arm, launching a barrage of sand shuriken. Naruto threw one of his shuriken and formed three hand signs, shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The two barrages of shuriken clashed, Naruto's shuriken being strong enough to break through. Gaara knocked away any of the shuriken that would have hit him, letting all the others fall around him. Is that all your blood is worth, Uzumaki? Gaara screamed as he leapt at Naruto, surprisingly fast for such a beefy being. Naruto ducked under the giant's fist and placed his palm on Gaara's stomach. Decapitating air wave, Naruto yelled. The funnel of cutting wind launched Gaara into the air, rising above the treetops. Sealing art, anti-gravity field. A blue barrier surrounded Gaara's airborne form, thanks to Sasuke's technique, suspending him in the air. Sasuke landed next to Naruto, his Sharingan actively analyzing Gaara. A Toto, he's drawing from a second power source. That's not his chakra, Sasuke said in shock. The pieces fell together in Naruto's head. Kyuubi, is it possible Gaara is a Jinchuriki like me? Is he the Sand Village's weapon? Naruto thought. I think so, his presence felt familiar before, but now with the chakra seeping out I can say for certain. That boy is the container of Shukaku, the Ichibi-san Tanuki. He is the first of the 9 Baijuu, Kyuubi said to Naruto, confirming his suspicions. Aniki, you're not gonna like this, Naruto mumbled as Gaara screamed from his place in the sky, drawing sand and dirt to his form from the ground below him. Sasuke frowned as he saw a tail of sand form on Gaara, it being too long to fit in the barrier. He disrupted the seal, now falling to the ground. What is it, a Toto? He asked. Naruto took a deep breath and deactivated his weights. Gaara is a Jinchuriki like me, but something is wrong, his seal must be fucked up or something, Naruto said as an afterthought. Sasuke scowled. Just our luck, he said as Gaara landed on the branch of a thick spruce. Gaara smiled crazily at the two-leaf genin. Show me your strength. He screamed as he leapt at the duo. Sasuke threw the blade of his weapon into the branch above him and dropped backwards, as Naruto leapt onto a tree trunk behind their position. Gaara tried to continue towards Naruto, when the chain of Sasuke's weapon glowed with lightning, knocking Gaara off balance and onto the branch where the two Konoha nin originally stood. Naruto turned and used the air holes in his feet to launch himself at Gaara, starting to spin as he channeled wind chakra through his claws. Wind style, Tsuga. Naruto disappeared in a black and green tornado as he spun past Gaara, slashing open his left side, the only part which was still uncovered by sand. ARR, Gaara yelled as he began to bleed again. Stop 555 fight. He screamed. Sasuke swung from his chain up behind Gaara, he let go of the chain and formed some hand seals, a Toto, boost, Sasuke yelled as he held his last sign. Naruto stopped his spin and turned, taking a deep breath. Wind style, great break thaw, he yelled as he blew out, pushing Sasuke forward with the huge gust. Sasuke was launched at Gaara at tremendous speeds as he pushed his right hand forward, holding a searing ball of lightning, Chidori, he yelled as he shot past Gaara. Sasuke landed and turned to face Gaara, who just had his arm of sand cut off and his real arm electrically burned. Ah! Gaara screamed as he fell from the branch in pain, much more sand coming to his aid. Enough, he yelled as thousands of tons of sand flowed from the ground and surrounded his body. Naruto landed next to Sasuke as Sasuke picked up his Kusarigama. This doesn't look good, Naruto mumbled. Sasuke nodded, HN. He grunted in affirmation. The sand continued to grow his size, taking form of a giant tanuki demon, the Shukaku. Sasuke frowned, Toto, I think I see something on its head, go check it out, but be careful. I'm going to distract it, he said. Naruto nodded and flew into the air as Sasuke quickly summoned his sealing utensils from the storage seals in his wrists. 10 seconds later, Sasuke's seal was finished. Sasuke activated his curse seal, hope this works. He thought as he remembered Paikon's move from the exams. The sand finally finished forming and Gaara rose from the monster's forehead. Mother will kill you all. She will bathe in your blood. He screamed as he made 2 hand seals. Naruto flew up to the head as Gaara yelled, playing possum jutsu. And subsequently, fell asleep. Naruto raised a brow, what was the point of that? He asked. He was answered with silence. Naruto looked at the face of the tanuki and noticed its eyes, they spanned twice before glowing gold. I'm free bitches. The one tail yelled as it took control of its body of sand. Naruto gasped and began to fly back to Sasuke. Ooh, a snack, it said as it reached for Naruto. Naruto spun in midair and dodged the grab, hold still. The Shukaku ordered. Naruto yelled in shock as he dodged again, but only just. Where's that distraction, Sasuke? Naruto yelled. Activate, Sasuke yelled as he threw the newly drawn seal tag at Shukaku's leg. The seal tag stuck and suddenly, storm clouds began to form. Yes, Sasuke said in victory as the tag began to take effect. Naruto flew up, getting out of range of Shukaku's grasping hands. Oi! Get back here, it said with a frown. Naruto and Sasuke regrouped, what do we do? And what's with the rain, Sasuke? What kind of distraction was that? Naruto yelled. Sasuke smirked, Naruto, think about it logically, the cage of the village is busy fighting off a major threat, so who would be the next person to appear when a demon attacks? Sasuke asked rhetorically as he deactivated his curse mark. Boom! A giant toad landed in front of the Shukaku, it wore a blue jacket and held a giant kodachi, smoking pipe in hand. It yelled, we're fighting the one tail? This'll be a tough one, Gamabunta said. Oi brats! Get up here! The 2 genin looked up to see Jiraiya riding the head of the toad boss. Immediately Naruto flew upwards, pulling Sasuke with him. What are you doing here, Uro-sensei? Naruto asked as the 2 landed. Jiraiya looked at the 2 seriously. I am here to put a stop to this demon. Sasuke, I'll need you to stay so that you can analyze his seal when I've pinned him down. Naruto, you're needed in the village, Jiraiya said. Sasuke nodded with a determined frown while Naruto yelled, what? I'm not leaving you too. Gamabunta leapt into the air, away from Shukaku as Jiraiya turned sternly, his orders clear, listen to me, Orochimaru somehow summoned the first and second Hokages back to life. They seem to be immortal, healing themselves from any damage inflicted upon them. The body is infallible, but the soul is not. Get what I'm saying, Naruto? Jiraiya yelled as the huge toad landed. Naruto's eyes widened, hey Jiraiya. I need some help here. The rain is slowing him down, but he's a demon for a reason, Gamabunta said as he put his pipe away. Jiraiya yelled, go Naruto. Naruto jumped into the air and channeled chakra to the tubing in his legs, flying as fast as he could towards the Chunin exam arena. I'm coming, Gigi. He thought as he reached his maximum. Jiraiya turned back to face the Shukaku as Sasuke stood next to him. Let's go Bunta, Jiraiya yelled as they leapt into battle. 63. Mito Guy yelled as he kicked an enemy ninja's skull in. I'm on a roll, Kakashi. Guy dropped low as Kakashi leapt over him, stabbing a sound nin in the neck at the same time Guy stood, protecting his comrade's back with a swift kick to a sand nin's spine. Is this really the right time of one of your challenges, Guy? Kakashi asked as he drop-kicked the head of a ninja who was diving at Guy with a sword, snapping his neck instantly. Guy laughed, ha ha. Afraid of losing? He yelled as he used the core of one enemy as a hammer on the back on another. Kakashi ducked and rolled past two men who were trying to attack him. He pushed their hands, making their strikes tilt just enough to kill each other. How many did you say you have? Kakashi asked as he formed some hand signs. Guy punched a sound nin's chest cavity inwards. That's 67, he yelled. Guy felt Kakashi's buildup of chakra and ducked. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Kakashi yelled as he held a hand to his mouth. Kakashi shot 20 small-sized fireballs into the fray of warring ninjas, his superb aim killing 16 enemies and injuring 4 others. That's 82, try to keep up, Guy, Kakashi said with an eye smile as he whipped out a kunai. Guy's answering laughter bellowed, ah, that's more like it, Kakashi. Get ready to feel the power of Kabu-o-o-um. Youth? Guy said as the stadium shook. Look there. Kakashi and Guy turned and saw the northern quarter of the arena collapsing, including the cage box. Hokage-sama, Kakashi yelled in shock as he saw the aged warrior falling through the air on a tree. The large barrier fell and instantly, Anbu and Jonin started to enter the airborne forest, seeking to aid their leader as the construct hit the ground. Orochimaru jumped clear of the debris, landing on one side of the arena wall, his revived warriors next to him. In moments he was surrounded by all the sound ninja that were in the arena and many of the sand. Ninja of the Alliance, fight with me, Orochimaru yelled as he held his sword to the sky. Sarutobi and Aniki stood back on the opposite side of the arena. This is not how I thought my day would go, Aniki mumbled. Sarutobi stood tall. Konoha ninja, he yelled. We stand together to fight off this invasion. Take out all ninja from the sand and sound. Tsuchikage Dono, the elite trio and myself will take Orochimaru and his summons. Eliminate all threats from the village. Hi Hokage-sama. The ninja of Konoha yelled. Kakashi blinked in shock. Did he just call us back into duty, Guy? He asked. Anko landed between the two. Yes, he did. Ready, boys? She yelled. Guy's laughter bellowed. Let's show them the power of teamwork. He yelled at the 3 ninja leapt to battle against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Chapter 18, Battles of the Invasion Part 2. Wind style, air bullet, Shukaku yelled as it whacked its stomach, blasting giant balls of wind at Gamabunta. Water style, water bullet, Bunta yelled in return, shooting enough to block every bullet, or so he thought. There's another one, Sasuke yelled as he held on to Bunta. Jiraiya leapt into the air, a large ball of chakra in hand. Grand Rasengan, he yelled as he slammed his jutsu against the massive air bullet. Shukaku's attack dissipated due to the rotation of the Rasengan. Sasuke stared in awe. This is the power of a Sannin? He thought as Jiraiya made a hand sign. Bunta. The oil. Sasuke. The power stream seal, Jiraiya yelled as he took a deep breath. Sasuke threw his readied kunai into the air at the same time Gamabunta shot a glob of oil and Jiraiya a fireball. Toad flame bomb, Jiraiya yelled out. The fireball contacted the oil and created a giant flaming storm that hit Sasuke's seal. Sasuke pulsed his chakra, activate. He yelled. The seal burst black moments before the firestorm hit it. The result was explosive. The firestorm turned into a huge stream of flames shooting at Shukaku. That's a bitch, Shukaku mumbled as he raised his arms to hopefully block the attack. Sasuke smirked at the attack hit home. Thank the log, I saw Paikon use this earlier. He thought as he saw the end result of the attack combination. With the constant rain, Shukaku's body of sand slowed dramatically and cooled down a large amount. The sudden superheat of the enhanced toad flame bomb turned the demon's arms and most of its torso to solid glass. Huh? What the hell is this shit? The tanuki yelled as it tried to move its useless arms. You guys gotta take out the medium, I'll get you in close. You guys do the rest, got it? Bunta said as he leaned back on his haunches. Jiraiya smirked and turned to Sasuke, got it, brat? We'll get you close then you hit him hard, he yelled. Sasuke stood next to Jiraiya. Me? Why do I have to do it? He asked in shock. Jiraiya grinned widely as Gamabunta leapt at their opponent. As my apprentice you gotta do what I say, so go for it, he yelled as he grabbed Sasuke's arm and spun around, sending chakra to his muscles for a strength boost. Bunta landed with all his weight, shattering Shukaku's arms upon contact. Ow! The demon yelled, still not taking his opposition seriously. Off you go, Jiraiya yelled as he threw Sasuke as hard as he could towards the demon's forehead and Gaara's prone form. Sasuke activated his curse mark mid-flight, It shot down his left arm and focused around his fist. "Wake up!" he screamed as he punched Gaara hard enough to launch him from the head in one punch. Gaara's eyes opened as he flew through the air. "No," he yelled as he turned to face Sasuke. Gaara's eyes widened when Sasuke threw the blade of his kusarigama at him. It wrapped around his torso and pulled them towards each other. "This is it," Sasuke yelled as his curse mark pulsed. Gaara stared at Sasuke's approaching fist in shock. "Mother?" was his last thought before Sasuke's fist crunched into his face. Bam! Gaara was flung around like a rag doll as the two genin fell to the earth. As the two got nearer to the earth, Sasuke tapped into a deeper section of the curse seal as it covered his entire body. Sasuke pulled Gaara below him, his Sharingan spinning. "Ura Renge!" Sasuke yelled as he slammed his arm and leg into Gaara's unprotected stomach just as he had seen Lee do. Boom! Gaara impacted the ground, creating a small crater. Sasuke landed on wobbly feet as his curse mark receded. "Hey, no one can beat Konoha," he mumbled. Sasuke stumbled towards Gaara, slowly pulling his weapon back to himself. Gaara stared, scared of Sasuke. "No. Stay back." Gaara tried to yell, his voice hoarse. Sasuke smirked. "I'm going to help you, Gaara. Nothing can stop me from doing that." Gaara's eyes widened. "Why? Why would you do that?" he asked. Sasuke smirked. "You're a Jinchuriki, so is my brother. I can't help but see some of him in you." Gaara gasped. "Someone like me?" he asked. Sasuke nodded as he kneeled next to Gaara. "Yeah." "Who is he?" Gaara asked. Sasuke smirked. "Naruto Uzumaki," he answered. Gaara's eyes widened, but he was happy, yet he was still strong. How? How is he so strong? "So good?" he asked. Sasuke smiled a true smile as Jiraiya landed behind them. "Naruto, he fights to protect everything he cares about. His family, his friends, and most importantly the village," he said. Gaara's wide eyes turned to the sky. "He fights to protect, he fights out of love," he thought. Jiraiya put a hand on the young redhead's shoulder. "Rest easy, Gaara of the Sand. You'll be better than ever when you next wake up," Jiraiya said as he placed a seal on the captive's forehead softly. Gaara smiled as he fell unconscious. "The people who saved me were my enemy, Konoha," he thought as everything went dark. Anko dodged to her left with a roll, narrowly avoiding the spiked branch that flew past her. "How the fuck did we get into this mess?" she yelled as she charged forward holding a hand sign. "Dynamic entry," Guy yelled as he flew over her head towards the legendary warrior. The first focused his chakra and a tree grew from the ground, blocking Guy's kick, but being split down the middle from the force of it. Guy jumped as Anko ran below him, striking shadow snakes, she yelled as her snakes shot from her sleeves, between the two halves of the split tree and towards the first. The legendary Hokage was about to dodge when suddenly he was immobilized by the death grip of a shadow clone of Kakashi. "Got you," it yelled. Anko's snakes tore into the skin of the wood user, only to find their poisons useless against an already dead body. "Plan B," Anko yelled as she pulled her snakes back. The Kakashi clone convulsed. "Shadow clone explosion," it yelled before blowing up, taking Hashirama with it. Kakashi dropped down behind Guy. "Good work, Kakashi," Guy said with a thumbs up. Anko smiled at Kakashi but frowned when she saw his Sharingan spinning. "He's still alive?" she asked. Kakashi nodded. "He just began regenerating. How do we beat the strongest ninja in existence if he just gets back up?" The smoke cleared to show dirt forming the rest of the wood user's body from where his decapitated head sat. Anko noticed this. "Hey, maybe we gotta get rid of the head? That seems to be his regeneration point," she said. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. "That must be the anchor of Orochimaru's jutsu," he said in realization. That moment, Hashirama rose to his feet still with a dead expression on his face. Kakashi stepped back. "Let's try to get in close. Beast, you lead with taijutsu, I'll follow with my ninjutsu and try to finish this. Snake, we'll need your support." Anko chuckled. "Back to the old code names?" she asked rhetorically. Kakashi was about to respond when Guy pushed the two separate and threw a punch. It connected with the kick Hashirama threw. The force of the impact tossed the two apart. "Let's go," he yelled as they clashed again in taijutsu. Water Dragon. Earth Golem. Tobirama's huge water dragon was taken down by the fist of Anaki's golem. "If only barely, that all you got?" the aged Tsuchikage yelled as he flew into the air. The second Hokage continued to launch water projectiles and the old man continued to dodge. This is a piece of cake. He can't hit from down there, Aniki thought as he continued to dodge. Tobirama suddenly stopped attacking and turned to walk further into the village, causing Aniki's eyes to widen. Crap. I have to actually stop him. Stalling doesn't mean shit these days, he thought as he nosedived at the second Hokage. Tobirama turned around in time for the miniature cage to crash through his chest. Aniki turned, ready to hit again when he saw the dead man begin to regenerate. Ooh, damn it to hell, he yelled as he dodged the Hokage's punch. Aniki frowned. He's too fast for me. If I could just find some way to keep him still I can disintegrate him with my dust-style jutsu, but how? He thought as he kicked the second in the jaw only to receive a punch to the chest, causing the two to separate. Aniki hovered just above head height. Here goes nothing, he yelled as he charged again. Hash. Clang. Sarutobi span and lunged forward with his staff. Clang. Orochimaru knocked the blow aside with his grass-cutter blade. Clang clang clang. Sarutobi dodged Orochimaru's stab and slammed Orochimaru's head with Enma. But it was dodged with a substitution. Sarutobi spun quickly, kicking Orochimaru in the stomach, knocking away what revealed itself to be a mud clone. Why are you doing this, Orochimaru? What's the point? The third Hokage yelled. Orochimaru morphed out of the ground. Sensei, don't you remember? I was going to be the Yondaime. I was going to get access to all of this village's jutsu including the clan's jutsus as well. And you just had to pick that blonde bastard, Orochimaru sneered as he formed hand signs. Sarutobi threw Enma into the air as Orochimaru launched his jutsu, ninja art, snake pit, Orochimaru said as he leant forward, spitting out numerous snakes. Hiruzen smirked as he pulled out a purple seal. Thank you Sasuke, he thought as he aimed it forward. Seal release, he yelled. Orochimaru's eyes opened in shock when the most toxic poison flew towards him, killing all the snakes instantly. What? That's Manda's poison, Orochimaru thought as he formed two hand signs, wind style, great breakthrough. Hiruzen smirked and held up Sasuke's seal again, channeling chakra into the already written seal work. Sealing art, funnel sealing method. Orochimaru watched on extremely confused as the giant poison cloud disappeared in what appeared to be Hiruzen's palm. What is this trickery? Orochimaru yelled. Hiruzen dropped the seal as it stung to hold for too long. Were those hand seals I saw, Orochimaru? One of my genin can do that jutsu without seals, Hiruzen yelled, pissing off Orochimaru on purpose. Orochimaru scowled and glared. No genin could do that. They would have to be a master of wind chakra, Orochimaru yelled angrily. Sarutobi was about to attack Orochimaru while he was unfocused, when he heard something truly shocking. Ultimate wind combination. The 3-cage level fight stopped as all the fighters looked up to see Naruto floating in mid-air, his arms above his head. Hash. Naruto gritted his teeth as his eyes turned red as he channeled Kyuubi's chakra so that he had enough control to pull off his combination. Now, he thought as he pulsed wind chakra. Wind style, air missile, he yelled as the huge jutsu formed above his head. Suiga, he yelled as he tunneled into the center of the wind ball. Hash. Sarutobi and Kakashi's eyes widened. This might not end well, Kakashi mumbled as he waved Anko and Guy towards him. Dog, what's Naruto doing? Guy asked. Kakashi pulled up his headband, watching the chakra in the jutsu settled. He's done it, Kakashi yelled as he refocused on their opponent, who was running over to Orochimaru. Get ready for a show you two, he mumbled as he watched on. Hash. Sarutobi frowned, hope he knows what he's doing. He thought as Aniki landed next to him and the second Hokage next to Orochimaru. What the hell is that brat doing? And how does he have that much chakra? Aniki asked as the ninjas stared at the ball of whirling winds. Sarutobi smirked as the ball began to spin faster. He's saving us a lot of trouble. Hash. Up in the ball, Naruto was being lightly cut all over his body. Not yet. He thought as he sent chakra into the tubing on his arm, pulling instead of pushing. Wind style, suction, he yelled. The huge wind ball's sides began to shrink in on themselves, forming an ovular hurricane that started to pull up loose debris. Naruto span as fast as he could. Wind style, Suiga, he said as he once again used the enhanced Inuzuka technique to take control of the now bullet-shaped wind superstorm and speeding up the rotation while adding blades of wind to the mix. Hash. Back on the ground, Sarutobi turned to Aniki. Do you have a way to hold those two still? He tried to yell over the noise of the hurricane. Anaki frowned for a moment before nodding. Yeah. I got something, he yelled as he began to form hand signs. Orochimaru couldn't look away from the awesome power and control Naruto was showing. So much power, it's beautiful, he mumbled to himself. Suddenly, 2 earth spires shot up from the ground, encasing Orochimaru's hands and his feet. What? Orochimaru yelled as he struggled to move, now realizing the danger he was in. He turned to the second Hokage only to see him caught as well. No, he yelled as he looked up, feeling the wind shift. Naruto gritted his teeth as he turned the jutsu upside down and dove towards Orochimaru. I won't let you hurt the Leaf Village anymore, he yelled as he clapped his hands above his head. Wind style, motion sickness. The hurricane shook for a second before being shot downward at Mach speeds, becoming a spinning wind bullet, as powerful as Shukaku's yet with blades of wind throughout it as well. Orochimaru watched his death approach him. Is this the end? Is this all my ambition is worth? He thought as the wind blades began to hit the ground around him. The elite trio landed a section of the roof of the stadium. Is that really Naruto? Guy asked as they watched the wind jutsu plummet towards the village's greatest enemy. Anko stared on in awe. He can do it, Naruto-chan. You can do it, she yelled as she stood with a cheer. Kakashi chuckled at her attitude when Guy said, that must be near unstoppable. The only person I could imagine even slowing it down would be either the deceased Madara Uchiha or the first Hokage himself. Kakashi froze for a moment before his eyes widened. The first. Shit, he yelled as he scanned the battlefield with his Sharingan eye. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. What do I do? He screamed as the jutsu was bearing down on his position. Suddenly, the revived Hashirama Senju landed in front of Orochimaru, holding the final hand seal of his jutsu, secret wood style, interference of Mother Nature, he yelled as he slammed his hands on the ground. A small sapling popped from the ground, then suddenly nature chakra began to flow out of the sapling and up into the sky, heading straight for Naruto's jutsu. Orochimaru smirked as the nature chakra took the loose form of a 4-armed woman. I will win. He thought in wicked glee. Naruto grimaced as he saw the humongous 4-armed female appear in front of him. Come on, he yelled as his technique hit her stomach. The nature chakra was extremely potent, though not fighting back in any way. It took Naruto rotating twice his maximum speed to dig through it. Naruto got through the storm and smirked. I can still do this, he thought. The sudden lapse in concentration caused him to lose his grasp on the fox's chakra. No, he gasped as his jutsu began to lose its power. Naruto's jutsu expanded, now out of his control. It fully dispersed the jutsu of the first Hokage. Naruto gritted his teeth and using only his own power, he span in the opposite direction, expelling chakra from all his tenketsu. Kaiden, he yelled. Most of the jutsu was pulled back towards Naruto, giving him a final boost as he shot towards the enemy's leader, a wind storm following behind him. I'm not done yet, Naruto yelled as he flew directly at the first Hokage's form. Orochimaru's eyes widened as the attack rekindled its strength, approaching him once again. Defend me, he yelled as a stray wind blade cut the second Hokage's right arm and leg off. The first Hokage stood strong and crossed his arms, since he had no chakra left for a jutsu. Naruto saw this and smirked. Naruto came within a meter of the first Hokage and stopped spinning. The jutsu Naruto had dragged through the air behind him caught up quickly and overtook Naruto, attacking Orochimaru and the two Kages, slashing and pushing them around. Orochimaru dodged many of the wind blades until enough weakened his earthen cuffs. He yelled as he ripped his arms free. He looked up just in time to be battered by the main body of the ball of wind. He yelled as he was blasted through the air, slamming into the arena wall. The second Hokage was continuously cut through until he blasted away by the impact of the jutsu hitting Orochimaru's body. The main body of the jutsu barely swooped over the first Hokage, instead focusing on Orochimaru and the second, but before he could move, wind blades materialized and began cutting his borrowed body to pieces. He turned to look at the origin of the wind blades as his arms were cut off, only to see the palm of Naruto's hand. Ninja art, soul drain. The first Hokage's eyes widened as his soul was ripped from his borrowed body, quite easily since he had the same amount of chakra as an academy student at the moment. The windstorm slowly dispersed as Naruto fell to his knees in exhaustion and pain. He yelled as he fell unconscious, into the arms of Kakashi. Snake. Clear the way. We need to move him from the battlefield. Beast. Help the Kijis defeat the Nindaime and Orochimaru, Kakashi yelled. Hi Captain Wolf. The two said in unison. Anko turned and melded some hand signs, fire style, fire serpent, she yelled as she spat a giant burning snake that burrowed through the debris, making a tunnel to the outside of the arena via the medical ward. She turned back to Kakashi only to dodge a water drill. Tobirama-sama has recovered, she yelled as she barely rolled out of the way of a kick. Guy used his insane speed to punch Tobirama away. Go, he yelled to his ex-teammates. The other two of the elite trio quickly ran down the tunnel, carrying Naruto with them. Guy ducked a punch and kicked Tobirama away, only to be blindsided by a water clone. I could really use some help right now, Guy muttered as he was put on the defensive by 3 water clones and the real cage. Dust style, dust arrow. A small arrow appearing to be made of dust shot through the stomachs of all 4 Tobiramas. Aniki landed next to Guy as the water clones collapsed and the second Hokage stumbled backwards. The green beast, this will be much easier if we fight together, he said as he lifted back into the air. Guy smiled and leapt to the side. Tsuchikage-sama. It would be my honor to fight alongside someone with as much youth as you do, he yelled as he ducked a punch and rolled away. Aniki flew over the rolling Jonin and kicked at the second Hokage. His kick was blocked but it still managed to push Tobirama away. Guy paused for a moment. Tsuchikage-sama. My eternal rival told discovered that by destroying the head of the target, the jutsu will collapse on itself, he said as Tobirama stood again. Aniki smiled. Fantastic. Guy, I need you to hold him still for a moment, I don't care how, just do it. He ordered as he flew up into the air and began forming a small cube. Guy smiled and met Tobirama's punch with his own. Time to let my flames of youth explode, Guy yelled as he forced open the first 2 gates. Tobirama began firing hundreds of water bullets at Guy, who battered them all away with his fists and feet. He head-butted through the last one, smiling widely. Nothing like a cold shower to wake oneself up, he yelled as he jumped into the air. Dynamic entry, he yelled as he flew towards the watermaster. Tobirama spat a ball of water at his feet. Water wall, he said, blocking the kick with the uprising water. Guy smirked and rode the rising water into the air. Ho-oo, Guy yelled. The Fouth Gate. Open. Guy's skin turned red as his body began to glow with green energy. Yo-ooth, he yelled as he chakra hopped at incredible speed straight down the funnel of the Hokage's jutsu. Tobirama looked up in time to be punched in the face with enough force to snap his neck. The second merely cracked it back and healed. Guy kicked the ground, causing a massive boulder to shoot into the air. Bada boom, he yelled as he kicked the boulder, launching it at the Hokage. The second merely formed hand signs, slicing water waves, he said as he flung rings of water at the boulder. It was split to pieces, falling to the ground in front of the Hokage, but its job was done. Guy appeared behind the second Hokage, foot swinging as flames bounced of it. Decapitation, he yelled as his kick landed. The kick launched the second Hokage head from his body, launching it into the, about 20 meters in front of Aniki. Aniki smirked. Dust style, particle bomb, he yelled as he launched his attack forward. The jutsu enlarged into a large-sized cube, a smaller blue ball in its center. Then it impacted, causing a huge explosion that pushed both Guy and Aniki backwards. The dust settled to show Tobirama's body turning to dust, revealing a child underneath the skin of the cage. Aniki landed next to Guy. That was splendid work, green beast of Konoha, he said between pants. I haven't had to use that much chakra in a while. He thought. Guy reclosed the 6 gates that he opened, falling to his knees as most of his muscles tore and some bones cracked. Thank you, Aniki-sama, he said as he fell onto his hands. The Tsuchikage's eyes widened. What's wrong with you then? He asked as he used his gravity technique to float again, this time bringing Guy with him. Guy coughed. Nothing, the cough that some youthful time in the hospital won't fix, he said as he passed out. Aniki cursed. Shit. Where's the hospital in the village? He yelled as he rose higher into the sky, looking for a sign. In the distance he saw many injured ninja walking in the direction of the western part of the village. I hope I'm right, he muttered as he flew as fast as he could towards the cluster of ninja. Hash. Kakashi stopped as he and Anko carried Naruto through the tunnel. Something's wrong, he muttered. Anko turned and picked Naruto off of Kakashi's back. We don't have time to stop Kakashi-kun. If you really think something that bad has happened, go back. I can get Naruto-chan to the hospital, she yelled as she continued running. Kakashi hesitated a moment before nodding. All right, I'll be back soon, Kakashi said as he began running back to the arena. Anko glanced back over her shoulder at Kakashi's retreating form. "You'd better come back to me, Kashi-kun," she mumbled as she turned forward again. Sarutobi fell to his knees as his right foot was cut off by the bitten of a large snake. "Ah," he yelled as he panted heavily. "Damn it. I had the advantage. I'm just too damn old," he thought as he rolled out of the way of the snake's tail as it slammed down on his current position. Orochimaru panted and leaned on his sword, much blood running from the stump of his right arm which was cut off just below the elbow. "Wretched monkey. Now I can't do my strongest jutsus," he yelled in frustration. The Hokage rolled backwards and pushed himself into the air using his good foot, fire style, dragon flame bombs, he yelled as he spat man-sized fireballs at the snake and his master. The snake was hit, it screamed before dispelling in a cloud of smoke. Orochimaru managed to dodge all the fireballs heading his way. "Die," he yelled as he pitched his blade at Hiruzen. The third Hokage tried to dodge again but he accidentally kicked his stump of a foot. "Ah," he yelled as the pain forced him to fall. The Kusanagi sword went straight through Sarutobi's stomach, not stabbing through any major organs, but slicing many of them. "Yuke," he said as he fell to his side. Orochimaru raised his arm, about to eviscerate his ex-sensei by manipulating his weapon into slashing, when a chirping noise was heard behind him. Orochimaru turned in time to see Kakashi charging at him. "Reikiri, lightning blade!" Kakashi screamed as he lunged. Orochimaru tried to move out of the way, the attack missed his head, but seared off his left arm at the shoulder. "Ah!" Orochimaru screamed in pain. Kakashi continued his lunge, flying past the armless enemy and running towards his fallen cage. "Hokage-sama," he yelled as he slid to Hiruzen's side. Hiruzen coughed. "Take the blade out, Kakashi." "He hasn't activated the blade's poison so I won't die just yet," he said weakly. Kakashi quickly but carefully pulled the sword out, causing Sarutobi to yelp in pain, gaining the attention of Orochimaru. Orochimaru seethed. "No. He will die," Orochimaru yelled. Kakashi turned and lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "Not while I'm alive," he yelled as he stood defensively. Orochimaru's vision was blurring. "I've lost too much blood. I can't finish this today, fuck," he thought as he stumbled back. "Orochimaru-sama." The Sound 4 landed around Orochimaru in a protective position. "We'll kill them," Sakon said as he took a step forward. Orochimaru shouted, "No. I will kill them both on another date, get me to Kabuto now," he ordered. Tuya nodded. "Hi Orochimaru-sama." "Jirobo," she ordered. Jirobo nodded and picked up the weakened snake Sannin on his back. "Let's go." Kakashi ran at them. "You think I'll let you?" he yelled as he whipped out a kunai. The 5 sound nin leapt away and Kakashi followed as Kitamaru turned in mid-air. "Spiderweb net," he yelled as he spat webbing at Kakashi. Kakashi went to slash the webbing away, but was shocked to find his kunai couldn't cut through. Kakashi was thrown to the ground by the webbing. "Shit," he yelled in frustration as the quintet got away. Kakashi rolled to a stop next to Hiruzen. "I'm sorry Hokage-sama, I let them escape," he said. Hiruzen coughed. "No need to apologize, cough cough. I hope you understand, you just played a major role in destroying Orochimaru's plan. He will actively have you hunted now," Hiruzen said with another cough. "Hokage-sama. Kakashi-senpai." An Anbu squad landed by the two and immediately began to help them. Kakashi sighed. "Thank you for helping us. But really, you guys are supposed to be the elite, where the hell do you get off letting those 4 ninja getting close to Hokage-sama's fight? And even worse, it took you 2 whole minutes to realize they were here," he yelled as he was finally set free of the webs. "Hokage-sama, I request to retrain some of these Anbu," Kakashi asked. With the hole in his stomach closed thanks to the team's medical ninja, Hiruzen nodded. "All right Kakashi. You got it, and thank you. You really saved my life there." He finished with a wince as the medic ninja began to heal his stump. Jiraiya landed with Sasuke's captured sand nin over his shoulder, Sasuke next to him piggybacking Gaara. The two walked up to the gate of the village, watching as the fighting ended between ninjas, the sand ninjas suddenly giving up, and the sound nin being overrun. Jiraiya smirked. "I guess we won this one. How about we drop your prisoner off at the hospital and make our way over to see Hiruzen-sensei? I'm sure he'll be able to set up a room for us to use so we can seal this kid up," he said. Sasuke nodded. "Seems like a fine plan to me, Uro-sensei." Sasuke answered with a smirk. Jiraiya frowned. Geez, first Naruto and now you? Give me a break. Jiraiya muttered. Chapter 19, Recovery, Planning for the Future. Mindscape. Naruto rolled at the couch and landed on his face. Ow, he murmured. He didn't move from his spot. Oi brat, get up. There is someone here who wants to meet you, Zabuza said. Naruto opened his eyes and rolled onto his back. Looking up he saw Akamaru sitting at the top of his head. Arf, he said as he licked Naruto's nose. Naruto reached up and patted Akamaru before being pulled to his feet by Mizuki. Naruto, I'd like to introduce you to someone, he said as he turned Naruto towards the table. Naruto looked up and his eyes widened. Naruto, this is the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama stood and smiled to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, it is an honor. Thank you for stopping me from destroying the village, he said politely. Naruto's jaw dropped. Hokage-sama? He asked in shock. Hashirama nodded and stood in front of Naruto. I need you to do me a favor. When you separate me from this body, can you take it outside? It is not mine and I know the little boy's family will want bury him properly. The first said. Naruto nodded. Sure thing, you want me to do it now? He asked, still unsure of what he was seeing. Hashirama knelt on his knee, now standing slightly shorter than Naruto. Please do, I would like to be part of helping the village prosper once again. Naruto, who was still leaning on Mizuki for support, placed a hand on Hashirama's forehead. Ha, he yelled as he pulled the first soul out of the small child's body. The first soul fell onto his feet, the other portion flying into Naruto's body via his mouth. Naruto stood tall, feeling fully replenished. I feel amazing, he said as he looked at his now slightly darker skin. The soul of the first stood tall as well. That feeling comes along with being a wood user. You can feel the life of every tree, plant and seed around you, he said. Oi brat. Do you understand what this means? You have access to a fully mastered wood jutsu arsenal. You may only start with his most used 3, but you can develop everything the first could do eventually. The Kyuubi said as it loomed over the human souls. The first turned to the fox. If it isn't Kurama. I haven't seen you since my duel with Madara. How is it that you were sealed in here? He asked. The fox huffed. The fourth Hokage sealed me and his son to prevent me from attacking the village. The fox explained. Hashirama nodded. I assume he was an Uzumaki then, only their seals were powerful enough to work this well, he said. While the two caught up, Naomi sat on the couch, Akamaru on her lap. Those two talk like old friends. I thought Q-chan was like 1,000 years old or something? She asked Zabuza, who was sitting on the couch holding the bottle of infinite drinks. Zabuza shrugged. I dunno, I'm thinking it's starting to get a bit crowded in here. Zabuza muttered. Naruto sat down heavily. You do realize I made a full house below us, right? It's a freaking mansion with a pool, training grounds, kitchens, random pieces of everything. Naruto muttered as he became see-through. Mizuki chuckled. And that's your cue to go, Naruto, he said as he carried the body of the dead child to Naruto. Naruto placed a hand on the corpse's stomach. It suddenly disappeared. He's back to where he was before he became you now, Naruto murmured as he shakily stood to his feet again. The first raised a brow. How? He asked. Naruto looked at him and shrugged. He just is, deal with it, he said. Naruto turned and looked over all the beings in his mind. This is honestly amazing. Thanks guys for sticking with me this whole time, he said with a smile as he began to fade back to his body. The first Hokage nodded and spoke for the group. Why wouldn't they? You fight for a noble purpose, a noble dream, an honorable cause. Thank you for making us part of your journey, Naruto. Naruto smiled as he finished fading. I'm off guys, hee with you all with me, no one can stop me from helping the village prosper. Believe it, Naruto yelled as he sat up in his hospital bed, freaking the shit out of the nurse on duty. Oh my god, she yelled as she jumped back. Naruto turned and looked at her. Oh, sorry about that, he mumbled sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. The nurse blinked. I'll get someone to come check you, Uzumaki-san. You weren't expected to be up for at least another 3 days. I guess I'll tell those visitors as well, she said as she walked from the room. Naruto smiled. I wonder how long I was out then. He muttered as he looked out the window to see the sun rising. A few minutes later, the door was slammed open and a doctor ran in, Kakashi and Jiraiya by his sides. The doctor stared at Naruto in shock. You're awake? How? He asked. Naruto took a bite out of his apple awkwardly. How should I know? You're the doctor, he said. Jiraiya patted the doctor's shoulder. I got it, just sign him off so he can be out in a few hours, K? He said. The doctor spluttered, BB, but he shouldn't be moving yet. I can't just sign him off like that. Jiraiya turned to seriously look to him. Yes. You can. He ordered. The doctor sweated before taking Naruto's chart. Sure, I'll go do that now, he mumbled as he left. Kakashi patted Naruto's head. How you doing, Naruto? He asked worriedly. Naruto smiled up at his sensei. I'm great, Oji sensei, he said as he hugged Kakashi's arm. Kakashi's eye widened. Oji? He asked. He thinks of me as an uncle? Kakashi thought. Naruto grinned up at Kakashi, his eyes closed. I meant what I said, sensei, Naruto said. Kakashi smiled. Well, I guess that fits. Team 7 is a tight-knit family, he said. Jiraiya watched on with a smile. Thank the Lord Naruto found family. If he was left alone while I was gone, I could never have forgiven myself. He thought. At that time Sakura and Sasuke ran in. Atoto. Ni-san. The two yelled in excitement as they saw Naruto was awake. Sakura leapt onto the bed next to Kakashi. Naru-ni. You've been out for 3 days. Do you know how worried we were? She asked as she hugged him. Sasuke sat on the end of the bed. Atoto, why were you down for so long? I thought the fox would have healed you up straight away. He asked. Naruto smiled. I had to use a lot of his chakra in my last attack, so it would have taken a while for his chakra to make its way through my system again. What about you guys? Did everything go as planned? He asked. Sakura sat back from her hug, now sitting in the middle of the bed. Me first, she yelled before she dove into telling Naruto her story. As I was guarding Tamari's room, after I rested for a while, a huge fire snake dug past the room I was keeping Tamari in, so I pulled Tamari into one of the wheelchairs and started following the tunnel back to the surface. With a broken arm and my shoulder still bleeding lightly, it was really hard. But luckily Anko was running past and she made a mud clone each to carry myself and Tamari. I think I passed out as we were arriving at the hospital. Sakura finished explaining. Naruto sat with his jaw on the floor. You collapsed the stadium? He asked in shock. Sakura smirked. Yep, Hokage-sama said I'll get a reward for being one of the key players and ruining Orochimaru's plan, she said. Naruto turned to Sasuke. What about you, Aniki? He asked as he was still trying to imagine Sakura's story. Sasuke smirked. The Chun and I fought went down easily. I even captured him and brought him back to the village. Gaara though, well, that was another story altogether. Sasuke told Naruto of everything that happened after he left. Then Uro-sensei and I came back to the village and took Gaara to the safe room Hokage-sama had organized for us and fixed Gaara's seal. It was hard work, but he's a much more normal person now, Sasuke said. Naruto nodded along. That is crazy. You got to take him down? Awesome, Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi nudged Naruto's shoulder. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto. Tell them about what you did upon your return to the village, Kakashi said. Naruto smiled. Well, I figured if I could destroy Orochimaru the problem would be gone, and if not I was sure to get rid of one of his summons. Naruto continued his tale. After I absorbed the first I passed out. Now I'm waking up here, he said. Sakura and Sasuke's jaws were on the floor. Wah? Sasuke mumbled as Sakura fainted. Naruto chuckled, then Jiraiya clapped his large hands together, gaining every conscious person's attention. Alright, we'll step out for a moment while Naruto gets changed. We can get some light morning training in. Naruto, I want to see you use these with jutsu. Sakura, I want to see this other secret upgrade you got from Dan. Sasuke, I will test you on your seal work. You did memorize Gaara's seal, right? He asked. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Duh, he said. Jiraiya turned. You got 2 minutes, Naruto. We'll meet you for breakfast at Ichiraku's. I'm sure they've missed you after your 3 days of being in a coma, he said as he walked out. Kakashi stood and picked up the unconscious Sakura as Sasuke stood as well. Just so you know, Naruto, the flowers. They're from Hinata. She's coming over to our house tonight. You know, for dinner, right, Naruto? Sasuke asked as he tried to kickstart Naruto's memory about who may like him. Naruto just stared at the bouquet of partially opened blossoms with a smile. Hinata-chan. He thought as he watched them sway in the breeze from the open window. Sasuke sighed, and now he's daydreaming. Remember, you got 2 minutes before we head over for breakfast. Better hurry, Atoto, Sasuke said, partially being heard by Naruto. Naruto just nodded as Sasuke walked out the door. Naruto swung his legs off the side of his hospital bed, sitting in front of the flowers. Wood style, sudden growth, Naruto mumbled as he lightly tapped the petals on the closest flower. All the blossoms bloomed, becoming a beautiful array of red, orange, pink, brown and white. Naruto smiled and raised his arm. The petals came off the flowers and followed his hand movements. Naruto pulled them towards him before spinning his arm twice. The petals covered his left forearm, taking the colorful form of an arm brace that swirled with the petals surrounding the snake summoning tattoo, covering everything else but a small circle just below his wrist. Naruto looked at his arm closely as he raised it up in the air, his hidden bone blade slowly passing out through the circular hole. Naruto turned his arm and noticed his last resort seal, which held a 3 of his giant shuriken on the ring sitting on his left pinky finger. He turned his arm again and smiled as the morning light glinted off of the metallic hole in his hand. Naruto smiled as he looked at his fully improved arm. Another breeze wafted through the window that Naruto sniffed at. He could smell his team waiting outside for him. Naruto smiled lightly as he used his raised left hand and formed half a ram seal. Mist enveloped him. The mist cleared to show an empty bed. All of Naruto's belongings that sat next to it were gone. Kakashi stood from his stool. Well guys, I think we should get to the training field soon. Hokage-sama has a meeting for all Chunin exam contestants from the Leaf Village at midday, so that gives us just over 4 hours, he said as he pulled out some money and placed it on the counter. Naruto jumped to his feet and so did Sakura after kissing Sasuke's cheek. Race you there, she said as she shot off in a blur, yet she didn't remove her weights or use her skating technique. Naruto smirked and hovered. See you guys there, he yelled before he flew off after Sakura. Jiraiya and Kakashi just puffed into smoke as Sasuke turned to Ayame. Dinner is tonight, will you be able to make it? He asked. Ayame leant over the counter as Sasuke leant forward. They shared a small kiss that she smiled halfway through, making him lean back. I wouldn't miss it for the world, she said quietly. Tucci pushed Sasuke's forehead with a spoon. Alright, that's enough, you two. Aren't you needed somewhere else, Sasuke? Tucci said with a frown. Sasuke smirked. You know that I love her, Tucci-san. You won't stop us from happening, Sasuke said jokingly as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Ayame blushed and smiled at her dad. Stop messing around, Dad. You said that you already approved, she said as she moved to another customer. Tucci's frown turned into a smile as she looked away. At least I know he'll treat her right. I just wish he didn't have to marry another girl as well. He thought with a sigh. Oh well, it makes her happy, so what can I do? He muttered as he grabbed another handful of veggies and threw them in a pot. Naruto and Sakura stopped at their training grounds just seconds after Sasuke arrived in a puff of smoke. Wow, you two really are quite fast, Sasuke said with a smirk. Naruto panted at the chakra exertion. Guess I'm nowhere close to 100% yet, Naruto said as he landed, feeling the strain on his coils as he suddenly used chakra after 3 days without. Sakura was panting as well. I almost won that race without my skating ability, she said as she tinkered with her weights. I wonder if these got any heavier, she said as she flicked to one on her wrist. Jiraiya's laughter bellowed, gaining the attention of the 3 genin. Bahahaha. You kids are amazing, barely out of a war and you're already pumped up to go again, he said. The genin of Team 7 looked at Jiraiya as if to say, bitches, you crazy? Kakashi smiled. Alright then, Sakura, why don't you show us this secret upgrade of yours? He asked. Sakura smiled widely. Okay, she said as she reached into her ninja pouch. She pulled out 2 red strips of metal and held them between the 2 bracelets closest to her wrists. They were pulled closer and clicked in place, one above her arm and one below. She did the same for her other claw as well. Sakura smirked and activated her claws, which now had a small bulge wrapped around her wrists as if she had a thick rectangular-shaped band underneath. She leant back and punched towards a tree while yelling, "Whip fist!" The bulge acted as an extender and Sakura's arm stretched all the way to the edge of the clearing and her claws grasped a lower branch. She pulled back and ripped the branch from its tree. Sakura's arm came back normally, now holding the small branch in front of her. What do you think? She asked as she turned back to the team. Did your arm actually stretch that whole way? Naruto yelled in excitement. Sakura laughed. No, the weapon can't change my physical structure, it just appeared that way. In actual fact my hand stays right here, the claw extends around it, she said tapping the bulge. Kakashi nodded. Your go Naruto, show us some of your new jutsu, he said. Sakura skipped back towards Sasuke, high-fiving Naruto as they passed each other. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes, feeling the life around him. Wood style, sudden growth. He spoke quietly as he let his chakra reach out towards the trees in front of him. Naruto felt as his chakra wrapped around a few trees and slowly seeped in. They began to grow much larger than any trees should be able to, more than doubling the height of the village wall, just reaching higher than the Hokage monument. Naruto opened his eyes and watched his creation in awe. So this is why Hashirama-sama was so powerful. With such a small amount of chakra, I created so much life, he mumbled as the trees finished growing, now as thick as a house. He turned back to look at his team who were staring in awe. What do you think, sensei? Naruto asked calmly. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at the huge trees in awe. This is incredible, Kakashi mumbled. Naruto focused on his instincts and felt hand signs coming to mind. He formed 3 and focused. Wood style, wood clone. He spoke. From the closest tree, a figure stepped out of the wood, slowly gaining color and life as it began to look like Naruto. Hey boss. The clone said with a smile as it walked over to Naruto. Naruto watched the wood clone as it walked towards him. He could feel the life of the tree running through it. You're much more real than my water clones, he said to the clone. It smiled. That's because I am. I have the sturdiness of an earth clone mixed with the soul of a tree and melded with your own chakra. I can gain experience, and when I dispel, I retain it. I also give new life when I dispel, it said happily. Naruto nodded. Do it then. He ordered. The clone breathed out and suddenly, it was wood in the shape of a person. Naruto tapped the wood and it fell over. When it landed, flowers began to grow from it in moments, covering up proof of its existence with a beautiful flower bed. Naruto's eyes widened as he suddenly had memories of stepping out of a tree and walking towards himself. I remember what it did as if I had done it myself, he said, shocked. Jiraiya nudged Kakashi, the same as with the shadow clones, but these will survive much more than one hit, he whispered, trying not to break Naruto's concentration. Naruto felt a surge of power, and ran towards the closest tree as he channeled the Shadaime's power, but not of wood chakra. Adamantine power, Naruto yelled as he threw a punch at the tree. The absolutely gigantic tree shook as Naruto punched the tree loose of its roots. It even rose in the air before it began to fall. Kakashi's eyes widened. It's going to fall on the village, he yelled in panic. Jiraiya patted Sasuke's shoulder. Your turn, Sasuke, he yelled. Sasuke nodded and quickly began drawing a seal on the ground with his chakra, just as he had been taught by Jiraiya for sealing Gaara properly. He was done in 10 seconds, the tree was on its way down quickly now. Sasuke slammed his hand onto the edge of his seal. Sealing art, chakra construct sealing method, he yelled. The seal constructed a temporary image of what Sasuke had in mind. A line of chakra attached to the tree and pulled it back on top of its base with some effort. The tree connected and Naruto placed a hand on it. He once again followed his instincts. Heal, he said as he gave the tree some of his chakra. The tree reattached itself to its base, seemingly as if there was never a split in the first place. Sasuke fell down panting, as Jiraiya chuckled. That is the sealing power of an expert sealer, he said with a smile. Sasuke smirked. Almost. I didn't have time to work in an anti-gravity seal for the tree, so the tree weighed a lot more than it should have, he said. Jiraiya patted the tired Genin's head. And once you can do that, mix advanced sealing arrays, that is what makes a person a master sealer. Heck, you already write faster than me, Jiraiya said. Naruto jogged over to Sasuke. Sorry Aniki, I got caught up in the moment. Are you okay? He asked. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, that cost about 2/3 of my chakra though. He replied. Kakashi raised a brow. Really? That means you have at least Jonin level chakra capacity, he said in shock. It was at this moment an Anbu agent turned up. Hokage-sama would like to see the Genin of Team 7 and Jiraiya. Kakashi, you are needed at the Anbu facilities, he said without leaving his crouch. Kakashi sighed. All right then. Sakura raised a brow in confusion. What's going on, sensei? She asked. Kakashi turned to Team 7 and sat down. I noticed the lack of refinement our Anbu has at the moment. So I volunteered to help train them again since I was their captain once upon a time. Naruto smiled. Cool. He cheered. Sasuke noticed the sad inflection in Kakashi's voice and put 2 and 2 together. What does that mean for the team, sensei? He asked. Kakashi sighed. Unfortunately, for the next month I cannot be the team leader. The Hokage will be assigning you a new one. he said. The genin all looked at Kakashi sadly. But you have to go, don't you, sensei? Naruto asked sadly. Kakashi nodded. Our individual happiness is not as important as the village's safety. I'm sorry guys, he said. Sakura nodded sadly. I guess we'll see you in a month, sensei, she said. Kakashi nodded and turned to leave when Sasuke spoke up. You know, sensei, even though Kin has moved into our house, there is still a spare bedroom, he said. Kakashi turned with a wide eye. You want me to move in with you? He asked, shocked at the offer. Naruto and Sakura grinned. Yeah. That way we can at least have breakfast together while we're in the village, Naruto yelled. Sakura added, it's a perfect idea. Kakashi chuckled before turning back to them with an eye smile. Alright then, I'll be finished the daily training at around 3 in the afternoon. I'll bring my things over then, he said before waving. Ciao, he said before puffing away. Sasuke sighed before sending chakra to the permanent seals he now has on a piece of paper between the stitching in his shoes. Activate, he said. He now floated a foot off of the ground. Naruto smiled as he once again lifted into the air, grasping the end of Sasuke's chain in his left hand. Sakura activated her skating technique, causing her to hover slightly off the ground. She then threw her whip fist forward. Naruto caught the other end in his right. To the Hokage's office, he yelled as he flew forward, his teammates being towed along behind him. The three laughed as they flew through the village on the way to the Hokage's tower. Jiraiya watched on with a smile. There'll be something special, that's for sure, he said before using a shunshine to poof to the Hokage's office. Hash. Jiraiya appeared in a poof of smoke in the Hokage's office. How you doing, Sarutobi-sensei? Jiraiya asked. The third Hokage looked up from his paperwork with a smile. Hello Jiraiya, I'm good for someone who is lacking a footless. Are the children on their way? I thought they were with you? He said with a smile. Jiraiya looked out the window behind his sensei and smiled. There's your answer, he said. Hiruzen spun in his wheelchair and looked out the window to see Naruto fly up past his window pulling what appeared to be 2 chains. From the end of the 2 chains Sasuke and Sakura appeared. They flipped onto the ledge outside the window as Sakura's claw retracted to her arm and Sasuke let go of the chain. The 2 walked towards the third's window as Naruto landed in front of the 2, passing Sasuke his chain in the process. Naruto stuck his head in the open window. Hey Gigi, you wanted to see us? He said with a smile as he hopped through the window. The aged Kage smiled. Yes, has Kakashi told you about his duties over the next 2 months? The trio nodded. Good, in light of this situation I've decided that Jiraiya will be the one to look after you all since he probably wouldn't leave anyways. I have a mission for all of you that will begin tomorrow morning. The Hokage said as he rolled his wheelchair around his table. Naruto's eyes widened. Gigi, what happened to your leg? He asked as he looked at the bandage-wrapped stump. Hiruzen smiled sadly. I wasn't fast enough at one point against Orochimaru and paid the price for that. I'm just happy it was my foot and not my head, he said. Naruto sat in stunned silence as Jiraiya took over the conversation. I'm guessing this has got something to do with the next Hokage? He said seriously. All 3 genin looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Hiruzen chuckled. As quick as ever, aren't you, Jiraiya? Yes, I need you 3 to find my replacement. She may not be very happy with the idea, but I have a feeling she will take it when she gets to know you 3, he said with a true smile. Sasuke frowned. Who could replace you from outside the village? Wouldn't Uro-sensei be the best choice? He asked. Sarutobi chuckled at Jiraiya's nickname. She is equally qualified, trust me. Jiraiya sighed heavily. I was kinda hoping you'd choose some other than her. He muttered as Sakura's eyes widened in realization. Tsunade? We're going to find Tsunade? She yelled excitedly. Sarutobi nodded. You will be. Unfortunately, we have no idea of her whereabouts and you have a 1-month deadline. Jiraiya will give you a good start, but I think the main factor in this will be Sasuke's tracking skills and Naruto's nose. The old man said. Naruto snapped out of his silence. But Gigi, what are you gonna do? Naruto asked. Hiruzen chuckled. I think I may teach at the academy. I will even run classes for those who already are ninja and need some help or advice, he said with a smile. Naruto looked down sadly. The new Kage, okay. We'll bring her back, Gigi. Then you can have a nice long retirement, Naruto said with a sparkling grin as he looked back up. The Hokage laughed at the proclamation. Well, I certainly hope so. Now remember you 3, I have some announcements concerning the Chunin exams in a few minutes. The meeting area is on the roof of this tower, so please head up there as soon as you can, he said as he rolled himself to the office door. Hi Hokage-sama /GG/sensei. Whoosh. The Hokage looked over his shoulder to see his curtains fluttering and leaves falling to the ground. HMHMHM, I'm so glad I survived this war. He thought as he opened the door and was attended to by his civilian assistant. Welcome everyone. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you all on surviving the exams and the invasion, Sarutobi said as he looked over all the people from the Leaf that had competed in the exams. Sarutobi smiled. For my first announcement, I will be informing everyone of who has passed the Chunin exams completely. He was responded to with a small cheer. Sarutobi was handed a vest by his attendant. The first person who was chosen to be a Chunin was an unlikely choice. He showed heart, courage, strength of body and mind, but most importantly, he showed that the will of fire is strong no matter what disables your progress. May I congratulate, Chunin, Rock Lee. Lee stood in stunned silence as everyone around him cheered. Me? He thought moments before being patted on the back by his sensei. Lee looked up to see tears in Guy's eyes. Go Lee, you've shown how magnificent your flames of youth are. You've earned this, he said as he gave Lee a thumbs up. Lee smiled widely and jogged up to the Hokage and bowed so far he folded in half. Thank you Hokage-sama, Lee said before he raised up to stand straight again. The aged Kage smiled. I should be thanking you, I haven't seen that much youth in a long time, he said with a chuckle as he handed Lee his new Chunin vest. Lee's eyes teared up and he smiled widely as he put on his new vest. I have done it. I can be a truly splendid ninja using only taijutsu. Guy-sensei. Guy leapt up to the podium and tackled his student in a hug. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Guy suddenly stopped the hug and punched Lee in the face, flinging him back into the crowd. Don't you remember Lee? It is unyouthful to interrupt important events, Guy yelled as he jumped into the crowd, landing next to his student. Lee jumped to his feet and held a hand over his mouth whispering, I am sorry Guy-sensei. As punishment I will do 1,000 laps in the Konoha Lake with a boulder on my back. And if I can't do that I'll. Lee and Guy continued in whispers and the Hokage spoke up again. The second person to win the title of Chunin was equally unexpected being as he is a rookie. He showed how to read and manipulate his opponent. He showed a brilliant tactical mind, but most importantly, he knew his limits. If a ninja is overconfident they will soon perish on the battlefield. So I'm glad to congratulate, Chunin, Shikamaru Nara, he said. Shika slinked up to the podium with a frown on his face. Does this mean I have to do even more missions? He asked. Hiruzen chuckled. Not only that, but you will be leading the missions or be part of a squad on higher ranking missions, he said with a smile. Shikamaru put on the Chunin vest and turned around to meet the cheers of the small crowd. Troublesome. He muttered as he walked back to his place between his sensei and his father. The Hokage raised a hand, asking for silence. I want to say the last three candidates as one, because as ninja, they are one, as family they are one, as siblings, comrades, as a team. Individually, they played vital roles in not only saving my life, but the life of the village. So I congratulate, new Chunins, Sakura Haruno, who saved the lives of myself and the Tsuchikage by destroying Orochimaru's barrier seal and getting us the help we need. Sasuke Uchiha, who played a major role in defeating the enemy's secret weapon, the Shukaku. And Naruto Uzumaki, who defeated Orochimaru's strongest forbidden summoning, the first Hokage himself. The old man's speech was met with applause of the entire crowd as Team 7 all jumped up to the podium. The Hokage held out 3 vests to the team. Team 7 bowed before the Hokage and turned to face the crowd as one. They bowed again and the cheering increased. The Hokage raised a hand, asking for silence again as he waved Team 7 to stand by his side next to Jiraiya. Now the last of my news. As you all know I am the third Hokage. I had to come out of retirement when my replacement sacrificed himself for the village. In short, I am old, worn and tired. In light of this I have done the one thing I can do to fix this problem of Konoha having a weakened leader. I have chosen the 5th Hokage. He announced to the stunned silent crowd. The Hokage gestured to Jiraiya and Team 7, my student and the new Chunin Squad 7 will be going on a mission to track her down, the first female Hokage, granddaughter of the first, legendary medic and one of the 3 Sannin, Tsunade Senju. He announced grandly. The crowd burst into cheers. Thank you all for coming, please go back to your business now. The third said as his assistant grasped the handlebars of his wheelchair and wheeled him back to his office. In the name of the holy log. I swear this is the greatest thing to ever happen ever. Naruto cheered as Team 7, all wearing their new Chunin vests, walking into their home. Sasuke chuckled, "Is it really that surprising? Sakura-chan and I were the top of our class and well, you've improved a lot," Sasuke said with a smirk. The payout in Sasuke's words went in one ear and out the other with Naruto. "I know, right?" he yelled in Sasuke's face in excitement. Naruto turned away and ran upstairs as Sasuke stood with his eyes closed. Sakura walked past him. "You good, Sasuke-kun?" she asked. Sasuke wiped Naruto's excess spit off of his face. "Yeah, just wish I saw that one coming," he said as he went to the downstairs bathroom to wash his face. Sakura giggled at the way her boys were acting, until she remembered all the things they had to do today. "Oh! Naru-ni! Sasuke-kun! Come here quick," she yelled. The two were instantly next to her in battle-ready positions, Naruto standing on the ceiling and Sasuke back-to-back with him. "What's wrong?" !"Where's the threat?" they both yelled. Sakura sighed. "No guys, I just remembered what we have to do today," she explained. The both raised a brow and dropped to the floor in unison. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. Sakura reached into her pouch and pulled out a small list. "Firstly, we have to clean out the master bedroom of all of your weapons, scrolls and other stuff, Sasuke-kun." "'Cause that's where Kakashi will be staying, isn't it?" she asked. Sasuke nodded with a sigh. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I can do that myself if someone lends me some clones?" he said with a questioning inclination towards the end of his sentence. Naruto smiled as he formed three hand signs. "Sure thing. Wood clone jutsu," he said excitedly. From the wood of the floorboards, 4 clones rose from the ground and stood behind the trio. Sasuke smirked. "All right, wood Narutos, follow me and listen to what I say," he ordered. The clones nodded. "Yeah, we get it / you're in charge / let's get going / okay." The 4 yelled as they followed Sasuke upstairs. Sakura crossed that item off the list. "Next, I need shopping done for the dinner tonight," she said as she smiled at Naruto. He sighed. "All right, what do I need to get?" he asked. She handed him a list and clapped her hands. "I'll need those here before 4 p.m. so I can finish dinner in time, so get moving," she said with a smile. Naruto looked at the long list and sighed again. "Damn it," he mumbled as he hovered out the door. Sakura smiled and ran up to her room. She reached under her bed and pulled out one of her bags of money. She ran to Kin's door and knocked. Kin opened the door with a smile. "Hey Sakura-chan, what's up?" she asked. Sakura bounced excitedly. "Wanna come shopping with me for new outfits for the team?" she said. Kin's eyes sparkled. "Hell yeah," she said as she stepped out and closed her door. The two then ran downstairs and out the door, excited to have some quality girl time. Naruto had been looking at the store in front of him for the last 20 minutes, glancing down at the list then back up at the sign reading Nin Mart. He took a deep breath. "Geez, I can charge a cage no problem, but walking into a shop." His thought trailed off as he frowned and looked at the list again. "Ne-chan specifically asked for it to be purchased from here, so I guess I have no choice," he thought as he took a shaky step towards the electronic doors. Naruto stepped on the welcome mat and the door opened. He took 5 steps into the store. "Oi! You!" Naruto sighed. "Thought so, as if they'd let in the demon brat now when they wouldn't earlier," he thought as he turned to the man, expecting to be yelled at. To his surprise, the guy had a smile on his face and was waving him over. So Naruto walked over. "You're Naruto, right? I had a stall at the finals. Damn, your battle was amazing," the guy said as he shook Naruto's hand. Naruto stared at the man. "Huh? He knows who I am, so why is he asking? He always kicked me out of here when I was younger." Naruto scowled as he thought. The guy saw Naruto's look and shrugged apologetically, saying, "I guess you're confused, huh?" Naruto nodded. "Well, let me just apologize for the way I acted in the past. It was wrong of me to do it, but if I didn't, the boss would have fired me and people would stop coming to shop here if you came here too. Get what I mean?" the guy said hopefully. Naruto twitched before putting on his old mask, fake smile and all. "You think just cause you apologize all is good, motherfucker? I was almost killed," he thought as he tried not to kill the moron. Naruto took a deep breath to calm down. "Yeah, I get it, so why is it all right now?" he asked. The guy smiled. "'Cause you're a chunin, it's good for business to have ninjas in the Nin Mart. Get it?" he explained. Naruto nodded, still holding his fake smile. "Yeah, sounds great," he said before waving his list as he thought, "Seriously? I almost was beaten to death here and then thrown out on multiple occasions and he thinks I'll just forgive him? Naruto thought as he clenched his fist. The guy noticed the list. Hey, we have workers that pick up things for you if you want to let me hold on to that list. That way you can go to the ninja only section and look at the jutsu scrolls and ninfo books, he said with a smile. Naruto raised a brow. Ninfo? As in ninja information? Naruto asked. The guy nodded. Yeah, we got every jutsu below B rank from Konoha for sale here, except for special jutsus like the Nara clans and Yamanakas. But we're lucky enough to have chakra nature bloodline jutsus as well, cause no one can do them unless they actually have the bloodline. The guy explained using his well-rehearsed sales pitch. Naruto's eyes widened. Even wood style jutsu? Naruto asked hopefully. The guy smiled. Yes, we have all the lower level wood style jutsu used by the first. Although like I said, you can't use them unless you have the Makuten bloodline, he said with a smile. Naruto gave his list to the guy, just now seeing his name tag. Thanks Zeke, I'll go look at those while you get this order filled for me, yeah? He said as he began to walk away. The Zeke yelped, oh. Excuse me Naruto, but I need to hold on to your identification card so we know whose order goes with what and all that, he said as he took the few steps to stand in front of Naruto. Naruto nodded and gave Zeke his card and continued walking. How long will it take? Naruto asked. Zeke looked at the list. 30 minutes? He answered. Naruto smiled. I'll be back in 30 then, he said as he walked over to the sign that said Konoha Ninja, Chunin or above only. Sasuke looked around, as the four Narutos placed the last of his family's jutsu scrolls into a box. Good work guys, grab a box and follow me, he said as he picked up a box himself. The clones did as instructed and followed Sasuke downstairs. Sasuke took a right and walked through the lounge room, and to a door on the other side, he placed his box down. Sasuke grabbed the door handle and tried to turn it, it was stuck. Sasuke frowned. Geez, it's like no one has been down here in years. Sasuke muttered. Clone 1 raised a brow. Have you been in the basement, Sasuke? It asked. Sasuke shook his head in a negative, then got annoyed and kicked the door open. It fell off its hinges. Clone 2 snickered. That means that no one has been down here since you moved in, duh, it said snidely. Sasuke flicked on the lights and stepped aside. You know, for a clone you certainly have an attitude problem, he said as he waved the clones through. They walked down the stairs to see a wide room, its length the size of the house. Whoa, this would make a great training arena, Clone 1 said. Sasuke followed after the clones and looked around the dust-filled room, his eyes settled on 3 large rectangular crates in the corner. He grunted with a frown as he tried to think of what may be in them. Clone 4 turned to him. So where are we putting these? It asked. Sasuke nodded towards the crates. I want the scrolls placed to the left of the crates. Just put them down and go grab the next box. I'll put them in the right places, Sasuke said. The clones nodded and followed his order. Placing the boxes down, they left the basement quickly. Sasuke placed his box on top of another and pushed them into the corner to the left of the crates. Sasuke glanced at them again. I better wait till another time. Knowing my luck, it will be something that leads to something else that makes me really busy, and it would be too troublesome. He thought as he sat on one of the crates. He blinked as he rethought what he just thought. Oh damn, now I sound like Shikamaru, he said as the clones started to come back down into the basement with another 4 boxes. You all made Chunin? That's so great, Kin said with a smile as she spoke to Sakura through the change room door. Yeah, I know, Sakura yelled from behind the door as some shuffling was heard. She opened the door and walked out. What do you think of this? She asked as she slowly twirled. Kin appraised Sakura's clothes. She wore black ninja sandals and black tights that stuck to her legs. Over them she wore a skirt that was a crimson-red color. Her torso was covered by a basic ninja mesh t-shirt that she wore a loose low-cut black half-length singlet over. The singlet had a pink stripe down from her left shoulder to belly where the shirt stopped, and on the back was the red whirlpool swirl, indicating she was a Chunin. Her golden bands were in their normal positions over her clothes. She finished the look with her Chunin edition, red headband wrapped over her locks to hold them out of her face. Sakura finished her twirl with a pose. Well? She asked. Kin smiled. Amazing, but are they efficient as well? She asked with a curious smile. Sakura raised her arms and her slaws appeared. They weren't hindered by the clothes and their materialization didn't damage anything. They're good, Sakura said with a smile. Kin grinned. I think you should keep those for sure then. Do want to pick Naruto's new outfit? I can get Sasuke's, she said. Sakura nodded. Sounds great. But we have to make sure we agree on it all, she said as she walked back into the change room to get back into her normal gear. Kin smiled. This is more fun than I ever had in the Sound Village. She thought happily. Naruto walked up to the counter of Nin Mart, 8 scrolls in his arms. He put on a fake smile as he approached Zeke. Hello, I'm ready to pay for my order now, Naruto said. Zeke turned to him and nodded. Sure thing, and those scrolls? He asked. Naruto smiled and nodded. Why else would I have brought them to the counter, you douche? He thought as he tried to hold his fake smile. Zeke smiled and racked up the price. Naruto paid for the whole thing and then realized there was much more than he could carry. Naruto smirked. Payback time. He thought as he made a hand sign. 6 water clones walked down from an aisle and helped Naruto pick up the bags as they walked out the door. Naruto smiled politely. Thanks for the help, Zeke. Hope you have a good day, Naruto said with a hidden snicker as he walked out the door. Zeke frowned slightly as Naruto walked out the door. I don't think he really forgave us for the way we treated him. Oh well, no skin off my back. He thought with a shrug. The PA system turned on. Zeke, your latest customer spilled some liquid in aisle 2. Please clean it up. It turned off. Zeke sighed as he walked to aisle 2. Bummer, if I'd known earlier I'd have charged him for the... What the hell? He asked as he turned down the aisle. It looked like the water bottles that made up the bottom row of each pyramid of water bottles had exploded, breaking all the bottles and spilling water onto the floor. It covered the whole aisle. Zeke blinked twice as he stared, seeing the water ruining all the labels on all the shelves in stock. Naruto chuckled as he heard a yell of frustration. Serves you right, he mumbled as he leapt onto a nearby roof, his clones following him. Naruto turned to his clones and passed one of them the bag he was holding. Take those home and then use yourself to water the plants on the kitchen and my bedroom windowsill. He ordered with a smile. The water clones nodded. Sir, yes sir, they yelled in unison before running off. Naruto smirked, and now I have about 2 hours to burn until I'm needed back at home. Sweet. He thought as he hovered down to the ground and floated down the street. Naruto landed softly at the door of the Hokage Tower. He walked in and flew up the gap in the center of the spiraling staircase. Many ninja and civilians looked out in shock as Naruto slowly rose past them. They mumbled in both awe and in happiness at the display. Naruto saw someone he recognized, so he slowed till he was floating next to them. Hey Shino. What cha up to? He asked. Shino turned to Naruto and saw him flying. If he was shocked or surprised in any way, he certainly didn't show it. Good afternoon, Naruto. I'm going to ask the Hokage if I may do some research on the sporadic tree growth some trees experienced this morning near our village's training fields. I find it logical that such a growth could affect the many insects in the area and possibly give them a hand in evolving to a larger form, he said as he continued walking up the stairs. Naruto smiled. That's pretty close to what I'm here for as well, Naruto said with a smile. Shino raised a brow at this and held an arm towards Naruto. Then let us hurry, we do not want to be late for your team's dinner tonight, Shino said. Naruto smiled and clasped Shino's forearm in a monkey grip. He lifted Shino into the air and then boosted his flight speed, appearing at the top of the staircase in seconds. Shino was placed quickly. Outwardly he didn't seem fazed in the slightest. But he was relying solely on the senses of his bugs as he was having a serious hit of vertigo. That was fast. Shino muttered as the two walked down the short hallway towards the Hokage's office. Naruto chuckled, still hovering next to Shino. Shino noticed this and asked, why is it that you are wasting your chakra on your wind flight ability when you could simply walk? He asked, not seeing a logical reason behind Naruto's actions. Naruto smiled as he knocked on the office door. Do you know how hard it is to control the perfect amount of wind chakra needed to hover as the same height over different surfaces? Or when an actual breeze picks up I need to send more chakra. This is my training in chakra control as well as balance. Naruto explained. Shino nodded as the door was opened from the inside by the Hokage's attendant. How may I help you? She said. Shino politely bowed. Naruto and I would like to request something of the Hokage, he said quickly. The attendant nodded. Make it fast, Hokage-sama is finishing up on the paperwork needed concerning the invasion, she said as she opened the door fully. The two genin walked in as she walked out. They bowed to the Hokage before taking a seat, or in Naruto's case, crouching in the air above the cushion. Hey Gigi, I was wondering if I could increase the growth of all the trees around the village, that way we really would be hidden in the leaves, Naruto said with a smirk. Shino sat straight as he heard Naruto's words, "You didn't tell me you were the cause of this growth, Naruto-kun." The third said as he looked up from his paperwork with a small smile. Naruto nodded, "Yeah, just practicing some skills." Shino wanted to observe my work and check the way the insects are affected by the change. "So can we? Please." Naruto finished with his puppy dog eyes. Sarutobi chuckled, "Only if you answer me one thing, Naruto. I confess I saw your little trick in the hospital room. I ask that you no longer wear those sleeves and that you show your many different abilities with pride," he said with a soft smile. Naruto pondered for a moment before nodding. "Sure thing," he said as he pulled off his forearm sleeves, revealing to Shino his fully equipped arm. Shino's eyes widened behind his glasses. "What is that, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto smiled. "Just a full accumulation of all my acquired abilities," Naruto said with a smile. Shino slowly nodded. "I do not understand, but you need not explain. It is good for a ninja to have their secrets," Shino said. Naruto chuckled as Shino turned to the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, may we please conduct this research and enhancement of the trees?" Shino asked. The Hokage smiled. "Sure thing, Shino. Have fun you too, but Naruto-kun, make sure you leave a 50-meter gap between the wall and your enhanced trees. This way we can still see those who approach the walls instead of them leaping over them," he said. Naruto nodded as he hovered over the floor, now standing straight. "Sure thing, let's go, Shino," Naruto said as he held his hand out. Shino hesitated. "I would prefer to walk, Naruto. The vertigo from your earlier stunt has yet to fully wear off," Shino said. Naruto blinked before smiling. "Oh, why didn't you say so?" "Aniki found a way to beat that," Naruto said as he reached into his pouch. Shino looked at the tag he held in confusion. "And this is?" he asked. Naruto just smiled. "Channel some chakra into the small seal on the end, it will do the rest automatically," Naruto said. The Hokage's eyebrows raised. "He's managed to work in an automated activation seal?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I don't really get it but I know that it works," Naruto said. Shino channeled his chakra and suddenly felt lighter. Naruto smiled. "Now there is gravity. Therefore, no vertigo," Naruto said as he grabbed Shino's weightless arm and jumped out the open window yelling, "See you later, Gigi." Shino frowned as he realized he literally weighed as much as one of his insects. "This is unsettling," he said as Naruto held Shino's forearms in a monkey grip, pulling him along as they flew towards the village walls. Naruto chuckled. "You'll get used to it," he yelled as the two sped up. Hash. That's the last of M. Clone 1 said as 2 and 3 placed down a box each. Sasuke nodded. "All right, now we just gotta clean Kakashi's room," Sasuke said. The clones frowned. "Oh man, this sucks." Number 3 groaned. Sasuke chuckled. "Don't care. Naruto told you to help so you will. Am I understood?" he asked as he activated his Sharingan, hypnotizing clone numero uno. The clone nodded. "All right, Aniki, let's go," it said as it grabbed the arms of clones 2 and 3, and ran up to the bedroom again. Sasuke smirked as the 3 ran off, before noticing something odd about the crates. He only noticed because of his Sharingan. Number 4 was about to follow when Sasuke grabbed its shoulder. "I need you to do something for me. Just listen and then go disperse yourself in one of the dead flower patches out the back. Okay?" he asked. The clone raised a brow before nodding. Sasuke nodded seriously and began talking. "As you know, no one has been down in this basement for years. But these crates, notice anything odd about them?" The clone looked at the crates with scrutiny. "The one on the right, it's not covered in dust like the other two," it said as it furrowed its brow in confusion. Sasuke nodded. "Not only that, by looking at it with my Sharingan, I noticed a chakra signature lingering. It's still there, which means someone sat there for a long time and continuously used a jutsu," Sasuke said. The clone nodded seriously. "Just how long we talking about here? Do you think someone sat there as the clan was massacred?" it asked. Sasuke shook his head. "No, if anything it looks like the crate is actually an entrance to something. The chakra would have faded after 2 days. My theory is that on the other side of that crate is an entrance or exit to somewhere. And someone was using it for something," Sasuke said. The clone nodded. "I think you should seal the basement door closed and mention this to Jiraiya on the mission tomorrow. If whatever it is hasn't acted out yet it probably won't in the next month. If anything they could have just been watching," the clone said as the two walked up into the lounge room, Sasuke closing the door to the basement behind him. Sasuke nodded and grunted an affirmative, good idea. Go dispel now, I want Naruto to know about this in case he thinks of anything it might be, he said as he began to write a seal with his chakra on the door. The clone nodded and ran out the back door to dispel. Sasuke finished writing a seal when he noticed 2 cream-colored rats running under the door and into the basement. I wonder if that's important. Sasuke thought as he activated the seal, cutting off the chance of the door knob turning from the other side. Sasuke sighed, this is weird, he mumbled before hearing a thump from upstairs. Ow! He heard one of the clones yell before another fight broke out. Sasuke sighed again and walked up the stairs, on his way to break up another fight. Geez, maybe I should learn a clone jutsu so I don't have to put up with this. He thought as he walked to the room. Unseen by Sasuke, the rats in the basement ran towards the crate before melding together, slowly taking the form of a small robin. It flew out the small basement window, with the sunlight hitting it. It looked to be made of ink and paper. Hinata sat in her wheelchair, watching everyone run by as she was pushed slowly through the village by Kurenai. Sensei, when does the dinner start? I want to see Naruto-kun again. She asked with a small smile at the thought. Kurenai grinned, we still have 2 hours, Hinata-chan, how about we go pick up my date and inform a friend of mine, she said, chuckling lightly. Hinata turned and looked up at her sensei. You're bringing a date? She asked in shock. Kurenai blushed and smiled. Yes, I am. Is that really so shocking? She asked. Hinata shook her head. It's not shocking that you have a date, sensei, but do you think Naruto-kun would approve? She asked. Kurenai shrugged. He told me to bring whoever I want, so I figured someone who may become my boyfriend in the future might be a good idea, she said. Hinata turned forward again and nodded. Let's go meet him then, she said enthusiastically as she clapped. Kurenai smiled softly and turned the wheelchair so that they were heading towards the training grounds. Although she stopped stuttering because she was so depressed, she seems happy now and it hasn't come back. This is good news. I hope I didn't jinx it with that thought. Kurenai thought as she pondered the possibility. Hinata was smiling. I can't wait to catch up, Naruto-kun. I haven't talked to you since your last visit to the Hyuga compound. She thought as she remembered Naruto turning up at 6 p.m. every day during his month of training to talk to her and Hiashi, hearing stories of his father and Hyashi's missions. Chapter 20, Dinner Time. Feelings come to life. Knock knock. Sensei, can you get the door? Sakura yelled from the kitchen. Kakashi stood up from the couch and put his book away. He was dressed normally except for the lack of jonin vest and his tilted headband, revealing his closed left eye. Sure thing, Sakura-chan, he said with a yawn. Kakashi opened the door and I smiled at the company of Hinata, Kurenai, and Asuma. Hello you three, welcome to the house of Squad 7, he said as he stepped aside. Please come to the lounge room. Sasuke, Naruto and Shino are already waiting there. Ayame and Kin are in the kitchen helping Sakura prepare the feast, he said as he closed the door behind Kurenai since Asuma had wheeled Hinata in first. Asuma whistled as he and Hinata entered the lounge room. Nice place you guys got here, he said in appreciation as he stopped Hinata's chair next to the couch. Naruto was hovering in a crouch between the couch Sasuke sat on and the recliner Shino sat in when he saw Hinata. Hinata-chan, he yelled exuberantly as he floated to Hinata's side and grasped her hand. Hinata blushed. Hello Naruto-kun, thank you for inviting us over tonight, she said softly. Naruto smiled. No prob. I'm glad you came, Naruto said with a smile as he crouched in mid-air next to her. Asuma sat next to Sasuke on the couch as Kurenai turned away. Kakashi, where is the kitchen? I'd like to help the girls if I can. She asked. Kakashi pointed at the doorway to the left of the hallway they entered from. It's through there, that's also the dining room as well, Kakashi said. She nodded with a smile. Thanks. Oh by the way, Anko said she'll be here soon. Kurenai whispered the second part of her sentence so that only Kakashi will hear. He sighed. I guess she won't let me go again. Maybe I shouldn't have accepted her offer the other night, Kakashi said as he thought of the night he spent with Anko. Kurenai chuckled as she walked past him. I know you've admitted it to Asuma already, why don't you just tell her you love her too? She asked. Kakashi waited till she left the room before he sighed. Because everyone I've loved in the past has been taken away. He muttered under his breath. Unfortunately for him, Naruto now had the listening receptors of a ninja hound. Wow, Kakashi-oji and Anko-sensei? Didn't see that one coming. He thought as he paused in his talking. Hinata noticed Naruto's sudden pause. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? She asked as she squeezed his hand. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Yeah, I'm great now that you're here, Hinata-chan. I got some awesome tricks to show you later, he said a bit too loudly. Hinata giggled at his enthusiasm. Like what? She asked. Naruto grinned widely. That's a secret, he said. On the other side of the room, Asuma was listening intently to the conversation between Shino and Sasuke. Shino had a native Kikaiku resting on his hand. As you can see, the increase in her chakra has increased the size of her wings. It also seems to have increased her intelligence to the level of a ninja hound's, effectively having an individual mind as well as that of the hive mind. Shino explained as the bug flew to Sasuke's outstretched arm. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as he watched the bug on his forearm. Amazing, instead of sharing the chakra signatures of yourself and the queen, it also seems to have one of its own. Even if it is minuscule in comparison, he said as he released the insect back to Shino. Asuma raised a brow. So where did you find this super Kikaiku, Shino? He asked. Shino sat still for a moment before answering. A sudden uprising of nature chakra caused many trees around Konoha to have expanded in size. The chakra has been feasted on by many bugs and animals, so they seem to be evolving at an increased pace. Although the evolution speed doesn't appear to last for more than a week. Shino explained. Asuma's eyes widened. Advanced evolution? Like the animals in the forest of death? Shino sat in silence for a moment as Sasuke had a realization. That's why all those animals are like that? Imagine the natural defense system Konoha will have, will animals like that guarding our gates. Especially if then we can communicate with them effectively, Sasuke said. Shino nodded. The Aburame are able to talk and use the many insects in the forest of death, just as I did during the exam. Kiba was also able to convince a small pack of wolves that attacking us was a bad idea, so at least the Inuzuka can communicate with the vulpine animals, Shino said. The three continued to talk about many different uses of different animals and possible ways to communicate with them. Kakashi stood in the hallway, still listening to everyone in the lounge room but more focused on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Kakashi smiled under his mask. That's her knock. He thought. Kakashi opened the door, coming face to face with a smiling Anko. Hey Kashi-kun, waiting for me long? She asked teasingly as she stepped close to him. Just for a moment, Kakashi dropped all pretenses and pulled her close, hugging her to him as he rested his head on top of hers. Anko was slightly shocked at the open show of affection and froze for a moment, before smiling softly and hugging him back. Kashi-kun? She whispered. Kakashi hugged her tighter. I think I've pushed you away long enough, he murmured. Anko's mask had completely fallen by this point. A tear formed in her eye as she buried her face in Kakashi's chest. Thank you, I love you, she whispered. Kakashi kissed her forehead through his mask and stepped away. And do you need a moment to calm yourself? He asked as he kept one hand around her and they slowly walked down the entrance hallway. Anko chuckled and grinned widely, showing she was back in control. Nah, I'm feeling great. Who needs to be calm at a dinner party anyways? Say, do you know if Sakura is serving dengo tonight? She asked. Kakashi chuckled at her actions. Why don't you go ask her? All the women, including Kurenai, is in the kitchen, he said. Anko smiled and grabbed his hand, pulling him forward. Well, show me where it is then, she said as she dragged him down the hallway. It's weird, I can't help but feel jealous, but at the same time, I feel it's alright, kinda, Ayame said as she talked to Sakura and Kin. Kin was leaning against the oven, waiting for the roast to be done so she could add the finishing touches. I know what you mean, at least I feel comfortable with you two being with him. Imagine if the council organized a forced wedding like he said they could. She shuddered at the thought. Sakura suddenly froze in her stirring. Hold on, didn't he say that he has to have 4 wives? Doesn't that mean they still could add some random? She asked, her eyes widening at the thought. Ayame and Kin stared at her for a moment, then each other. We have to find someone for him ASAP, Kin said. Ayame nodded along until she realized, isn't it weird that we are wondering about who our boyfriend is trying to snag next? She asked. Sakura and Kin chuckled. Well, when you say it like yes, Sakura said. Ayame smiled. Do you guys feel comfortable with this though? I've heard people at the ramen call me a harem sister now. Should I be offended? She asked on the line between annoyed/confused/happy. Kin openly laughed at her expression. I don't mind it. If anything, I like being your sister Ayame-chan, Sakura-chan, she said with a smile. Sakura poured the contents of her pot into a large strainer Ayame was holding over the sink. One thing's for sure, I'm glad you two are here to help. Imagine if I was forced to be the sister of some worthless fangirl, Sakura said. Her and Kin shivered while Ayame raised an eyebrow. I never saw any of those fangirls. Why is it that everyone hates them so much? She asked. Imagine you had a growth on your back, you don't want it there but it always is. Now imagine it was constantly screaming that it loved you when it doesn't even know you. Now add the fact that the growth talks in a pitch that is close to the screech of a banshee but much louder. That's almost half as bad as what a fangirl is, Kurenai said as she entered the kitchen. By the time she finished her soliloquy, was out of breath. Even the fanboys are like that. She muttered. Sakura smiled widely. Hey Kurenai-sensei. How are you? She asked. Kurenai smiled in return as she smelled the aromas of the kitchen. I am hungry Sakura-chan, she said with a joking smile. Who are these two? She asked as she turned to Kin and Ayame. Ayame and Kin smiled nervously as Sakura introduced them. These are my harem sisters, Kin Tsuchi and Ayame Ichiraku. Kin was originally from the Sound but after we saved her she joined the Leaf. Ayame is the daughter of Tuchi Ichiraku, owner of the Ichiraku ramen stand, Sakura said with a smile. Kurenai raised a brow as she thought, a foreign shinobi and a civilian? What an odd choice for raising a clan from the ashes. It's nice to meet you both, is there any way I can help? She asked. The oven went ding. If you'd like to help me with the roast and veggies then I'd gladly accept it, Kin said as she put on oven mitts. Kurenai smiled and approached her. Sounds good, just tell me what you need done, she said. Sakura was dishing up a large bowl of veggies while Ayame stood next to her, setting up a plate of assorted sauces for everyone. Thanks for letting me help cook Sakura-chan, I'm a bit nervous about being the only not ninja here, she whispered as she smiled. Sakura nudged Ayame playfully as they stood shoulder to shoulder. Anytime Ayame-chan, though I must say I think you could kick any of the boys' asses easily, she said. The two giggled as Anko and Kakashi walked through the open doorway. Hey guys, Anko said a bit too loudly as she pulled Kakashi along behind her. Kurenai turned away from her work. Hello Anko-chan, she said with a smile seeing hers and Kakashi's entwined hands. What you cookin'? Anko said as she was looking over everyone's shoulders. Sakura smiled and stepped back, holding a plate in either hand. Nothin'. We're finished now, she said with a smile. Sakura placed the first plates on the table, the other chefs following after her. Kakashi-oji, can you go get the others please? She said as all of the food was placed around the large table in the adjoining dining room. Kakashi nodded and poked his head out into the hallway. Naruto, could you tell everyone dinner is ready? He said in a normal talking voice. Kurenai raised a brow. You may have to talk louder for him to dinner's ready. Naruto interrupted as he hovered into the kitchen, Hinata being pushed in front of him. The other males from the lounge room trailed in behind them, only to pause and stare at the table as their jaws hit the floor in shock. Lay before everyone was a feast enough for a king, various meat platters, plates of soba and sushi, and 3 large bowls filled with different salads, bowls of noodles and sauces. Pretty everything any of them wanted and enough for everyone twice over. Sakura smiled at everyone's stunned faces. Take a seat and dig in, she said. Everyone did just that. Kakashi sat at the head of the table with Anko to his left and Asuma to his right. To Asuma's left sat Kurenai, then Shino, then Hinata, then Naruto, then Ayame, then Sakura, then Sasuke, then Kin. There was a spare seat between her and Anko. Everyone talked animatedly as they enjoyed their meal. About 20 minutes into it, there was a knock at the door. Sasuke smiled. There's our last guest, he said quietly. Naruto leaned back into the hallway. Come in, he yelled. The door opened and closed, letting in the guest who walked to the kitchen. He turned the corner to reveal it was Jiraiya, armed with 4 bottles of sake. Hello everyone. Sorry I'm late guys, he said as he placed the bottles on the counter and walked to the spare seat. Hinata, Shino, Kin and Kurenai stared as Jiraiya casually sat at the table and stretched. This looks fantastic, he said eyeing the food. Sakura passed him some pork cutlets. Here sensei, I saved some of these for you, she said with a smile. Jiraiya's grin widened as he took the offered food. Ha ha ha. You are the best Sakura-chan, he said loudly as he chowed down. Asuma noticed Kurenai and her students' reactions. Are you alright honey? He asked. She blinked twice. I'm sorry, but does anyone else see one of the sanin? She asked. Naruto flicked some mashed potato from his spoon. You get used to him, he said as the potato squished into Jiraiya's face. He's just like the rest of us, except he's a pervert. Jiraiya wiped the food off of his face with a napkin while scowling. I'm not a pervert, he said grabbing a clump of rice. I'm a super pervert, he said, throwing the rice at Naruto. Naruto subtly activated a jutsu, the unhinged snake jaw taught to him through the snake summons. He caught all of the rice in his wide-open mouth and swallowed it whole before his jaw cracked back into place. Thanks Uro-sensei, can you pass some noodles? He said with a grin. Jiraiya's brow twitched. Damn brat, he muttered as he went back to eating. The display caused everyone to loosen up and laugh before getting back to their meals. I'm full, Naruto said as he patted the bulge that was his stomach. Shino sighed. You said that 20 minutes ago. Then you had a fourth serving, he said. Jiraiya stretched and stood. That was fantastic Sakura, he said with exuberance. Everyone nodded and agreed. Sakura smiled. I couldn't have done it without Kin-chan and Ayame-chan, she said. The two girls blushed as some praise was sent their way. Kakashi cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention. I was told by Hokage-sama that Naruto mastered a certain ability of his, and that he was going to show us all tonight, Kakashi said. Everyone turned to Naruto as he smiled widely. Yes. So I got full clearance? He asked. Kakashi nodded. Yada, Naruto yelled, showing his excitement as he stood. Let's get going already, he said. Everyone started rising to their feet. Where is it we're going? Asuma asked. Naruto grinned widely as Shino said, to the main gate of the village. Hinata's eyes widened in realization. Is this the surprise Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto nodded in excitement as he began to bounce in the air. Let's go, he yelled happily. Sakura sighed. Fine, we'll go, but you're on cleanup duty Naru-ni, she said. Naruto nodded as he grabbed the back of Hinata's wheelchair and began wheeling her out. Everyone followed curiously, but Naruto decided to hang back and let everyone out the door. When everyone walked out the door, Naruto formed a few hand seals. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata said as she looked over her shoulder at him. He smirked. Would clone jutsu, he said. Hinata stared in awe as a second Naruto grew from the original, forming from wood made by his chakra. Naruto nodded to the clone. Feel free to make more, just make sure you finish packing up and cleaning up in half an hour, he said as he wheeled Hinata out of the house. Hinata sat in silence before muttering, Wood? Like the first? She asked in awe. Naruto smiled. Yep, and wind, he said as he scooped Hinata onto his back. Eep. She let out as he folded his hands behind his back, holding her like a backpack. Let's go, he shouted as he flew through the air, catching up to the ninja who were on their way to the gate in seconds. Sasuke felt the chakra pulse and chuckled before holding his hand out to Ayame and throwing his chain into the air. Hold on tight, he said. Ayame held his hand in confusion as Naruto caught the chain between his teeth. Sasuke activated the permanent seals in his sandals. Ayame yelled in shock as she held onto Sasuke's side and was carried through town as high speeds. The other ninja smiled at the duo's antics and followed after them at a fast ninja pace towards the front gate. Naruto landed next to the third Hokage and an Anbu, who somehow got his wheelchair on top of the village's walls. Hello Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan. Are you ready Naruto? He asked. Naruto nodded as he spat out Sasuke's chain as all the other ninja from the dinner landed behind them. Yeah Gigi, Naruto yelled as he floated into the air, Hinata still on his back. The Hokage chuckled. My Anbu, Tenzo, will follow after you, he said. Naruto flew out into the forest, confusing many who followed him to the wall. Kin asked, what's he doing? The Hokage smiled. He's helping the will of fire grow, he said as he watched Naruto and Hinata fly into the distance, Tenzo following after them. Naruto-kun, what are we doing? Hinata asked as the two floated next to one of the new giant spruces. Naruto smiled. Just watch Hinata-chan, he said as the clouds in the sky moved. The moonlight shone down on the two and across the forests in front of them. It lit up the walls of the village. Naruto smiled, his fangs glowing in the moonlight as his now red eyes sparkled. Wood style, sudden growth, he said as he flew above the canopy of the normal trees parallel to the village walls, his enhanced chakra flowing out below him. Hinata watched in amazement as the trees underneath her grew to enormous sizes. Amazing, she gasped. Naruto grinned as he circled the sleeping village, setting up a natural defense system like no other. Eventually he circled the whole village, it now being surrounded by a single row of monster trees. He flew back towards the village and swooped over the stunned ninjas on the wall. He hovered above the center of the village, Hinata on his back as he panted at the use of chakra. Watch this, Hinata-chan, he said as he slowly let go of her. She used her own strength to hold on to his back using his sword handle at leverage. Naruto crossed his arms in front of him and channeled his Makuten chakra through them. Grow! He ordered as he swung his arms out, unleashing a pulse of chakra. The chakra gave small amounts of growth to all the plants in and outside the village, until it hit the enhanced trees. The pulse picked up the chakra in the trees and pushed it outwards, passing the chakra throughout many trees in Fire Country. The trees grew at a magnificent rate. From Naruto and Hinata's point of view, the new forest stretched on for miles before slowly returning to normal height. Naruto floated down to the village wall again and landed in a crouch, panting at the overexertions of chakra. Phew, that was hard, he said between gasps. Asuma and Kurenai picked Hinata up off of his back and placed her in the wheelchair, as Kakashi tended to Naruto. You okay, Naruto? He asked. Naruto panted and let out a quiet yep. As he slowly climbed to his feet, Sasuke stood by his side, holding him up tall. Toto, that was amazing, he said as he had watched the whole thing with his Sharingan. Kakashi smiled. Well, I think we should call it a night, he said to the group. As everyone from the diner party were talking and saying their goodnights, Tenzo landed next to the Hokage panting, but he seemed to stand a little straighter as though energized. Hokage-sama, my observations have proven a theory of mine, he said with a bow. The Hokage nodded. What is this theory? He asked with a smile. Tenzo stood from his bow. I have practiced Shadaime-sama's techniques as though they were the collaboration between earth, water and lightning chakra. I now know that it is not lightning that energizes life into the wood, but nature chakra, he said. The Hokage's eyes widened. Nature chakra? He asked in shock. Tenzo nodded. The Makuten bloodline, the manipulation of wood. It makes sense, doesn't it? Since trees are alive and the best nature chakra creators, he said. The Hokage nodded in return. Very good, Tenzo. Alright, you have a week off to try and connect your chakra to that of the nature chakra. After that I want you back in my office for a progress report. He ordered. The Anbu bowed. Hi Hokage-sama, he said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya walked up next to the Hokage. Do you need help getting back to the tower, sensei? He asked. The Hokage chuckled. I will be fine, Jiraiya-kun. Remember your mission for tomorrow, he said as he gripped the wheel of his chair and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya blinked twice before smirking. Shadow clone eye? He mumbled as he turned back to the dispersing crowd. Now only Team 7, Anko, Kin, Ayame and Hinata were left behind. Ayame looked down from the village wall. Whoa, it's so high, she whispered. Sasuke, who had let Naruto sit down next to Hinata's chair, stood next to her. As a ninja, I forget how amazing a view like this would be, since I get to see it every day, he said. She jumped at his voice and almost fell off, but Sasuke wrapped an arm around her waist. Don't worry, I wouldn't let you fall, he whispered in her ear. She shivered as she felt his breath on her face. She turned to him and looked him in the eyes. Sasuke-kun, she whispered. He smirked and leaned forward as she did too. They came together in a short but sweet kiss. Yehehia. That's my student, Jiraiya yelled, ruining the moment. Slam. The weight of Sasuke's weapon knocked Jiraiya off the wall with an oomph. Sasuke deactivated the weight and pulled his weapon back to him as Ayame kissed his cheek. Thank you for the magical night, Sasuke-kun, she said. His facial expression didn't change, but it was suddenly red. Anytime, Ayame-chan. He replied as the two walked back to the group. Kin and Sakura stood side by side, using the reflection in a kunai to watch the interaction between the two. They sighed heavily in unison before Sakura spoke. How does he do that? I just saw him kiss another girl and I'm not jealous. All I can think is, when is my turn? Is that weird? She asked Kin. Kin just sighed again dreamily, watching the two talk. Sure is, she murmured, not even listening to Sakura. Kakashi stood with his arm around Anko as they looked out into the forest. I can't believe that Brett only graduated the academy less than a year ago, Anko said as she looked at the trees. Kakashi smirked under his mask. Well, you know, he progressed so splendidly thanks to his sensei. Kakashi bragged even though they both knew Kakashi was a major factor, but not the only reason. Anko chuckled before looked up at him. Well, maybe that sensei needs a special reward, she said sexily as she purred into his chest. Kakashi's eye widened and he picked her up onto his shoulder. Team 7, I wish you luck on your mission tomorrow. Unfortunately I won't be able to see you off. Later, he said as the two disappeared in a puff of smoke heading towards Anko's apartment. Everyone watched as the smoke dissipated. There was a few moments of silence until Jiraiya yelled from his place on the ground, "Yeah, Kakashi." The others on the wall ignored his yell. Naruto looked from his place on the ground up to Hinata. Hinata-chan, I got something to tell you," he said as he fumbled with his weight bracelet nervously. Hinata turned to Naruto with a light smile. "Yes, Naruto-kun?" She asked with a light blush. "Oh, this is almost exactly how I imagined he'd confess to me," she thought happily. Naruto rolled onto his knees and looked Hinata in the eye. "I know how you feel about me, and He trailed off nervously as his face began to blush as well. Hinata stared at Naruto in shock. "He knows?" she thought. Naruto stumbled over his words, unsure how to continue, but then he saw he bite her lower lip nervously. "Fuck it," he thought as he threw caution to the wind. Hinata's eyes widened and she gasped softly as she saw Naruto leaning towards her. "Is he?" she thought before their lips collided. Hinata was still for a moment before she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him deeper into their first kiss. They both smiled into their kiss as they held together for a moment, before releasing each other's lips, but not venturing out of the embrace. Hinata smiled with tears in her eyes. "I love you, Naruto-kun," she whispered. Naruto grinned in return. "I think I'm in love with you too, Hinata-chan," he said before she pulled him in for another kiss. Jiraiya climbed back up the wall to see Naruto and Hinata mid-kiss. "Perfect," he thought with a thumbs up as he took out his notebook and began writing in it. Icha Paradise, The Angel and the Demon, The Road to Recognition. "This'll be a hit. And I can sell it as a side series," he thought as he began writing notes, but adding 10 years to the character's age. "Don't want to go to jail after all," he thought as he placed his notebook away and clapped loudly. Everyone turned their attention to him. Even though Sasuke sat with Sakura in his lap, Kin leaning against his side and Ayame in front of Sakura, they were all just talking. Naruto and Hinata released each other from their hug and Naruto stepped away, holding Hinata's hand. "Now that I have everyone's attention, Squad 7 and I have a very important mission that starts tomorrow, so I think it's time to turn in," Jiraiya said. The three girls around Sasuke moaned in disappointment while Hinata just squeezed Naruto's hand. Jiraiya clapped again. "Chop chop everyone," he said loudly as he walked away. "We'll meet here again at 8 in the morning, good night." He saluted before he went puff. Everyone got ready to go as Sasuke made a hand sign, Uchiha fire style, fire clone jutsu. He blew out a small stream of fire that took the form of Sasuke. It turned to Ayame. "Ayame-chan, would you like an escort home?" it asked with a smirk. Ayame poked the clone's arm, checking it wasn't going to burst into flames. Seeing that it didn't, she hugged its arm. "Yes please," she said excitedly. Sasuke picked her up bridal style and stepped off of the wall before placing her down. The two walked home peacefully. Sasuke turned to his other two girls. "Ladies?" he asked as he held out his arms. Sakura took hold of his left arm and rested her head on his shoulder, and Kin did the same on his right. The three of them began walking along the village wall until they came into the Uchiha district. Naruto, who was still low on chakra, began wheeling Hinata in the opposite direction along the wall, on the way to the Hyuga clan house. "Good night, Sasuke-kun," Ayame said to the fire clone. It kissed her softly before stepping away from her front door. "Good night, Ayame-chan, we will be back in the village as soon as possible," it promised with a smile. Ayame stepped towards her door while blushing and she looked at him one last time. The clone smiled and said softly, "I love you, Ayame-chan." Ayame's eyes widened as Sasuke walked out from their pathway and back onto the street. She smiled softly before saying, "I love you too." The clone smiled as she walked inside. He went to move away when he felt someone staring at him. He turned to the front window of Ayame's house, where Tucci stood with a frown. Tucci noticed the clone's stare and glared hard, trying to intimidate him. A glare hard enough to kill. He remembered from the book he read, What to Do When Your Daughter Begins Dating a Ninja. The clone smirked and decided to play a prank. He stumbled back as if Tucci's glare had hit him, then fell to his knees before dispelling in a plume of fire. Tucci's jaw dropped as he saw Sasuke burn instantly. "What?" he mumbled as he looked at the ashes outside his house. Ayame stepped around the corner to see her father staring out the window, his jaw on the floor. "Did you see the clone, Daddy? It was so cool. Sasuke made it with fire," she said as she skipped past. Tucci blinked twice. "Fire, clone?" he mumbled before sighing in relief. "Smart-ass brat," Tucci mumbled as he went to interrogate his daughter about the date. Sasuke, Sakura and Kin arrived back home and Sasuke unwound himself from the two. I'll let you two go use the bathroom. I can wait till after you two go, he said as he walked to the kitchen. Sakura and Kin walked up the stair together with a huge smile on their faces. That was great, Kin whispered excitedly. Sakura nodded with a smile before grabbing Kin's hand and pulled her into the bathroom. Let's use the family-sized tub, Sakura said as the two went to share a bath. After 10 minutes, Sasuke walked up the stairs. At least one of them has to be done by now, he thought as he passed the bathroom door on the way to his room. That feels good, Kin-chan. Sasuke froze as he heard Sakura's words in the bathroom. How about here? Kin asked. Sasuke pressed his ear to the door. Sakura moaned loudly, yay. Right there. Harder. She let out softly. Sasuke held his nose as blood began to pour out of it. He ran back downstairs and stood over the sink in the kitchen. He rinsed his face and stared at his reflection in the window over the sink. Were they just? But how? What did? His thoughts tripped over themselves as he tried to work out what the hell he just heard. Back upstairs in the bathroom, Kin and Sakura were both in the mega tub. Kin was massaging Sakura's shoulder. That feel good? Sakura nodded and moaned, thanks Kin-chan, ever since I healed that kunai wound I got during the invasion, my shoulder had been killing me. Ooh. There. She moaned as Kin began working her elbow across the shoulder. Kin nodded, yeah, that happens. Even though medical jutsus heal extremely quick, it still isn't as good as the old-fashioned healing over time thing. I'm guessing your forearm still hurts every now and again as well? Kin said as she finished on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura stretched her arm a few times, feeling the previous tenseness gone. Well, it doesn't hurt exactly, but it randomly gets itchy for a few seconds. Sakura replied as the two of them finished washing. They stepped out of the bathroom wrapped in towels as Sasuke walked past again, a tissue up his bloody nose. The two girls watched him walk past as his face flushed red. I'm glad you two enjoyed your shower, he murmured as he stepped into the bathroom. The two girls watched him oddly as the door closed. Kin turned to Sakura. What was that about? She asked. Sakura shrugged. I'm not sure, it's too cold to be standing around in towels, Sakura said as the two moved to their respective rooms. Good night, Kin-chan. Good night, Sakura-chan. Their doors closed and Kin turned to see a heart-shaped box of chocolates on her bed and a note attached. She grabbed it and read, I hope you had a wonderful night, Kin-chan. I love you and I'm so happy to have you with us. Yours, Sasuke. Kin smiled as she opened the box and had a chocolate. Placing the rest on her nightstand, she smiled. I love you too, Sasuke-kun. She thought happily. Sakura turned from her closed door to see the petals of cherry blossom sprinkled over her bed. She gasped as she looked closer to see they were all chocolate petals. There was a note on her pillow. Sakura picked it up and read, Good night, Sakura-chan. I hope you enjoyed the night and I thank you for such a delicious feast. I love you, my cherry blossom. Yours, Sasuke. Sakura grinned widely and thought, oh Sasuke-kun, I'm yours too. Naruto walked behind Hinata as the two approached the gate of the Hyuga compound. Here we are, Hinata-chan, he said with a smile as he leaned over her head and looked down. She looked up to his smiling face and puckered her lips. Naruto smiled before leaning down and kissing her softly. He slowly pulled away and the two smiled before Hinata spoke. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she whispered. He smiled and walked to the gate. He knocked twice and in moments they opened slightly. Neji stepped out. Good evening, Naruto-san, Hinata-sama, he said with a soft smile. An actual smile. Naruto raised a brow before smirking. Hey Neji. How are you doing? Naruto asked loudly. Neji nodded curtly. I am doing well, thank you. I'm sorry but Hiashi-sama asked that he sees Hinata-sama as soon as she arrived home so. He trailed off as he opened the gate wider. Naruto nodded and turned to his new girlfriend. Good night, Hinata-chan, he said as he walked closer to her. He then whispered, I love you, my Hyuga princess. Hinata's face flushed red as Naruto wheeled Hinata to Neji and Neji took over pushing. Good night, Naruto-kun, she yelled over her shoulder as the gate closed between them. Naruto smiled before turning back home and walking away. Suddenly another branch member landed in front of him. Hello Naruto-sama, Hiashi-sama wanted me to deliver this to you. He requests you leave quickly and give it to Sasuke-san to analyze. He also requests your team mentions this to no one. The member said before passing the scroll to Naruto and disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto looked at the scroll in his hand before deciding to house hop home. Sasuke, it must be a seal of some kind. He thought on his way home, to go to sleep and rest for tomorrow's mission. Chapter 21, The Search for Tsunade, New Techniques, Akatsuki appears. You guys ready? Jiraiya asked as he stood up from his spot on the ground, throwing on his backpack. Chun and Squad 7 nodded in unison before declaring, "Hi Uro-sensei." Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched in frustration. "Don't call me that, brats," he yelled as he huffed and marched off down the road, beginning the search for Tsunade. It was 12 hours since Squad 7 and Jiraiya left Konoha. They were just making camp for their first night on their way to Tsunade's last known location. Please. No. Naruto and Jiraiya had been having this debate for 20 minutes. Please. Naruto said. No. Jiraiya replied. Please. No. Please. No. Naruto pouted, "One last chance, before you regret it," he threatened. Jiraiya turned to Naruto with a raised brow. "You threatening me?" "Ha, that's rich," he said before turning back to his tent. Naruto smiled and pulled a small packet of seeds from his pocket. They were the seeds of a thorny rose bush. Naruto jumped into Jiraiya's back. "Ha," he yelled as if he was playfully attacking. Jiraiya reached up and pulled Naruto off of him easily. "Brat, you will learn your jutsus on the way back from finding Tsunade. Not a moment earlier or later. Got it?" he said in a scolding tone as he dropped Naruto on his ass. Naruto smirked. "How about this, I make your life torture or you teach us our jutsu." Sasuke and Sakura looked up from their place next to the fire. "Don't drag us into this," Sasuke said with a frown. Jiraiya just laughed. "Are you serious, brat? What could you do?" he said. Naruto smirked and held a hand sign, wood style, sudden growth. He announced. The seed that Naruto put down the back of Jiraiya's shirt grew thorny vines. They grew up his back and stabbed a little thorns all over his upper back between his shoulder blades. Jiraiya froze as he felt them stick. Naruto smirked. "I could, and will, make the thorns venture into your pants. Now promise to teach us our jutsu." Sakura smiled. "Well, Naruto won this argument, I agree with him." "Sensei. Teach us our jutsu," she ordered with a chuckle. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. "My teammates are right, I can tell if you lie, sensei," he said with a smirk. Jiraiya frowned. "You guys suck, you ruin all the surprises," Jiraiya said with a sigh. "Fine, I'll teach you each the start of the techniques," he promised. Naruto looked to Sasuke and he nodded. Naruto pulled his chakra from the seed, returning it back to being just a seed. "Let's get started, sensei," he said. Jiraiya pulled the seed out of his shirt and smirked. "I said I'd teach you it, I didn't specify now or later." "I choose later," Jiraiya said cheekily. Naruto sputtered. "You can't do that," he yelled angrily. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, forcefully shutting him up. "I'll teach you all the first stages tomorrow morning. I need supplies from town to teach you, so you will have to wait. Okay?" he said with a small smile. Naruto smiled up at him. "Thanks Uro-sensei," he said before turning and hovering over to the fire. Jiraiya sighed. "Look kids, I know you want to stay up but we really need get going early in the morning," he said. Sakura and Naruto frowned at him while Sasuke nodded. "He's right, we should all turn in." Naruto was about to disagree when Sasuke spoke again. "Atoto, don't you want Hinata to be better?" Naruto's eyes widened and suddenly he was in on the other side of the clearing. "Wood style, traveler's den," he yelled as he finished his hand signs. Suddenly a small single-story house popped up out of the ground. "Good night everyone," he said as he opened the door and walked in, carrying his sleeping bag with him. Sasuke and Sakura blinked in shock before following after him. Jiraiya looked between his tent and the house. "Screw that," he muttered as he left his tent behind and entered the hut. The four entered town early in the morning, around 7 o'clock. "All right everyone, there is a casino in this town called Jackpot 911, this was Tsunade's last known location. If you really want to learn these jutsu, go find it. We will meet back here at 10, got it?" Jiraiya asked. Team 7 nodded, and entered the town. Sasuke took lead. "All right, so since we are looking for a casino, we will most likely find the most information at either a red light district, central district or a tourism center," he said as he glanced at the different shops surrounding the three. Sakura cupped her chin in thought. "Well, wouldn't a tourism center be near the entrance to the town?" she asked. Sasuke nodded. "Yep, but as you can see there are none here," he said. Naruto hovered next to the two. "Well, we did kinda take a ninja's path here, Let's find the civilian gate, he said. Sasuke stopped walking. All right, Naruto, you are to go to the civilian's entrance and see if there are any tourism centers. You can find us by scent easily enough. I will go to the red light district and search for the casino there, as Sakura may get harassed by a creep or two. Sakura, you go ask around at the central district, Naruto and I will find you when we're done. Got it everyone? He asked as he turned to his team. Naruto blinked. Wow, you really are good at hunting things down, he said. Sasuke smirked. Move out, he said as he leapt onto a nearby building and began looking for the red light district. Sakura smiled softly and just began to follow the flow of people traffic. I'll pass through the village center soon enough, she thought. Naruto flew straight up into the air, startling many of the people who noticed him. He hovered as he looked around the small city. Ah crap, he said as he glanced to the four sides of the square city. There's 4 other gates, he said with a frown. He began drifting towards the one in the east. Guess I'll look over here, he muttered. Hey Sakura-chan, did you find anything? Sasuke asked as he arrived at the town square, having followed Sakura's chakra signature with his Sharingan. She sighed. Not really, but did get these, she said as she held up a small book of coupons. Sasuke raised a brow. Why would we need coupons? He asked. Sakura shrugged. I dunno, but the guy giving them out said I was cute and gave me one for free, she said excitedly. Sasuke frowned. Looks like I made the right decision in going to the red light district instead of you. Imagine all the free things you would have been offered. Sakura blinked twice before flushing red. I would have said no to those things, Sasuke-kun, she said. Hey guys. The two turned to see Naruto walking down the road, 3 bags in one hand, each about the size of his head, and some food in the other. Guys, the casino is so fun. I won so much money, and some nice girl asked me to have an early lunch with her. I told her about Hinata-chan, so of course I said no, but it was nice of her anyway, he said as he took a bite from his stick of food. Sasuke frowned. You found the casino? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, the first tourism center I went to told me where it was, so I went to find it and confirm before finding you guys. I put a coin I found on the floor into one of the machines out the front and won a minor jackpot, he said with a smile. The other 2 of Team 7 sighed. Then Sakura said, that looks like more than a minor jackpot, she said as she looked at the bags. Naruto smiled and passed a bag to both Sasuke and Sakura. Actually, I didn't know what to do with the money, so I went up to this spinning thing called roulette and I picked number 1. I placed the entire winning on it and I won again, he said with a smile. Sasuke looked in his bag and noticed it wasn't money, but scrolls. A Toto, what's with the scrolls if you won so much? Naruto pulled a scroll out and unsealed it. Suddenly thousands of clamps of 21,000 Ryo notes filled the street. I was bet by some guy that I couldn't win in the bigger games, so I took his bet and followed him upstairs. Flashback. Naruto was led up a hidden set of stairs and came to a stop in front of 2 bodyguards. They nodded to the scrawny man called Even Steven as the 2 walked through the guarded door. Naruto looked at the other 5 people sitting at the cards table in front of him. They all seemed important. Hey everyone. My name's Naruto, he said with a smile. They all stopped and turned to stare at him. A big guy in a white gold tee and jeans spoke up. Oi, Even Steven, I thought you said you'd find a gambler, not some kid, he said as he licked his gold tooth. Steven smiled. Well, Fat Tony, this kid just won a shit ton and he's only been here 10 minutes. Another player turned, her blonde hair in 2 pigtails and she wore a green jacket with the kanji for gamble on it. She appraised Naruto's outfit and noticed his headband. That's probably cause little Naruto is a ninja. The others at the table stiffened as Steven smiled. Hey, I know chakra use when I see it. He wasn't using any. Am I right, kid? Naruto blinked owlishly. Huh? You can use chakra to play? He asked. The people at the table laughed and Tony pulled out a chair. Have seat, Naruto, let's get started. And I won the first 3 hands, lost a couple, then the blonde lady and some fatty with a cowboy hat went all in, so I did too. Apparently I won, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke smirked. Do you even know what you were playing, Naruto? He asked. Naruto thought hard. It was kinda like Go Fish, he said. Idiot. The QB muttered in his mind. Naruto ignored him as Sakura's brow furrowed. Then what happened? She asked. Naruto frowned. The blonde lady bankrupted, so she left. I won another all-in thing, so they voted for me to leave. Everyone didn't like me winning except for Tony. He was nice. He actually said that he owed me one for such an entertaining bout of poker, Naruto said, finishing with a smile. Sasuke sighed. It's poker Naruto, not poker, he said. Naruto raised a brow. What does poking someone have to do with anything, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke sighed again. Nothing, forget I said anything. He muttered as he turned to walk away, bag of money still in hand. Sakura and Naruto ran to catch up to him, none of them noticing the massive fight that was happening over the clips of money. You played poker with a mafia boss and he now owes you one, Jiraiya yelled in shock as he dropped the large sack he held. Naruto smiled. If you mean Tony then yeah, he said. Jiraiya stood with his jaw on the floor as the team continued talking. So who else played Naruto? This Tony, the fat cowboy, the blonde lady, you. I thought you said there were 4 other people at the table? Sakura asked. Jiraiya snapped out of his daze when Sakura said blonde lady. Wait, Naruto, tell me about this blonde lady. He ordered. Naruto nodded as he passed Sasuke another scroll, which he proceeded to seal into a much more advanced seal, which he had painted onto the inside of Naruto's Chunin vest. Well, if I was anything like Uro-sensei I probably would have asked her out. I mean she looked about 30 at the most but she had huge boobs, he said as he remembered the lady. She sucked at gambling though, she left just before I was asked to leave. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and shook him. You moron, that was Tsunade, he yelled. Naruto was being shaken so Sakura spoke for him, but Naru-ni said they kept calling her the legendary sucker. Jiraiya stopped shaking Naruto as he turned to Sakura. That's her nickname in the gambling world. Naruto, do you remember her scent? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it smelled similar to Shodaime-sama mixed with alcohol and smoke, he said as he stood back on his feet. Sasuke smirked. We got her then, he said in victory. Jiraiya nodded. I certainly hope so, although knowing her, she bolted from this town since she's always on the run from debt collectors, he said with a sigh. Sakura tapped Naruto's shoulder. Well, quick, let's go find her, she said loudly. Sasuke finished sealing the last scroll into the seal. All right, I'm done here, he said with a smirk. Naruto threw his vest back on but left it open this time. Follow me. He cheered as he hovered a foot off the ground and headed towards the casino at a fast-running pace. The others kept up easily. 30 minutes later, the 4 were standing in front of the casino with Naruto sniffing heavily. I think I got it, he announced. Jiraiya quickly said, well, follow it. Everyone slowed so that Naruto could follow the scent. It took an hour to trail properly and it led to a hotel in the northern sector of the city. Jiraiya ran up to the front desk. Excuse me, has a blonde superbly endowed woman been here lately? Her name is Tsunade. The guy behind the desk chuckled. Yeah man, she checked out this morning along with her little friend. Said she was planning to hit up one last casino before heading to Tanzaku town. He paused as he realized he gave out private information of a customer, and you didn't hear it from me. He added as an afterthought. Jiraiya nodded. Sure thing, Tanzaku town, got it. He panted as he ran back outside to the waiting Chunin. Sakura asked as he approached, so what's the news, sensei? Jiraiya smiled. She's on her way to Tanzaku town. It's a week's journey on foot from here, 3 days ninja style, he said. Naruto raised the question, will she be traveling ninja style? He asked. Jiraiya frowned. Probably, but she'll go through one of the 5 outpost towns so she can get some more cash. So it'll take her 6 days anyway, he said. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Since she's using chakra to tree hop, we can follow the trail with my Sharingan, he said. Jiraiya was about to agree when he paused. Well, personally I don't mind either way. But think about this, if we walked for the first 5 days normally, that means you guys can train in the use of these jutsus. Then we can kick it into high gear and arrive at Tanzaku at about the same time as her. What do you think? He asked. The 3 Chunin paused. I like jutsu, Naruto said. Sakura nodded. Well, at least this way we'll be learning things and not wasting time waiting for her, she said. Sasuke nodded. All right, techniques it is, he said. Jiraiya smiled. In that case, we'll start moving to the next town. We'll be there by sundown so we can get a room in a hotel. I'll teach on the move, Jiraiya said with a smile. Jiraiya talked as the team moved down the road at a normal walking pace. Now, out of the 3 of you I'm pretty sure Sakura will have it the easiest. Jiraiya smirked. These techniques I'll be teaching you, all of you will be learning techniques made by the 4th Hokage himself that pertain to your chosen specialities. Jiraiya explained. The 3 Chunin's jaws hit the floor. The 4th / my dad? The 3 muttered in unison. Jiraiya nodded and held a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. He announced as two other versions of him popped into existence. Jiraiya called Sasuke over to himself and sent a clone to Naruto and Sakura respectively. Alright Naruto, this is a technique created by your father, it requires no hand signs, just pure control. I'll give you a demonstration first. Jiraiya's clone said as it walked to the left of the footpath. Naruto nodded with a smile on his face, I've read about many techniques my dad used, I wonder if it's one I know? He thought. Jiraiya lifted his hand and a blue sphere formed in it, Rasengan, he said as he pushed the ball into a tree as they passed by it. The jutsu drilled through the tree easily, not weakening in the slightest. Naruto smiled widely, that's the jutsu you managed to stop my wind missile with, he said happily. Jiraiya nodded, yes it is, now watch me closely, this is step 1, Jiraiya said as he pulled a water balloon out of the sack he held. Naruto's eyes widened as the ball became lumpy for a moment before exploding. How'd you do that? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smirked, you have to figure it out yourself, or you could get help from your old man's diary? I know you keep it on you at all times, Jiraiya said. Naruto smiled and nodded, okay. I'll take it from here sensei, Naruto said as he grabbed the bag of water balloons from the clone. It nodded, good luck brat, it said before dispelling. Naruto made a wood clone to hold the bag while he took a look at his father's journal, which Naruto had on the inside pocket of his vest. Okay, I just gotta find his training notes on the Rasengan. He muttered as he began flicking through his father's late Jonin years. Alright Sakura, like you the fourth Hokage was a speed demon, thus he earned the nickname, the Yellow Flash. So, he made a taijutsu style based solely on that speed, which is what I'm giving to you along with his strongest combination moves. The Jiraiya clone said as it passed Naruto 2 scrolls. Sakura smiled and held the scrolls, she read the titles aloud, the hummingbird style and the 4 flash combos. Thanks sensei, she said happily. Jiraiya smiled, before you can learn the flash combinations, you must have at least the first 3 stances of the hummingbird perfected. She nodded, no problem. Jiraiya chuckled, and when I saw perfected, I mean able to do the 3 in a perfect flow in any order in less than 10 seconds. Just like he did, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Sakura's eyes were wide open, can I start off learning with radical good speed? She asked hopefully. Jiraiya shrugged, it's up to you how you learn it. I just want it done, he said before dispelling. Sakura looked at the scrolls in hand and opened the first one, okay, so it at least begins like mine, and it relies on slashes of a kunai and swift kicks, lucky me. I got claws and power boots, she said with a smile as she continued reading while walking. Before anyone freaks out about what Jiraiya is teaching Sasuke, let me just tell you that the Uchiha can't learn the technique, but he might be able to unravel the seal, that's what Jiraiya is aiming at. The real Jiraiya stood next to Sasuke, now Sasuke, I trust you to tell no one but your teammates of this technique. It is the secret to the fourth's amazing power, he said, absolutely serious. Sasuke nodded, yes Jiraiya-sensei, he agreed. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and unsealed its contents, a tri-pronged kunai, a piece of paper with a sealing formula written on it and another scroll. This is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or, the Hirashin, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, analyzing the seal. This will take a while. He muttered as he realized he could almost see what was done, but couldn't tell where one sealing array ended and another began. Jiraiya smiled and walked ahead of the 3 Chunin who stood behind him, all 3 of them reading something in front of them intently. Jiraiya sighed, finally some quiet. He thought as the 4 continued their slow trek down the road. Here's your key sir, and this is your room number, the desk clerk said as he pointed to the information sheet. Jiraiya nodded, thank you, he said as he turned and walked toward Squad 7. Jiraiya passed the key to Naruto, you guys go settle in, I've got some research to do, Jiraiya said with a perverted giggle as he watched an attractive young lady wave to him from across the lobby. Squad 7 watched Jiraiya follow after the woman in disbelief. Damn Uro-sensei, Naruto muttered. Sakura snatched the key, let's go already. I need to read up on the maneuvers in this style, she said as she ran up the stairs. Naruto and Sasuke followed quickly as they didn't want to get lost. 2 cloaked figures watched as Jiraiya walked away from the hotel, following after a young lady. The taller one spoke, hey, Itachi. That was him right? So that means the QB brat is alone in the hotel now? He asked as he looked up, showing his face was an odd shade of blue. The shorter one, Itachi nodded. Naruto came on this journey with Jiraiya-sama. Was all he said. The tall guy sighed. You really like bugging me, don't ya? I never get a straight answer out of you, he mumbled. Itachi turned to look at his partner in crime. The Jinchuriki is in the hotel. Jiraiya is not. We act now, Kisame, Itachi said as dropped from the roof he was on into a nearby alleyway. Kisame smirked. Hey, what a weirdo, he said as he too jumped off the roof. The two approached the hotel, their black cloaks with red clouds billowing in the wind. Naruto sat on the ceiling above the door as he continued to read his father's journal. Maybe if I add more chakra strings to the rotation it will be more powerful? I later discovered my theory was correct. Naruto read in his head as he held a water balloon in his other hand. Naruto paused in his reading and looked at the water balloon. So, multiple chakra strings. He thought aloud as he was about to channel the swirling chakra. Knock knock. Sasuke looked up from his seal work. He had multiple seals surrounding him as he sat in the center of the floor. I'll get it, he muttered as he stood and cracked his back. Sakura was laying on her bed as she read her scroll. It's probably just sensei, she mumbled. Sasuke paused before turning the door handle. What if it isn't? He mumbled before activating his Sharingan and putting himself on guard as he turned the door handle. He pulled it open to come face to face with another pair of Sharingan eyes. Sasuke stared in shock as Itachi returned the stare with an almost unnoticeable frown. Itachi? Sasuke mumbled as he bared his teeth in rage. Naruto, from his position, heard Sasuke's whisper and he instantly sprung into action. An S-ranked elite missing nin? We gotta get out of here, he thought as he stood upside down, now facing the duo in the hallway with his palms right in the off-guard Itachi's face. Decapitating airwaves. Itachi ducked under the shot with apparent ease and Kisame stepped aside, letting the attack gouge scars in the opposite wall. Sasuke dove forward right at Itachi, a kunai in hand as he plunged it at his chest. Itachi disappeared in a burst of speed. Sasuke's Sharingan managed to follow Itachi's movement, but he wasn't even close to actually doing anything about it. Sasuke stumbled as Kisame stepped forward, a smirk on his lips. Looks like we get a small battle after all, he said as he swung Samahata at Sasuke's off-balance form. Clang! Kisame's smile widened as he was blocked by Naruto's blade. Well, if it isn't Kubikiri Bocho? What a surprise, he said as he easily sidestepped Naruto's next swing. That's some impressive strength you got, but you're majorly lacking in speed. Kisame taunted as he parried Naruto's next attack and swung at his legs. Naruto barely jumped over the attack before he was suddenly pulled back into the hotel room by one of Sakura's extended claws. Sasuke was yanked in by the other. She closed the door and spat a mud wall to hold the two S-ranked criminals off. Grab everything. We have to find Uro-sensei, she yelled before Kisame's sword stabbed through the door and the earth wall. Sasuke snapped out of his rage. She's right, there is no way we can beat those two. Naruto. Emergency cleanup, he ordered. Naruto held his palms forward and Kisame ripped the door away from the earth wall. Wind style, suction, he yelled. Every loose object in the room was pulled towards Naruto instantly. Sasuke held a seal between Naruto's hands and the oncoming items. Sealing art, instant storage seal, Sasuke yelled as what appeared to be a small black hole opened up. All the items of Squad 7 and a lot of the hotel's things were sealed in a second and Sasuke put the seal in his pouch as Kisame wrenched the earth wall to pieces. You really think that would stop us? Kisame said with a sneer. Squad 7 turned to jump out the window, only to come face to face with Itachi, who stood calmly as he watched them move. There was a tense silence as Itachi spoke. Naruto, you are needed to fulfill the goal of the Akatsuki. Come with us and we won't hurt your teammates. Naruto's eyes widened. What do you want with me? Naruto said. Kisame spoke up. Hey Itachi, let me just shred off their legs. It's not like they need he said with an evil smirk. Sasuke glared at Itachi with hatred. Naruto? He came for Naruto? He acts like he doesn't even notice me, he thought angrily. Sakura smirked and activated RGS, causing Kisame and Itachi to hesitate in their movements. Shocking first bullet, she yelled as she stomped the ground below them as hard as she could. The floor gave out and Squad 7 fell to the floor below. Naruto caught onto her idea as he used the holes in his hands to propel his just below the other two. He swung a punch at the ground. Ha, he yelled as he channeled what used to be Hashirama's strength. The floor broke away and the trio continued to fall, though Sasuke was glaring up at Itachi the whole time. He wants to take my Itoto, I won't let him harm my new family. He thought as he saw Itachi and Kisame jump down towards them. Sasuke pulled out 2 seal tags and threw them to 2 opposite walls as Team 7 fell through the 3rd floor. Sealing art, lightning barrier, he yelled. The barrier of electricity appeared in Itachi and Kisame's path. Kisame wasn't fast enough to dodge, but Itachi was already moving. He kicked Kisame lightly in the chest, pushing the 2 away from each other and letting them grip onto the walls with their chakra. Tsuga. Sasuke looked back down to see Naruto digging through the last 2 floors on an angle. His pathway opened up into the lobby. Sakura and Sasuke slid down the steep hole after him and came out into the lobby. Naruto threw 2 scrolls of cash behind the countertop to pay for damages as the 3 turned to run out the door, only to come face to face with Itachi once again. Itachi stood perfectly calm. This is your last chance, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Itachi said as he took a slow step forward. Toad Sage Art, Toad Mouth Bind. The lobby was suddenly replaced with the inside of a toad's stomach as Jiraiya stood in front of Squad 7. So, the Akatsuki strike already, hey? Jiraiya said with a smirk as he focused on Itachi's chest, avoiding eye contact but proving he knows how to handle an Uchiha. Itachi paused in his stride as Jiraiya appeared. Kisame landed next to him. I think we could still take him, what do you say, Itachi? He said with a smirk on his fish face. Itachi shook his head. No, we take our leave, Kisame. There will be a time when Jiraiya cannot look after the boy. We'll strike then, Itachi said as he turned for the hallway to his right and ran, Kisame close behind him. Jiraiya slammed his hands onto the ground. You think I'll let you? He yelled as he used his chakra to send flesh after the 2. Boom! Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock as he deactivated his jutsu and ran around the corner. What the hell? He mumbled as he looked at the hole in the wall and the black flames that had burnt through. Jiraiya approached the flames and looked closely. Sasuke, seal this up so that we can analyze it. Jiraiya ordered. Sasuke nodded, still in shock at running into his brother after all this time. I will kill you someday, Itachi. He thought as he wrote a sealing formula onto one of his blank tags. Sealing art, flame seal. He muttered as he finished writing the seal. Jiraiya nodded in approval as all the black flames disappeared into the seal. Jiraiya sighed. Everyone, change of plans. We'll use full speed to arrive at Tanzaku town tomorrow morning. You can rest and train when we get there. Understood? He asked. The squad nodded in unison. Hi sensei, they said seriously. The 4 exited through the hole and went to move on their way when a blur entered Sasuke's vision. Sensei, he yelled, alerting everyone to the oncoming threat. Naruto leapt forward, using his super strength to block the kick of Guy? Jiraiya asked. The green beast halted his attack and immediately stood in his Nisgai pose. Ah! Forgive me, Jiraiya-sama. I thought you were an enemy, he said. Jiraiya frowned. You knew about the other 2 then? He asked. Guy nodded, becoming serious for once. They infiltrated the Leaf and captured one of the Chunin that handle mission assignments. Asuma and myself just happened to be there at the time and we found out they were looking for Naruto. Unfortunately, the Chunin had already said that Naruto had gone on a mission with you, he said. Jiraiya nodded. Well, thanks I guess, Jiraiya said before turning, wanting to leave before anything else happened. Guy once again smiled. I guess I should be on my way back to the Leaf now. Good luck on your mission and may your youth explode, he yelled before disappearing in a burst of speed towards home. Jiraiya nodded seriously. Alright, let's move out. And I mean really kick it into high gear, Jiraiya said as he summoned a toad and the 2 hopped away at an extremely fast pace. Naruto flew next to Jiraiya, towing an anti-gravity sealed weightless Sasuke behind him, and Sakura ran alongside them all easily, her skating ability activated. Jiraiya and Squad 7 walked heavily into the hotel lobby. They all looked extremely tired from their 15-hour full-speed journey. Jiraiya left the team to rest in some chairs in the lobby while he went to get the room key. There were no problems, and within 20 minutes, everyone was asleep in a comfy bed. It was 3 days until Tsunade arrived in Tanzaku town, and Squad 7 stood in a hidden field just outside of town. Jiraiya stood in front of them as he began with his questions. So, have any of you made any progress in what I gave you? Jiraiya asked with a smile. Naruto held out the water balloon in front of him and thought of how his father described the first stage, multiple chakra strings, rotating at high speeds. He thought as he began to channel the needed chakra. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock when he saw the balloon get very bumpy very quickly. It stretched out widely, then just before it broke, it collapsed in on itself, returning to normal. Naruto frowned while Jiraiya laughed, "Ha ha. That was a pretty good effort, brat. Looks like you need to rotate much faster though, otherwise the water will slow itself down naturally." Jiraiya explained to the disgruntled Naruto. Sasuke pulled out a sealing tag. "I have discovered how the Hirashin works, but I have yet to make a variant that I can use. The tag is similar to a reverse summoning seal, but about 50 times more complicated," he explained with a frown. Jiraiya nodded. "I wish I could help Sasuke, but this one is entirely on you," he said. "And you, Sakura?" he asked. She smirked. "I've memorized the stances, now I just need to get my flow going right," she said with a smile. Jiraiya smirked. "Once again the only girl of the team is in the lead, you guys gonna let this stand?" Jiraiya asked with his smirk widening. Naruto held his water balloon in a loose fist. "Don't worry, sensei. No matter who learns this stuff first, we'll perfect it in no time," Naruto promised. Sasuke grunted in agreement, the ever-present Uchiha smirk on his face. Jiraiya's smirk turned into a grin. "Get cracking then. I'll be back this afternoon to check on your progress. Good luck," Jiraiya said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sasuke sat down and took out his sealing equipment, activating his Sharingan. He groaned, "It feels like I've made no progress other than identifying one of the 18 seals involved for this technique," he mumbled as he started to try and decipher the rest of the seal. Naruto stood behind Sasuke and focused his chakra. The balloon became bumpy but only about half as bumpy as Jiraiya's looked. Maybe I need more chakra strings?" he thought as he tried adding more. It was a difficult task to say the least. Sakura was slowly moving between the stances, trying to teach her muscles to memorize each movement perfectly. "This is gonna take a while, but it'll be worth it," she thought as she entered the second stance. Jiraiya walked up the hill and into the clearing, seeing a smiling Naruto, a tired but happy Sakura swinging a high kick, and a scowling Sasuke with 6 more pages of personal notes on the Hirashin seal. "Hey guys. How far did you get?" Jiraiya asked as he placed 4 small bags on the ground in front of him, not really expecting anyone other than Sakura to make any progress. Sakura finished her kata, panting heavily. She said, "I can confidently say I've mastered the first stances, I've just begun the second," she said with a smile. Sasuke grunted. "I was wrong about the sealing array. I had to start again to accommodate for my mistake," he said. Naruto lifted a balloon in the air and held it between his 2 hands. The balloon became bumpy for a moment before exploding violently. "What stage 2, sensei?" he asked with a confident smirk. Jiraiya balked at Naruto. "You got the first stage after only a day of practical training?" he rhetorically asked in surprise. Naruto's smirk widened into a huge grin. "Yep. But I have to use 2 hands, it's just hard to spin that many strings in a single direction at once," he announced. Jiraiya paused in his shock. "Did you say a single direction?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, why?" Jiraiya chuckled. "I know why you're finding it so hard. You're focusing on this single direction stuff, when in actual fact it's meant to be in multiple directions at once," Jiraiya explained. Naruto frowned. "But shouldn't that be harder?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head. "Not necessarily, because for you to have busted the balloon by only spinning the chakra in one direction, you would have been using more than 30 times the necessary amount of chakra strings. Also, for the second step you need maximum power output, you can't do that unless you're spinning in more than one direction," he explained. Naruto picked up another balloon, in between his 2 hands. "Okay, so multiple directions, less strings," he mumbled as he began practicing again. Jiraiya walked over to Sakura and watched her complete her first training in the second kata. "Looks like a good start, but I want to see you do the first set again. I will tell you if you've mastered it," Jiraiya said with a nod. She nodded and stood in her first stance, similar to Rock Lee's stance, but instead of having a hand behind her back, she had it crossing over her torso towards her opposite hip. Her other hand was held parallel to her chest and her fingers pointed out as a claw. She began the kata. Jiraiya watched her steps and the flows between each position. "Very good, but she seems to hesitate before using the jumping maneuvers. I wonder why," he thought. Sakura landed in the final stance, spinning to a stop with a reverse kick and an upward swipe of her claw. "So how'd I do, sensei?" she asked while panting. "Very good, I'm amazed at the rate you're learning this new style, although I am curious about something," Jiraiya said. Sakura raised a brow. "What is it?" she asked. Before moving into the airstrike stances and the jumping swoop kick, I noticed you hesitate. Is there a reason you feel uncomfortable with those maneuvers? He asked. She frowned lightly before nodding. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable leaving the ground. She muttered. Jiraiya nodded. Thought so, it's because you rely on your speed across the ground. There is nothing for you to push off in the air, he said. Sakura blushed as Jiraiya read her like a book. Yeah. She muttered. Jiraiya smiled. That's all right, the first of the more advanced techniques and the flash combinations will solve that problem quickly. Once you master the second stances to the same level you've mastered the first, then I'll let you learn the first flash combo. It'll make it easier, alright? He explained with a grin. She grinned in return. Sounds great, sensei, she said before returning to her training with much vigor. Jiraiya chuckled at her enthusiasm before turning to Sasuke. He crouched next to Sasuke and looked over the many different components that he had deciphered from the original seal. Well, aren't you hard at work? Jiraiya said. Sasuke nodded. Yeah, the one tiny mistake I made at the beginning was overlooking what I thought was a single advanced sealing array. I discovered when I looked over it again that it was 72 basic seals connected on a reverse summoning seal. Therefore, I can deduce that it is a high-powered reverse summoning accompanied by instant transmission and a clarity filter for the movement as well as something for the flash and a whole bunch of other random things, Sasuke said without skipping a beat with his brush. Jiraiya chuckled as he looked over the notes. Kid, you truly are amazing, he said as he stood back up straight. Jiraiya went back over to the bags he brought and opened one. It had 4 bento boxes in it. Break time, guys, come have some dinner, he said as he placed the boxes in front of him. The 3 Chunin sat by their sensei and the 4 talked about their techniques and the plan for convincing Tsunade to join the Leaf Village. It was the morning of the day Jiraiya expected Tsunade to arrive in town. The training progressed extremely well for Sakura and Naruto, and although Sasuke now understood each individual seal, he was making no progress to actually learning the technique. Sakura has perfected the first 4 katas from the Hummingbird Taijutsu scroll and she is capable of using the first 2 of the flash combos. The first of the combos teaches how to focus chakra through a person's body so they can chakra hop. This is a technique that with the right level of control, a person can actually push off of the air as if it was solid ground. Knowing this technique gave Sakura much confidence and a whole new spectrum of taijutsu tricks. The second technique taught her how to use the streak. This technique was similar to her skating technique, but it's concentrated into a single thrust of chakra that slides a person forward up to 10 meters in the blink of an eye. It was Sakura's new go-to move. Naruto managed to complete the first stage after only 3 tries once he had heard Jiraiya's advice. He managed to do the second step with both hands before he tried to return to the first step and perfect it properly. He could now do the first and second stages of learning the Rasengan one-handed, and he was almost done mastering the jutsu with 2 hands. Sasuke had dismantled the Hiroshin sealing array into its basic seals, which Jiraiya had estimated to be around 50. But Sasuke soon discovered that Jiraiya was wrong. He managed to take the seal to its most basic levels and counted a total of 182 seals interconnected to form the result. Jiraiya called for a meeting at midday at the local ramen bar. Jiraiya swallowed his mouthful of noodles and turned to his team of Chunin. Alright guys, as you know we expect for Tsunade to be arriving today at some point, and if I know Tsunade like I think I do, the first thing she'll want is a strong drink, Jiraiya said with a smirk. Naruto paused between bowls and raised a brow. You know, Aniki and I could find her the second she arrives, he said. Jiraiya scoffed. And how are you gonna do that? He asked sarcastically. You don't even know which gate she'll be entering from. Naruto smiled as he was past his 5th bowl. I can carry Sasuke up high enough to see all 3 entrance gates, and even though he may not be able to see any specific faces from the height, with his Sharingan he could easily see chakra signatures, ain't that right? Naruto said, turning towards his brother. Sasuke just nodded as he continued to eat his meal. Jiraiya nodded with a frown. Okay, I guess that'll work. But remember to wait for me before trying to talk to her, alright? He asked. Sasuke nodded. Obviously, he said as he rolled his eyes. Jiraiya smiled. When you finish that bowl you two better get started. If we're unlucky then she might already be here and we'll have to find her the old-fashioned way, he said with a chuckle. Naruto quickly downed the contents of his bowl and stood with a burp. Thanks for the meal, old man, Naruto yelled to the old chef, who smiled and waved. Come back anytime. Sasuke stood as well and activated one of his many anti-gravity seals. Let's go Atoto, he said. Sasuke wrapped his chain around the handle of Naruto's sword and Naruto lifted into the air, lifting the feather-light Sasuke along with him. Sasuke looked down. Sakura-chan, I'll activate my new pulse seal to notify you when we find her, so keep it with you, he said as the duo rose above the buildings and high into the air. Naruto stopped when they were above triple the height of all the buildings in the town. Can you see all the gates, Aniki? Naruto asked as he looked down. Sasuke was sitting on the weight of his weapon, using it as a makeshift chair. He activated his Sharingan. Yeah, I can see the people walking through the gates. You know anything that might give me a clue as to what her chakra signature is like? Sasuke asked as the two hovered. Naruto frowned. Well, she's the granddaughter of the Shodaime, so her chakra should have a relative frequency to what mine looks like when I use wood-style jutsu, Naruto said, sounding confused as to what he just said. Sasuke looked up with a raised brow. Where'd that explanation come from? He asked. Naruto grinned foxily. My inbuilt team of specialists, he said cheekily. Sasuke looked back to the gates and kept watch. We could be here for a while, he said. Naruto nodded and pulled out a balloon. He blew it up and held it in his hand. In that case, I'm gonna practice my control, Naruto said as he tried to complete step 3 of the Rasengan in his two hands. Hash. Sasuke swung lightly as he saw 2 chakra signatures enter through the eastern gate. 2 hours later than Jiraiya estimated. I think I found her, Naruto, he said as he maximized his sight. By straining his Sharingan, Sasuke could see that the chakra signatures came from someone with similar chakra to Naruto's wood chakra, and a person who was obviously leaning towards medical ninja status because of the healing chakra in her system. Naruto stopped messing with his training, dropping the remains of the 15th balloon he had accidentally exploded with only one hand. Well, let's go say hi, Naruto said with a cheer as he began to slowly float towards the gate. Sasuke sighed and activated his pulse seal, thus the seal Sakura held echoed the pulse. She'll know we found Tsunade now, he said as he was towed along towards the medical Sannin. Hash. Jiraiya swung a punch at the airborne Sakura's unprotected back. She used her chakra to instinctively hop higher into the air. She turned and hopped again, this time pushing towards him. She began swiping with a claw. Jiraiya barely ducked under the swipe and leapt back as he felt a small pulse of chakra that wasn't Sakura's. Is that the tag? He asked. Sakura landed and pulled the tag out of her pouch. It was lighting up blue in the bottom right corner. Yep, by the looks of it Tsunade is entering from the east gate, she said as she turned to catch the 2 teammates of hers. Jiraiya followed thinking, I wonder why she took so long. Knowing Tsunade, it would only be if either a debt collector found her or someone stopped her. Who would try to stop an angry overpowered drunk woman? Jiraiya frowned in thought as the 2 hightailed it to Sasuke's position. Hash. Naruto and Sasuke sat on top of a building stealthily. They were observing Tsunade and her apprentice while waiting for Jiraiya and Sakura. Why can't we just talk to her, Aniki? Naruto said for the 100th time. Sasuke sighed, because sensei told us not to draw her attention to us. He then saw the woman pause in her walking and look directly at the sign they were hiding behind. Then again it might be a moot point, he said as he stood up into direct sight. Tsunade looked at him while her assistant looked in the general direction, trying to find what she was looking at. Sasuke bowed in respect to show he was no threat as Naruto stepped out next to him and waved. Tsunade stood, observing the 2 for a moment. She then waved them down with a come here gesture. Sasuke smirked. She is amazing, I can't believe she sensed us from this distance. He muttered. Naruto blinked. Can we go now? He asked with a smile. Sasuke just grunted an affirmation and leapt off of the roof and began a short jog to the Sannin's position. Naruto hovered down next to him and followed. The 2 stopped in front of Tsunade and bowed in respect. Tsunade-sama, good afternoon, Sasuke said. Tsunade raised a brow. Well, you're quite polite for such a young one. What do you want? She asked as she turned to them with a frown. Why are leaf ninjas trying to track me? Does it have anything to do with Orochimaru's offer? She thought. Naruto crouched in midair, shocking the 2 medics. Uro-sensei wanted us to find you so that he could talk to you, and Hokage Jiji says hi by the way, Naruto said with a smile. Tsunade raised a brow at Naruto's behavior and words. Sasuke clarified, we call our temporary sensei and team leader Uro-sensei due to his overly perverse personality. He is your old teammate, Jiraiya. Naruto is close to the Sandaime so he refers to him as Jiji. Tsunade nodded slowly. Okay, since when does Jiraiya teach a Genin team? She asked. Naruto frowned and then a voice from behind Tsunade answers, I'd never teach a Genin team, but the strongest rookie Chunin squad to have existed in the last 50 years? I'm totally gonna wanna have a go training them, Jiraiya said as he walked up to stand by Tsunade, with Sakura who stood next to her team. It's good to see you, Suheim, he said with a wink as he placed an arm around her shoulder. Tsunade frowned and elbowed Jiraiya lightly in the stomach. He was pushed back 10 meters with a grunt. I told you no. Not until you've promised me what I want, she said as she turned to face the bent-over Jiraiya. He pulled himself to his feet. Wincing at the blow, he muttered in a bad impersonation of Tsunade's voice, good to see you too, Jiraiya, how are you? Wanna buy me a drink since you obviously want to talk to me? At the mention of drink, Tsunade turned to him with a smile. Great to see you, Jiraiya. Let's get that drink, she said as she hooked her arm with his and began to tow him to the nearest dinner parlor, Squad 7 and her apprentice following after them. The apprentice turned to the trio. Hi, my name is Shizune. I'm Tsunade-sama's apprentice in medical arts, and this is Tantan, she said with a squeeze of the little piglet in her arms. Sakura introduced the team. My name is Sakura, and this is Naruto and Sasuke, she said with a gesture to the floating Naruto and Sasuke. Shizune smiled. It's nice to meet you all, she said brightly. The four entered the parlor and sat down in the booth Jiraiya and Tsunade were occupying. Shizune and Sakura sat on one side with Tsunade and Sasuke, and Naruto sat on the other with Jiraiya. Expected you to be here a few hours ago. Was there a hold-up? Or have you just gotten slower? Jiraiya said with a smirk as everyone sat down. Tsunade had almost no outward reaction to Jiraiya's words, but with Sasuke's Sharingan he saw the tightening of her muscles under her skin. Shizune outwardly gasped before pretending she saw something behind them that shocked her. Jiraiya instantly turned serious. So something or someone did catch you, may I ask who it was? Tsunade sighed. Another debt collector, she said with a big frown. If Jiraiya could tell she was lying, he didn't show it. He busted into laughter. Only you would be so disgruntled about doing the right thing, he said. A waitress came to their booth. Good evening everyone, can I interest you in any drinks? She asked. Tsunade went to order when Jiraiya placed a hand on hers, silencing her. Get us 6 bottles of your finest sake, and 6 saucers please, he said as he handed the waitress a handful of notes. She spluttered. I'm not allowed to serve to those underage, she said glancing at the 3 teens. Sasuke smirked and looked into her eyes with his Sharingan. Using basic hypnosis he muttered, it is all right, we are ninja. You are allowed to serve us this once. He spoke a soothing low voice. The waitress nodded. Yeah, I am allowed. Just this once. She muttered before writing the order down and walking away. Jiraiya smirked. You shouldn't hypnotize people unless they deserve it, Sasuke, he said with a chuckle. Tsunade smiled. You've got a wild bunch, Jiraiya, she said before sighing. So, what is it you need to talk to me about? She said, knowing it was inevitable. Jiraiya nodded. There are a few things actually. Firstly, Orochimaru attacked the Leaf Village during the Chunin exams. Shizune tried to fake shock at the same time. Tsunade nodded. I know. The two looked at each other, now knowing that on some level their cover was blown. Once again, Jiraiya had no reaction. Secondly, we need your medical expertise. So many ninjas were injured on extreme levels. Naruto, tell her about your girl, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and pulled out a picture Shino had given him on the night of the dinner. It was the picture he took of Naruto and Hinata sleeping in a cuddled position in the Forest of Death Tower. This is my Hinata-chan. We were just becoming closer as friends when her spine was damaged. She can't walk. Her dream of being the Hyuga heiress is taken from her. I will stay by her even if you don't help, but I can't heal her, and I know that is one thing she truly wants at this point in life. Naruto paused as tears came to his eye and he looked at the picture himself. It hurts so much that I can't give her the one thing she needs. He held the picture to his chest and stared Tsunade in the eye. If there is any chance you can heal her, I will take you there to do so. By force if I have to. Naruto promised. Tsunade saw the pain in Naruto's heart through his eyes. That is something I can understand. Doing absolutely anything to see the one you love again, happy and standing by your side. Jiraiya and Sakura were happy at the thought of them winning over Tsunade, but Sasuke saw with his Sharingan that something was wrong, and judging by Shizune's scared look, he was right. The waitress appeared and noticed the serious atmosphere. I'll leave this here, she said quietly as she placed down the ordered drinks. Tsunade nodded. Thanks. She waited till they were alone again, then turned to Naruto. I will come heal her. Give me a week and I promise I will heal her, Naruto, Tsunade said as she reached over the table and held his shaking hand. Naruto held his sobs in, but the tears flowed. Arigato, Tsunade Bakken, he said with a watery smile. Tsunade was annoyed by his choice of words and was about to reprimand him for what he called her when Jiraiya's voice began. Don't be offended, Suhaime, these three show their care for someone through their use of familial terms. The fact that Naruto already speaks of you as family after barely knowing you means a lot, he whispered quietly. Tsunade still frowned. What about his actual family? I doubt they'd like him calling other people his mom and dad. Naruto couldn't hold back his sadness in the already depressed state he was in, and the tears began to flood. Sasuke held him in a hug. Sakura, help me with him, he ordered as Sasuke pulled Naruto onto his feet and the two escorted him out. Tsunade watched with tears in her eyes at the pain Naruto held on his face that she got a glimpse of. What just? Her question trailed off as Sasuke stormed back towards the table as Sakura and Naruto left. Sasuke slammed his hands on the table and glared at Tsunade with his Sharingan burning into her. If we didn't need you, I'd kill you for hurting my Itoto, he said heatedly as his killing intent poured over the dinner parlor. Jiraiya placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and forcefully suppressed the killing intent with his chakra. Stop, Sasuke, she didn't know. I haven't even been able to tell her all the news yet. Take some sake, he might want it, Jiraiya ordered. Sasuke took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Sorry, sensei, he murmured before grabbing 2 off the 6 sake bottles and turning away. We'll be at the hotel, trying to put him back together, Sasuke said as he left. Shizune turned to her master. May I please go check on them? He seemed really hurt, she asked hopefully. Tsunade nodded. By all means, take Sakura's bottle with you, Tsunade said with a frown. Shizune grabbed her own bottle and Sakura's and left quickly with a bow, running to catch up to the Chunin squad. The two Sannin sat in silence for a few minutes, Tsunade thinking over what just happened, and Jiraiya counting down the minutes in his head before he knew Naruto would be focused again. Tsunade broke the silence and turned back to Jiraiya. I don't understand, what did I say? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a small frown. Do you know what his name is? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade nodded and looked at Jiraiya confused. He introduced himself as Naruto, she said. Jiraiya nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya said. Tsunade froze and stared at her bottle of sake. He's Minato's boy, she said with quiet realization. Jiraiya nodded. He's finally found love in his life, a real family, Jiraiya said quietly. Tsunade stood, angry and confused. Don't you get it? If he's Kushina and Minato's child, then he is my grandson, Tsunade yelled with tears in her eyes. Jiraiya nodded, a confused and disappointed look on his face. Yeah, and you left him in the leaf when he was a baby, all alone, Jiraiya said with a frown. Tsunade's face was angered. Jiraiya, she said oddly quiet. Is there any chance that you are lying? She said. Jiraiya looked at her skeptically. What? No, that was Naruto Uzumaki, your grandson, thanks to Minato. What's with the questions and the anger? He asked, obviously confused. Tsunade took a chug from her bottle of sake before walking out. The council told me he died in the ceiling. I have to see him, she said with tears in her eyes as she walked out. Jiraiya sat in shock. The council? He thought in confusion before grabbing the leftover drinks and running out after her. Tsunade, the hotel is this way, he yelled. Tsunade nodded before running up to him. The two walked at a fast pace to the hotel at the same time the Naruto squad and Shizune sat in his and Sasuke's room. Naruto lay with his head resting on Sakura's lap. It's okay Naru-ni, remember what we talked about? They'll never truly leave you, Minato-sama is always present, she said as she rubbed his head. Sasuke sat next to Naruto and patted the journal, which Naruto was holding to his chest. She's right, as long as you have his journal, you have a link to him, Sasuke said comfortingly. Shizune sat on the bed next to the three. Tsunade-sama didn't mean to be harsh or hurtful, you know that right Naruto? Naruto just nodded quietly as his tears finally subsided. I know, I shouldn't have broken down like that. I'm such a moron, he said as he tried to sit up. Sakura pulled him back down and continued massaging his head, now sending medical chakra to her hand and began simulating relaxation. Rest Naruto, have a sleep. Naruto knew what she was doing, and just nodded. Kane-chan, he mumbled as he drifted into a light sleep. The other three sat in silence for a moment as Sakura pushed Naruto further into sleep. He was now so far out of it, it would take a punch to the face to wake him up. Shizune sighed. I'm sorry for what happened, could you tell me what happened to his parents so that I may understand? Sasuke nodded and took the journal from Naruto's grasp. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, his birth was on the day of the Kyuubi attack, Sasuke said. Recognition came to Shizune's face. So, he's Minato-kun's boy? He's my second cousin? She said in shock, revealing her relation to Naruto. Sakura took her hands away from Naruto's face. His what? She said wide-eyed as Sasuke stared at Shizune along with her. Shizune blinked in shock at their reaction. Oh, I thought he was Kushina and Minato's son. Minato was my cousin since Tsunade was my aunt-in-law, Shizune explained. Sasuke quickly pieced together what she was saying. So, Tsunade was Minato-sama's mother? He asked. Shizune nodded. I have a feeling you didn't know that then, she mumbled as the three sat in silence. The room's door opened, revealing a teary Tsunade and a confused Jiraiya. Tsunade walked to the end of Naruto's bed, watching him sleep. Jiraiya coughed, gaining the attention of the others. Will you three come with me outside? I have some things to explain, Jiraiya said. The four of them left the room, leaving Tsunade to stare at the sleeping Naruto in awe. Little Naru-chan, she muttered as she came to accept who he was. Naruto's face formed a scared look in his sleep and he rolled onto his side, muttering things and breathing heavily as though he was having a nightmare. Tsunade walked over and sat next to him on the bed and patted his forehead. His muttering stopped but he still frowned as he rolled back to the middle of the bed. Tsunade sat with her back to the headboard and hugged Naruto to her side. He took a deep breath before calming in his sleep. She smiled as she watched his peaceful face. Tsunade sat in silence and stroked circles on her lost grandson's back. I'll never leave you again, she muttered quietly. It was midnight when Jiraiya finished his explanation of what Tsunade told him and what he personally thought. The four of them stayed in Jiraiya's room that night so that Tsunade and Naruto could rest. Tomorrow is another day after all. Chapter 22, Grandma Hokage. Orochimaru returns. Jiraiya, Shizune, Sasuke and Sakura sat in the cafeteria on the bottom floor of the hotel sharing a slightly uncomfortable breakfast. Sakura tried to break the silence. So, when are we going to get back to training sensei? She asked. Jiraiya finished with mouthful and smiled. You guys can continue if you want, in fact, since you've learnt almost all of those taijutsu techniques. I'll make you a deal if Shizune will agree? He said, winking at Shizune in the end of his speech. Shizune blinked as she placed her glass down. Okay? She said as if unsure. Jiraiya grinned. It's agreed then, Sakura, you will learn some more medical jutsu other than the basic 3 you already know, Jiraiya said as he got back to his meal. Sakura blinked before smiling. Well, alright I guess, she said seemingly excited. Sasuke paused eating his food and tilted his head slightly. All morning he had been staring blankly with his slowly revolving Sharingan. I think I got it. He muttered. Jiraiya was the only one who heard his mumble. Did you say something, Sasuke? He asked. Sasuke stood from the table. Sensei, I think I worked out the formula, Sasuke said as he placed the Hiroshin kunai on the table. Hopefully, I'll be right back, Sasuke said as he ran out of the cafeteria, supposedly back up to the hotel room. Jiraiya blinked as he picked up the kunai by the blade. He stared at it seriously. There's no way he could have gotten this. I've been studying it for years and I haven't made progress. Jiraiya thought. Shizune and Sakura sat talking for the next 5 minutes while Jiraiya stared at the kunai. A white flash occurred and suddenly, Sasuke was laying on his back next to the table, hand grasped around the kunai. Jiraiya looked down at Sasuke in shock. He had burns all over his nearly naked body as well as some cuts, but he smirked weakly. I know how it works. He wheezed out before falling unconscious. Shizune was sitting by his side in a second and Sakura had her hands over his head. Shizune gasped. Literally every piece of tissue in his body has friction burns. And he's almost completely out of chakra, she said in shock before pulling away and forming hand signs. Her hands began to glow a dark blue. She placed them on Sasuke's chest and very slowly, the burns started to fade. Since I assume he'll keep attempting this jutsu, I'll teach you this first, Sakura, Shizune said as she continued healing the burns. Jiraiya just stared at the unconscious boy with a smile on his face. Amazing. Jiraiya thought as his smile turned to a grin. Jiraiya turned as a gasp came from behind him. Tsunade stood at the bottom of the stairs with Naruto right next to her. They ran over and Tsunade made the same hand seals as Shizune had, even his organs. She gasped as she got to work on double-checking Shizune's work as Shizune had started repairing the major organs of his body. Sakura just held her green glowing hands to Sasuke's head, regulating some of her chakra into his system via the small chakra pools underneath his temples. Naruto stood behind his grandmother. Will Aniki be alright, Bakken? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded, yeah, but he won't be up for 2 days at best. Whatever he did, it's like it tore him apart then rubbed his entire being against itself, she said as she began to defrictionize his brain. Jiraiya took another mouthful of rice, rubbing. So maybe it had something to do with moleculization? He pondered. Naruto asked, Molosy what? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded, the rubbing is what made the friction burns, but for it to literally be present of every single part of his being brings into question. What if he completely turned himself to matter then reformed at a literally untraceable speed, but something is wrong, like his body was forcibly dragged through instead of the easy flow that Minato told me he felt. Jiraiya pondered as he finished his meal. Naruto just blinked in confusion. What? He asked. Their attention was taken when Tsunade stood. Alright, everything on the inside is mostly better, so let's move him back to his room. Sakura grabbed an anti-gravity seal. No more seals, do it the old-fashioned way. She ordered. Jiraiya stood. I got it, he said as he picked Sasuke up and threw him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and walked away, Shizune following close behind. Tsunade sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. He has the finesse of a boar, she said as she sat in Jiraiya's previous seat and ate his food, not bothering to buy more. Naruto did the same for Sasuke's food as Sakura sat next to Naruto. So, how was the night you guys? And I guess this morning, she said as she glanced at the clock, noticing it was 11 am. Tsunade and Naruto grinned at her. It was eerily similar. I woke up at about 2 am. I got a little freaked out when I looked up to see Ba-chan's huge knockers in my face, so Tsunade stuffed a glob of rice in his wide mouth to shut him up. I had to calm him down, but once I did, I spent an hour apologizing to him about what I said, then we talked about Minato-kun's journal. I'm gonna give Naruto-chan the other two from when he was a kid and through to when he completed his first mission as a Tokubutsu Jonin. She explained with a small grin. Naruto had swallowed the food by now and picked up the story. Then I asked Ba-chan how she knew my father and, well, she told me the truth. Naruto paused and shared a smile with his grandmother. I was angry at first, but she explained to me what she was told by those council assholes. His fists clenched angrily when he spoke of the council, and I forgave her. I mean, what else am I gonna do? She's family. Naruto finished with a real smile that Tsunade returned. Sakura couldn't help herself. She grabbed Naruto's hand and looked down sadly. So, now that you have a real family, I guess you don't need us anymore? Sakura asked sadly. Naruto looked stunned as he pulled his hand away, making Sakura fear the worst. When he pulled her into a hug, "Nei-chan, you are my real family. So what if we don't have the same blood?" he said with a huge smile that Sakura soon mirrored. Tsunade looked on with a smile. Sasuke is definitely a lucky guy. I wonder what Hinata is like? I don't want an evil girl to become part of the family. Thinking of her family, Tsunade was reminded of Orochimaru's offer. She frowned. I would have said yes in an instant before, but I have family again now, and Jiraiya-kun. She trailed off on the thought before refocusing when some bacon was shoved in her mouth courtesy of Sakura's chopsticks. Earth to Ba-chan. Naru-ni asked you a question, she said with a smile. Tsunade blinked in shock. If she wasn't Naruto-chan's sister I would strangle her. Tsunade thought as she chewed through the food and swallowed. What is it, Naruto-chan? Naruto spoke up. Did my dad ever talk to you about his special jutsus? He asked. Tsunade shook her head in the negative. By the time Minato-kun created his fighting self, he was already moved out. I only got to see him on the weekends as most of his break times between missions were when I was working at the hospital, or out on SS rank missions with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She spat the snake's name with spite, before taking a sip of water. Naruto hummed okay, last question, do you think you and Uro-sensei will hook up? He asked. Tsunade spat the water she was drinking out in shock. It was about to hit Naruto's face but it hit the empty paper plate Sakura whipped up in a flash. Tsunade coughed as Naruto spoke. Thanks Nei-chan, he said with a smile. Tsunade got over her coughing fit. What the hell you little brat? What gave you that idea? She nearly yelled. Naruto was about to reply when one of the 4 cafeteria attendants approached them. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we must ask you to vacate as we have to prepare for the lunch crowd, he said nervously. Tsunade got over her anger and nodded. Right, sorry, we'll be on our way now, she said as she stood and walked past the 2 Chunin, grabbing their ears along the way. Ow! Ba-kan! Naruto and Sakura yelled in unison before complaining in gibberish as they were towed along. Hash! Sasuke leant against the headboard of his bed. Many of his burns were still visible and he was obviously tired. but he kept writing on a new set of tag sheets, his smile increasing. Jiraiya stood frustrated. For log's sake, Sasuke. How did you do it? What did you figure out? Jiraiya yelled. Sasuke glanced at him, then he went back to his work muttering, "It wouldn't be much of a secret technique if I told you about it, sensei." Jiraiya stomped his foot. "As your sensei, I order you to tell me," he yelled. Sasuke smirked before continuing his work in silence. "Damn it, Sasuke, I swear I." "Don't yell at my patient," Shizune yelled as she showed some her sensei's anger and punched Jiraiya out into the hallway, straight through the closed door. Sasuke blinked in shock at Shizune's actions before she turned to him. "Now Sasuke, you're going to rest. No more sealing, all right?" she said with a sickly sweet fake smile. Sasuke gulped in fear as he nodded. Sure Shizune," he murmured. Shizune smiled for real and put all of Sasuke's sealing items on his bedside table. "Good Sasuke," she said as she patted his head and sat down in a nearby chair. Sasuke sighed and slowly lay back, wincing as he did so. "I wonder what Itoto and Sakura-chan are up to, and what the heck is it with this blood seal?" he thought as he looked out the window, grasping the 74th portion of the seal in his fist. "So, why is it that Jiraiya calls you three such an amazing Chunin team?" Tsunade asked as she heard. Naruto and Sakura walked towards the clearing they team had been using. Naruto smirked, "Cause with my power and Kenjutsu, Sakura's speed and brains, and Sasuke's seal work and Sharingan, we probably are the strongest Chunin trio, other than those currently going for the Jonin exams." Naruto bragged. Tsunade raised a brow. "Power? Speed? I don't think you two could be that great at taijutsu," Tsunade said. Naruto froze as Sakura turned her head slowly, glaring at Tsunade. "You think you're faster than me?" she asked with a twitching brow. Tsunade laughed. Yeah. No matter how fast you are, I'm a Sannin. I am simply better," she said overconfidently. Sakura stood in front of Tsunade. "I challenge you to a race around this whole town, Ba-chan," Sakura demanded. Tsunade laughed. "Ha ha ha. Sure thing, Sakura-chan, I hope I don't beat you by too much." "Rules?" she asked. Sakura grinned and activated radical good speed. "Anything goes." She nearly growled. Tsunade raised a brow at the upgrade. "Nice boots, you really think they'll help?" she taunted. Sakura bounced on her feet. "I probably won't need them, but it doesn't hurt to bury a Sannin in my dust," she said as she took a sprinter's starting position. Naruto stood in front of the two. "All right, I guess I'll tell you guys when to start. 3 laps around the town. Nate-chan, please go easy on her," he said. Tsunade frowned as Sakura grinned. "No promises," she said. Naruto counted down. 3, 2, 1, go, he yelled. The two disappeared in a dust cloud. Tsunade launched every single step with her adamantine power, so she was able to lap the entire town in less than 40 seconds. Unfortunately for her, Sakura finished all 3 laps in the same amount of time. Tsunade stopped after the first lap, her mouth wide open in shock. "How the hell?" she asked. Sakura chuckled. "No one can beat me in a contest of speed. Just like Naruto with strength," she said confidently. Tsunade panted. "I must be out of shape," she thought as she walked over to a flat rock. "Let's see about that, Naru-chan, arm wrestle?" she offered with a smile. Naruto nodded happily. "Okay Ba-chan," he said as he hovered over to the rock. Tsunade and Naruto held the other's hand in the classic arm wrestling pose. It was Sakura's turn to proctor. 3, 2, 1, go, she yelled. Naruto tensed his arm to see if he could hold off Tsunade's legendary strength. He discovered after waiting for a few seconds that Hashirama's physical adamantine strength was too much even for Tsunade, as the woman frowned as she pushed against Naruto's nearly steady hand. He smirked a little and with only a little trouble, slammed her hand through the stone in victory. "Too easy Ba-chan," he said with a chuckle. Tsunade stood in shock. "What the hell? I'm a Sannin. How can I lose to some Chunins?" she yelled. Sakura easily spotted the problem. "Obviously, it's because you've let the title of Sannin go to your head. It's just a title, and titles don't mean anything in a life or death situation," she said. Tsunade's brow twitched. "I knew that," she said stubbornly. She then sighed. "How is it that you two are so powerful?" she asked. Sakura smiled. "I was just lucky really, I found radical good speed and we bonded. Without it I probably wouldn't have found my niche in the ninja world for a long time," she said. Naruto nodded and hesitated. "Well, when I first became a genin, A traitor of the village tricked me into stealing the forbidden scroll. I get my strength from a technique I learnt from that. Naruto explained timidly. Tsunade raised a brow at Naruto's behavior. What jutsu is that, Naru-chan? She asked. After scowling at the nickname, Name sighed. The forbidden ninja art, soul drain, he said. Tsunade's eye widened. You managed to learn that jutsu? Who have you absorbed then? She asked. Naruto smiled as he realized Tsunade wouldn't hate him for essentially eating people. I got a fair few people, he said. Tsunade smirked at his evasiveness. Well, anyone important? She asked. Naruto held up his arm sleeves and pulled them off, causing Tsunade to gasp as she saw his fully equipped arm gauntlet. Sakura nudged Naruto. Tell her everyone in order, she said with a smile. Naruto picked up the idea as Naruto whipped out one of his giant shuriken, the B-rank traitor, Mizuki of the Leaf. He sealed the shuriken, and drew his hidden bone blade, prisoner, Naomi Kaguya of the Land of Water. As the bone withdrew into Naruto's left arm, he unsheathed his sword with his right, A-ranked missing nin, Zabuza Momochi of the Mist. He stabbed the sword into the ground next to him and hovered into the air, high-level genin, Zaku Abumi of the Sound. His fangs and claws suddenly grew, ninja hound of the Inuzuka, Akamaru. His tongue shot out and he lifted and resheathed his sword with it as he showed off his summoning tattoo, partial soul of Orochimaru from the cursed seal from Anko Mitarashi. Naruto placed one hand on the ground, and last but not least, he said as he held a single-handed sign, causing a tree to form underneath him and the other two. They rose into the air as Tsunade stared absolutely shocked, the revived Shodaime of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. He finished. Tsunade stared T Naruto in shock as she saw the genetics of her bloodline come to life. Grandpa's Justu? She muttered as she sat on the now full-size tree. Naruto nodded in excitement, hoping she'd be happy. He wasn't disappointed. Tsunade held Naruto and Sakura in a huge hug. It cracked their backs with her strength. This is how Jiraiya found them, Naruto, I see you've shown her everything? He said with a small smile. Naruto nodded as he was released from the death hug. Yeah, sensei, I did. How's Aniki? He asked. Jiraiya smiled. He's on the road to recovery, but it'll take a week for his to get his chakra back at best, and probably a few more days to fully recover from everything getting fried like that. He confirmed before turning to Tsunade, there is one more thing I need to tell you about, since I wasn't able to the other night. Tsunade raised a brow. What is it then, Jiraiya? She asked. Jiraiya sighed. As you know, sensei is old. He can't be Hokage anymore, and he's chosen his successor, he said. Tsunade sighed as well. He wants me, right? That's the reason why you tracked me down. She guessed. Jiraiya nodded. You got it. He confirmed. Tsunade sighed again. Fine, as much as I don't want to. She glanced at Naruto and Sakura talking with smiles. I have something I want to protect again. I almost forgot what that felt like, she said. I guess I have to tell them now then. She thought with another sigh. Tsunade made a decision. I need to tell you all something. It's about why I was late coming here, she said. Jiraiya nodded. Orochimaru approached you with an offer, something he can give you if you give him new arms. Am I close? He said, completely serious. Tsunade sat with her eyes wide. How did you know? She asked. Jiraiya shrugged. I'm a spy master. One of my contacts in the Sound told me he was searching for you, he said.
Tsunade sighed. I was going to accept. He was going to bring back some of my family, Dan and Niwaki. Jiraiya flinched at that. But they shouldn't be disturbed from their eternal slumber, and besides, she gave Naruto a one-armed hug and stared at Jiraiya with something more than just friendship. I think I can move on with the help of my remaining family, and those that I could learn to love, she said with a soft.
Jiraiya almost cried at the implications of Tsunade's words. Suheim, so you mean? He trailed off. Tsunade smirked. I'll let you figure it out, spy master. Now, I believe we have some very important battle plans to come up with, she said with a smile. 3 more days have passed. Sasuke was allowed to do theory seals, but no practical work yet. He discovered that the blood seal in the Hirashin was actually reactive to specific individuals' blood. Naruto could do the Rasengan perfectly with 2 hands and Sakura had all but mastered her katas. The group met for another meeting in Sasuke and Naruto's room. Jiraiya started, alright everyone, we have until tomorrow at midday until Suheim has to meet Orochimaru at the Tanzaku outer wall. Remember your parts in the plan? He asked. Everyone nodded except Sasuke, who sat frowning. I still think I wouldn't get in the way, he said as he sat, writing out another attempt at the fourth major ceiling array out of the 182. Tsunade placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. If you move from this bed, I will hurt you so bad your clan will end with you. Know what I'm saying? She said with the same evil smile she taught to Shizune. Sasuke leant over sadly. Hi, Ba-sama. He whined. Tsunade smiled. She now enjoyed being called grandmother by the 3 students of Squad 7. Jiraiya clapped, bringing everyone's attention back to him. All right, Sakura and Naruto. You two will come with me and together the 3 of us will come up with some combination moves for you two to use. I know as a trio you guys can take down a Jonin, barely. But I want to get you guys strong enough to do it as a duo or even by yourselves, he said as he stood. Sasuke cut in. Can I at least write some seals for you guys to use? He asked. Tsunade sighed. Fine, but that's all you'll do. She ordered. Sasuke nodded before grabbing his utensils. He quickly began writing seals. Sakura and Naruto left with Jiraiya. See you later, Aniki. By Sasuke-kun, they yelled as they leapt out the window. Sasuke glanced after them and sighed before getting back to his work. Tsunade and Shizune walked out the door, planning to find a weapons store in the town so that everyone can stock up on ninja tools. Tsunade stood, fumbling with the end of her jacket nervously. Where is he? She mumbled to herself. I'm right here, Tsunade. Tsunade turned to see Orochimaru standing in front of her. His stump seemed to be healed over, but he was sweating heavily. Tsunade frowned at Orochimaru. Where is my family? She asked as if she was emotional. Orochimaru smirked. If you heal my arms I can get them for you, he said confidently. Tsunade nodded and walked towards Orochimaru, holding her hands out. She made a large orb of chakra. Orochimaru smiled wickedly and began walking towards her and his salvation. Clang! Orochimaru looked up and to his right to see a kunai and a small white oval thing falling to the ground as if they had collided. He looked at the medical curve of the kunai and frowned. Kabuto? He thought. Blam! Orochimaru was completely blindsided by Tsunade's punch. He was launched through the wall and into the Tanzaku plains. Orochimaru was caught by his medical assistant, Orochimaru-sama. I'm sorry, I tried to warn you, that wasn't medical chakra she held, Kabuto said as he placed Orochimaru on his feet. Orochimaru panted, that is fine Kabuto, I cannot feel her punches anyway, thanks to this body. Tsunade landed in front of the two with Sakura and Shizune by her side. She held up a fist. I will kill you where you stand, she said, absolutely determined. Orochimaru frowned. Kabuto, call out the backup. He ordered. Kabuto pulled out a whistle and blew hard. A few moments later, a tall blue-haired woman jumped out from the town wall, a sound genin team standing where she left from. She stopped in front of Kabuto and Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, she murmured, not looking away from the 3 women in front of her. Orochimaru smiled. Guren, handle the 2 younger girls. Kabuto, get Tsunade for me. He ordered. The 2 sound Jonin nodded as the 3 Konoha ninja charged. Guren pushed her hands forward and to the shock of Shizune and Sakura, 2 huge crystals burst from the ground and knocked them away. Tsunade threw a punch at Guren, who barely dodged and leapt towards Shizune. Tsunade turned in confusion when she was kicked in the stomach by Kabuto and pushed a few meters back. Tsunade paused as she glared at Kabuto and Orochimaru. It's over, she yelled as she punched the ground, knocking the 2 off balance as she charged forward. Naruto stood on the wall of the town with a frown as he waited for his part in the plan. Where the hell is Uro-sensei? He said as he looked around again before turning back to the battles. He paused mid-turn as he noticed the sound genin. Naruto smirked. Well, at least I can have some fun while I wait, he said as he dropped down behind them. Shizune was already injured by Guren's surprise attack. She had a long gash up her arms. Sakura would have had the same wound if her claws weren't active. Guren threw a punch at Shizune which was dodged. Shizune returned with a low kick that bounced off of a piece of crystal Guren blocked with. Guren attacked Shizune while she was off balance, earning herself a kick to the stomach from Sakura. Guren was thrown back a couple of meters, and glared at Sakura. Stupid kid. I'll kill you, she yelled as she made a sword of crystal. Sakura turned to see Shizune healing her arm and sighed. I hold her off for a moment, Sakura said as she activated her boots. Guren made armor of crystal and attacked Sakura. The 2 clashed in display of sparks. Sakura would batter away anything Guren threw at her, but she couldn't get past her opponent's armor. Fuck it, she yelled as she dodged a slash and leapt back. Guren smirked, "You're damn fast for a chunin, but you can't get past my armor," Guren yelled. Sakura stood in a low stance, the fifth stance of the hummingbird fighting style. "Come prove it then," Sakura taunted. Guren smirked and charged with her crystal sword. "Ha," she yelled. Sakura dodged the downward swing and swung a kick as hard as she could. "Flash step, shocking first bullet," she yelled as the kick impacted. 1 second, she was there, the next second, she was embedded into the ground on the other side of the Tanzaku Plains. Sakura panted as Guren stood again. The only sign she did any damage was the spiderweb crack on the chest of Guren's armor. "Wow, so this is the power of a fully fledged Jonin. I have to use my strongest attacks just to hurt them a little," she said with a frown. Shizune was now fully healed and stood by Sakura's side. "Think it's time yet?" she asked. Sakura was about to respond when they both heard a scream. They turned to see Kabuto standing with his sliced open hand hovering over Tsunade. She was curled up in a ball as the warm blood from his hand trickled down her face. Shizune gasped, "No. Tsunade-sama's hemophobia," she said. Sakura had a "are you fucking kidding me" look on her face. "Seriously? She's meant to be the best medic in the world. How is she scared of blood?" Sakura said. Shizune was about to tell Sakura the reason when Sakura cut her off. It was rhetorical. "It's time now," she yelled as she threw a flash tag into the air. It went off signaling Jiraiya and Naruto to do their bit. Hash. Naruto dropped down behind the squad and stealth assassinated Genin standing behind the other two with his hidden bone blade. He placed her down quietly and stood in her position, slowly drawing his second bone blade as well. The dead girl did what many recently dead people do, her muscles loosened. In short, she shat herself. The two other Genin turned at the sound and Naruto ripped his blades through their throats. Watching fall down clutching at their necks he smirked. "I'm getting quite good at this," he said. Suddenly, Naruto saw the flash tag and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Uro-sensei," he yelled in frustration as he flew into the air above the battlefield and placed the two special seals Sasuke made for him above and below his left eye. Back on the ground, Sakura and Shizune entered combat against Guren again. The only difference is that she was extremely pissed off that they managed to crack her armor. They were slowly being beaten. Sakura leapt away from Guren and looked up to see Naruto was in position, taking aim with his left pointer finger. "Now Shizune," she yelled. Shizune jumped over Guren as a distraction and then ran to help her mentor. It worked. Guren looked up, revealing the only unarmored part of her body to Naruto, her eyes. With Sasuke's seal making a chakra lens magnifying Naruto's view, he could see the exact shot needed to take. So he took it. With a small thum, the bone bullet flew through the air and pierced Guren's right eye on a downward angle. It ripped out the bottom of her mouth. Guren screamed in pain and fell to her knees, leaving her vulnerable, just like Sakura wanted. "Whip fist," Sakura yelled as she launched her arm forward and yanked Guren towards her. She let go and dropped to the ground as Guren was passing overhead. A sonic boom sounded as Naruto used his wind style, motion sickness, to speed up his dive. At the same time Sakura channeled earth chakra into her right foot. Sakura kicked upwards at Guren's cracked armor, annihilating second bullet. She yelled as she completely shattered the chest of Guren's armor and shot her at the nosediving Naruto. Using two hands, Naruto created a swirling chakra sphere. He pulled it back before thrusting it forward. "Rasengan," he yelled as Guren's armored back collided with his Rasengan. Guren screamed as the jutsu broke through her armor and gouged the crystal shards into her spinal column before launching her back down to Sakura. Sakura's arm disappeared into a rainbow glow as she unleashed her executioner's blade. Guren's screaming stopped as she was sliced in two. Sakura closed her eyes as she was showered in blood. She retracted her blade with frown on her face as she simply said, "Ew." Naruto landed in front of her. "Want a quick cleanup?" he asked, the seal on his face still glowing. Sakura nodded. "MHMM, she said. Naruto whipped his sword out and held a hand sign, "Water clone jutsu." He muttered. Two water clones hugged Sakura from either side, and melded into one by walking over her. The blood was absorbed into the water and it stepped away. Sakura was now only wet with water and the clone looked like it was blushing from the blood now making up a part of its body. Naruto slashed his sword through the clone, reabsorbing the water and blood into the seal as Sakura held a hand sign, "Fire style, heat pulse," she said. A flash of warmth flew throughout her body, it dried her clothes in an instant and the two Chunin turned to look at Tsunade's fight. Sakura was surprised to see Jiraiya wasn't helping. "Where's Uro-sensei?" she yelled as the two ran to help the Shizune fight. Naruto frowned. He never showed up, Naruto said as he entered the fight mid-flight, swinging a punch at Kabuto. Kabuto kicked Shizune in the leg, then stood tall to punch her in the face, only to have Naruto's fist do so to him. Kabuto used chakra to hold him to the ground, so he only slid a few feet before ducking a kick of Sakura's. He quickly raised his green glowing hand to her lower back, cleanly cutting Sakura's spinal cord. Sakura screamed in pain as she fell to the ground, now unable to move below her waist. Naruto watched in shock as his sister was hurt. His rage took over him, but surprisingly, it wasn't the fox that boosted his body's strength, it was Zabuza's demonic spirit. Kabuto turned as the awful killing intent rolled over him. He barely raised his curved kunai in time to block Kubikiri Bocho. Surprisingly enough, the tiny blade was able to block the attack. Naruto used many complex maneuvers to attack Kabuto, and some of them got through. Somehow, Kabuto was regenerating from every slash inflicted. Naruto did a high swing which Kabuto ducked under and kicked the flat side of the blade. This maneuver knocked Naruto off guard and launched the sword from his grip. Kabuto used the opportunity to slash at Naruto, but his blow was blocked by the gauntlet on his left arm. The two stood in a deadlock as Kabuto finally got a close look at Naruto's left arm. He saw to his surprise that the whole thing was made of flower petals, and most shockingly of all, it was surrounding the snake summoning tattoo. Kabuto stared in shock, not noticing as Naruto placed his hand on Kabuto's stomach, decapitating air waves. Naruto yelled as Kabuto was blasted away. Orochimaru stared as he watched his henchman be defeated. Looks like I'll have to get involved after all, he thought as his neck bulged. He opened his mouth to show his Kusanagi blade held in the grip of his tongue. Naruto glanced at his grandma to see Shizune almost done wiping the blood away. He turned back to Kabuto to see him getting up, a circular hole torn in his almost fully healed stomach. Naruto scowled as he watched Kabuto stand next to Orochimaru, who looked as though he was going to be fighting now as well. Naruto gritted his teeth. Damn it. What do I do? He thought. Sasuke grunted in pain as he stood. Damn it. He thought as he almost fell again on his way to the bathroom. After a few minutes, Sasuke was washing his hands at the sink when he heard a muffled moan from the adjoining room. Sasuke frowned. That's odd, that's Uro-sensei's room. Aren't they all out fighting right now? He thought. He glanced out the window to see a plume of dust from something similar to a meteor digging into the ground. Could be Sakura-chan's kick. He thought. He heard another groan, so he hobbled over to the adjoining door, leaning on the wall as he did so. He finally opened the door to see Jiraiya chained to the bed with chakra cuffs, and a chakra-eating seal on his bare chest. Sasuke stared at Jiraiya's wide eyes in shock. What the fuck, sensei? Sasuke yelled in shock as he fell to the floor. Jiraiya shook his body as he tried to get the gag out of his mouth. A few moments later Sasuke was able to pull it loose. Jiraiya took a deep breath before saying, "Quick! Take the tag off of me," he ordered. Sasuke did so and Jiraiya forced his chakra into the cuffs holding him down. With brute force he ripped himself free. Sasuke watched confused. What happened, sensei? He asked. Jiraiya threw on a black long-sleeved tee and grabbed his weapon's holster. No time. I'll explain later, he said as he ran to jump out the window half-dressed. Sasuke quickly grabbed a seal that was tucked into his bandages. Sensei, catch, he said as he threw it. Jiraiya caught the seal and looked at it for a moment before his eyes widened. You finished it? He asked. Sasuke shook his head. Part of it, but I tricked that part out a bit to suit as an convertible attack element seal, he said. Jiraiya's eyes widened more. Thanks, Sasuke, he yelled as he jumped out the window towards the battlefield. Sasuke fell against the wall. If sensei wasn't there yet, is my family okay? He thought as he began hyperventilating. Sasuke tried to follow Jiraiya out the window, but couldn't even lift himself onto the windowsill. Damn it. He half yelled as he fell to his knees and stared out the window as the telltale sign of Naruto's wind funnel flew across the plains. A tear fell from his eyes. Why am I so damn weak? He thought in rage as tears pooled in his eyes. Damn it. What do I do? Naruto thought as he stared down his opponents. Summoning, bring down the house. Naruto looked up to see a house-sized toad falling straight at Orochimaru and Kabuto. They dove out of the way and cleared the area quickly. Boom. The resulting cloud of dust served as a great stalling device. Shizune used this time to move over to Naruto. They want her alive so that she'll heal him. He won't want to risk killing her. Shizune explained. Naruto nodded. Please, help Sakura Ne-chan, he said. Shizune squinted. I would, but I can't see through this dust. She complained. Naruto frowned and focused on his silent killing skills. He entered the dust with his eyes closed. I'll get her, guard Ba-chan. He ordered as he flew into the dust cloud. Naruto was floating through the cloud, looking for his sister when a toad's foot slammed in front of him. He dodged its next step and flew to the side. He was almost whipped with a snake's tail as he flew up into the air above the cloud. Naruto looked down to see Jiraiya on one toad. He looked exhausted and half naked, and on the snake stood Orochimaru, armless but sword in his tongue's grip, Kabuto by his side. Naruto started to panic. They could step on Sakura-chan, he shouted to himself. Luckily, Sakura seemed to hear him. Naruto need help. She screamed. Naruto's head whipped to the left of the dust cloud and he caught a glimpse of pink hair. Ne-chan, he yelled as he dive-bombed to her position. Orochimaru saw Naruto enter the cloud and smirked. Kabuto, kill him. He ordered. Kabuto nodded and jumped into the dust cloud. Naruto landed and went to lift Sakura, who was holding the high grip on Naruto's sword. He sheathed it and picked her up bridal style. Hang on Ne-chan, he said as he began to float into the air. Sakura saw a glint and looked down to see Kabuto mid-swipe at Naruto's back. Look out, she yelled as she threw her weight sideways. Naruto was thrown off balance, causing the airborne ninjas to just move out of the way of Kabuto's strike. Naruto turned back as Kabuto began to fall back to the earth. Naruto placed Sakura on the ground and whipped out his sword as the dust began to clear. Naruto frowned. Your healing ability. My sister needs it, he said as he came up with a plan. Kabuto chuckled. Oh, what a bummer, he said with a smirk as he activated his chakra scalpels again. I have to be careful with my chakra use. I only have the equivalent to a low jonin right now, Kabuto thought as he took an offensive stance. Naruto took a deep breath and held a one-handed sign. Hidden mist jutsu, he said. A mist replaced the dust cloud and from it a water clone ran carrying Sakura towards Shizune, who to its shock and horror was just stabbed through the right chest area with Orochimaru's kusanagi. Jiraiya appeared not even a second later and punched Orochimaru away from Shizune. Tsunade screamed in horror as Shizune fell to the ground. She scrambled over to Shizune and began healing as fast as she could. Don't leave me, Shizune, she yelled as her chakra began to reseal the inner wound. Naruto's water clone slid on his knees and lay Sakura down lightly next to Shizune. Ba-chan. Will she be okay? It asked in fear. Tsunade nodded. Shizune will be fine, but it will take a while and all my concentration, she said. Naruto nodded. And Sakura Ne-chan? Tsunade glanced up at Sakura, who was breathing heavily and trying not to panic as her lower body lay completely limp. By the looks of it, that medic used his chakra scalpels to cut the nerve in her spine. The fact that she hasn't lost control of her expulsion organs means it's more than likely a clean cut. I can fix that easily, but not right now. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, she said as tears formed in her eyes. Sakura nodded and kept breathing, trying not to freak out and panic. Save Shizune-chan's life before you worry about me, please, she said as she closed her eyes and tried to calm her racing heart. Tsunade looked at the clone. Where is the medic? She asked. It smirked. I've got it handled, it said as it dispelled into a puddle of water. Hash hash. Naruto swung his blade in a low arc, forcing Kabuto to jump over it. Naruto completed his spin by digging the end of his sword into the ground and used his leverage to launch a kick that was a meter away from actually hitting. This made Kabuto feel safe, until he saw Naruto smirk. Wind stomp, he yelled. A small burst of wind launched out from Naruto's wind tunnel and slammed into Kabuto's chest. It knocked him back and gave Naruto room to disappear into his mist. Kabuto looked up to see that Naruto was gone and he instantly scowled. Shit, that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. He thought as he kept his eyes peeled and he slowly turned in a circle. At least I know the weakness to this technique, I just have to listen for him walking. As reading Kabuto's thoughts, Naruto lifted into the air and hovered over Kabuto and suddenly let go out the chakra in his feet tubing. Kabuto heard rustling from behind, so he turned and swung, right into the path of Kubikiri Bocho. He stared as his arm fell to the ground. Ah! Kabuto screamed in shock. Naruto swung again, but Kabuto rolled out of the way and tried to heal his stump closed. He walked right into a water clone's grasp. Kabuto wailed and kicked. He managed to get out of the grasp of the clone only to be tackled by 3 more. They held him still as Naruto appeared again. He hacked Kabuto's legs off from literally just under the kneecap. Kabuto screamed as he was chopped apart and his knee joint fell out. Naruto slashed again, severing Kabuto's remaining arm as the last of the water clones dispelled into water. Naruto spun and placed his hand on Kabuto's head with a smirk of victory. Ninja art, Soul and Kabuto turned to mud. Naruto looked around in anger as all the limbs other than the first arm turned to mud. No, Naruto yelled in anger as he spun around, searching for his prey. Naruto growled and screamed in rage. He swung his blade in the air and all the moisture and water in the area was absorbed into the seal. He looked over to see Kabuto standing next to Orochimaru, who just landed after dodging one of Jiraiya's Rasengans. Kabuto was smirking as he looked at Naruto, and Orochimaru's glare was burning into Jiraiya. Orochimaru sighed, "Kabuto, last chance." He ordered as the two planned to use the true snake pit jutsu. Jiraiya stood tall, thinking that Orochimaru was saying that the battle was over. Jiraiya didn't bother continuing since he was more worried about those with him than bringing justice to the snake. Naruto on the other hand was furious. "Dive!" he yelled as he threw Kubikiri at the duo. They both sunk underground to dodge and prepare the attack, but Naruto dove in after them with his headhunter jutsu. Jiraiya watched in shock as both Kabuto and Orochimaru were pushed back to the surface by a huge water spout in the shape of a water dragon. Naruto came up at the tail of the dragon. He planned to cut Kabuto in half, but Orochimaru snap-kicked Naruto away and thus pushing Kabuto from the water dragon. Orochimaru frowned as he was continually lifted into the air by the dragon. He watched Naruto land and bounce till he stopped next to Tsunade. He decided to kill her since she wouldn't help him. "Snake art, poison whip," he yelled as his tongue forked and shot towards Tsunade. Jiraiya quickly took action and whipped out the seal Sasuke gave him. "Sealing art, elemental conversion, shock wave," he yelled as he pushed his fire element chakra into the seal. The seal took the power from Jiraiya's elemental chakra and turned it to lightning. A bolt shot off and connected with the water dragon. Orochimaru was fried by the electric current and began to fall to the ground. Kabuto caught him and formed a one-handed seal. The two disappeared in a long-distance sunshine. Jiraiya glared for a moment until he was positive they were gone. Confirming that, he ran over to the other four. "Are you okay?" he asked. Naruto pushed himself into a seating position and glared as he popped his shoulder back into his shoulder. "No, we're not." "Where the hell were you anyway?" he yelled. Jiraiya sighed and passed Naruto's dropped sword to him. "I was literally tied up." "I'll explain later," he said dismissively. "Tsunade, how are the girls?" he asked. Tsunade smiled softly as she looked at Jiraiya. "Shizune was hurt badly, but she's healed up now. She will have to take it easy for a while though. Sakura is fine, but I recommend she doesn't stress her back for a while. She gets this next week completely off as we return to the village," she said as she wiped sweat and blood from her forehead. Jiraiya noticed the blood. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded. "Perfectly fine. Naruto, can you help me please?" "I don't want Sakura to walk just yet," Tsunade said. Naruto nodded as he stood and sheathed his blade. He picked Sakura up bridal style as she looped her hands around his neck. "Sorry Naruni, I just got in the way against Kabuto," she apologized with a frown. Naruto shook his head and began hovering back to town alongside Jiraiya, who had Shizune piggybacking him unconscious. "No, you were fine, we just underestimated him. And luckily, he did the same for us," he said with a small smirk as he recalled hacking off Kabuto's arm. Sakura nodded tiredly and leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder. "Thanks, Ni-kun," she mumbled before she passed out, probably from the combined shock of losing use of the bottom half of her body, and almost being squished by giant summon animals. Tsunade sighed as she walked in front of the two guys. "Let's get back to Sasuke, tomorrow we'll begin heading back home, and Naruto, you'll be doing some heavy lifting," she said with a satisfied smirk. Naruto blinked in confusion before frowning. "I have to carry both of my teammates, don't I?" he asked. Tsunade turned to him and foxily grinned. "You got it," she said with a smile. Naruto sighed. "Well, at least this Orochimaru crap is over, for now," he thought. Omake, Jiraiya's mistake. Jiraiya and Tsunade sat at the local bar, sharing drinks and old stories. Jiraiya scoffed, and then he pretended the yaoi was for you. "Ha ha ha," he laughed as he poured another shot for the two. Tsunade laughed as well. "Ha ha ha. Yeah, that was hilarious. Too bad he didn't realize I was right behind him. There's a reason his cheekbones are so long and flat. A couple of super-powered slaps would do that to anyone," she said with a loud chuckle. The two adults sighed in unison at the memories of Team Hiruzen, back when they were genin. Jiraiya felt a bit woozy. Yeesh, I'm not feeling good, he said as he swayed a bit. Tsunade could hold her liquor much better thanks to her years of drinking. Seriously, Jiraiya? You down already? She asked as she stood. Jiraiya tried to follow her example and began to fall. She caught him. Thanks, Suchan, he said with a smile. Tsunade helped him back to his room. Hey, Jiraiya, she started quietly. Jiraiya raised a brow. Yeah, Haim? He asked. Tsunade looked up at his face. Do you think we'll make it tomorrow? All of us, I mean? She asked, referring to the battle against Orochimaru. Jiraiya nodded. Of course we will. But if you're that stressed about it, he wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, I could help you calm down with a massage, he said with a smirk. Tsunade chuckled, not while you're this wasted, geez, now I know how Shizune feels. She muttered with a smile as she helped Jiraiya to his bed. Jiraiya sat on the end of his bed, his drunken mind turning over Tsunade's words the wrong way. Tsunade used to give Shizune massages? He thought. Blood shot from his nose and he was thrown head first into the roof. He was knocked out cold instantly. Tsunade watched his instant knockout and blinked. Did I fall out? She asked herself as she looked down at her chest drunkenly. Seeing everything was in order, and damn hot, she thought to herself. She thought over her words and realized what Jiraiya was thinking. She frowned. Damn pervert, she muttered. Even in unconsciousness, Jiraiya's arm lifted into the air. Su, pa, what he said between snores. Tsunade grinned evilly. He, prank time. She thought as the genetics that inhabited Naruto's brain for the majority of his childhood sprung to life. Tsunade took some chakra cuffs from Jiraiya's belongings and cuffed his hands and feet to the bedpost. She didn't activate them though, so it was as though he was connected by a weak metal. I've seen Jiraiya rip activated chakra chains, so normal ones shouldn't be a problem. She thought with a chuckle. Tsunade snuck to her room quietly and went to bed, no knowing the problems she just caused for the next day's proceedings. A few hours later. Guren sighed as she looked in Tsunade's window. If Orochimaru-sama wanted to check on her, he could have sent someone else. She thought as she turned to walk away. She heard a loud snoring from the next room over and rolled her eyes. Damn men, he's probably keeping his wife up. She thought as she stealthily glanced in the window, only for her eyes to widen as she saw Jiraiya of the Sannin sleeping, chained to the bed. She froze as she tried to think of a reason he'd be here. Maybe he plans to interrupt on Orochimaru-sama's plan. She thought as she frowned. She looked for more details in his room and saw a pile of labeled seals, and realized that Jiraiya's cuffs were actually chakra cuffs. Too easy. She thought with a smirk. She slid in the open window quietly and grabbed a sock from the floor to use as a gag and picked up what was labeled a chakra-eating seal. Her smirk grew. Far too easy. She muttered. In his drunken sleep, Jiraiya heard her talk. His eyes shot open in confusion when he saw Guren. Guren reacted quickly, slammed the sock into Jiraiya's mouth. He tried to move when he realized he was cuffed down, but before he could rip himself free, Guren punched the chakra tag onto his sternum. He gagged as he tried to breathe properly. She quickly pushed her chakra into the seals on the cuffs and they became super strength in a second. Jiraiya tried to rip himself free, but he couldn't move. MMF. He tried to yell around the gag. Guren chuckled and stroked his chest. HMHM, you know, for an old guy you're a cutie. I'm gonna come back for you tomorrow. I'd like to have you as my pet, she said with a very snake-like smirk as she licked her lips. Jiraiya stopped his struggling and smirked for a moment. HMHMHM, he chuckled into the gag with a blush at the thought. Guren frowned as her intimidation tactic didn't work and just formed a small hollow ball of crystal, causing Jiraiya's eyes to widen. Good night, Jiraiya-chan, she said as she slammed the extremely thin orb onto his face. It shattered as it knocked him out instantly. Guren smiled as she left through the window. I wonder if Orochimaru-sama will let me keep him as a reward? She asked herself as she began to head back to where she and her genin team were staying. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.